We're live, I think. I say that every week because I'm never sure. Right, let me just turn my mic up to there. Are you doing alligator software? Good evening. Let me just get my page up. No rush as usual, guys, on a Friday. Here we go. How you doing, Leah? Right. I've been rushing around. That's my excuse for just stalling. There you go. Let me volume up. Right, I'm definitely ready. Okay, nice and slow. Leah, how are you doing, Leah? I hope all is well. Just every time I see your name pop up, it's just fantastic. Same with you, Raja. You know, I can never get that right. I've got to point left so you can look at the right. Leah, can you tell me my picture's all right? Because not that I'm beautiful or anything. It's just it looks really fuzzy on my screen. But it could come across all right on your side. I'm not sure. It's just I don't know. It looks a bit more fuzzy than it normally does. Reg, massive respect, Luke from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. I'd love to go there. Actually, who wouldn't? We've all seen pictures of the Caribbean. And Nigel's a very happy person, you can tell that. And he's a massive community supporter, as Leah puts it, which are the perfect words for people like Raja. Alison Sisson, hiya, how are you doing? Okay. And Yvonne, how are you doing, Yvonne? Great to see you. There's only 11 in, so I'll just say no one backstage. So I'll just say a couple of things. First of all, last Friday, first time I've cancelled, and I was just exhausted, guys. I couldn't have done it. It wouldn't have been a pleasant live, and you'd have got bored and things like that. So apologies for that. But just back as normal now. So same old thing. Trolls, ignore them. The mods are there. That's enough said from my point of view. On this live on Fridays, they do their job almost perfectly, I would say. So that's that. Ignore them. Let's get on with the banter and the chat and the more serious stuff. What comes later? I've had a few minor complaints about the last Friday live. Now, fair enough, I will say on that. But tonight won't be like it was on that last Friday live 2 weeks ago. I can promise you that. Because a certain person will not be coming on and it will not cause the aggravation and things that came up 2 weeks ago. So, hiya, John. How you doing? Queen of Logic. I love that. Some people who come into these lives, they're absolutely some beautiful words they come out with. Good evening, Matty lad, UK. How you doing? So yeah, and then just to clear up that last live, because I've had quite a few people not have a go, but said their own opinion and that, which is fair enough. And in some respects, yeah, they're right. So it won't happen like the way it did that time at 2 weeks ago. Kaz Hauser, good evening, and Baz Outdoors, hello to you as well. And that's the way it's going to go tonight, nice and smooth. So as usual, first hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours even. Biker will be on at some point. Plod will be on slightly later than usual. He has an appointment. Fluke will be on, guys, at some point. Okay, please respect Fluke Dog. Okay. And also, if anyone saw Wednesday night, which is called Plodology, so that's myself and Plod doing this Wednesday night chat thing where we're trying to aim at people who, like us all, have a certain level of stress and anxiety and, laws in life, and there's certain people and projects knocking about what can lift us out of that anxiety and depression to whatever degree. So that guy's called Carl Foster, and he's using a project called binaural audio, and he's going to come on and explain a little bit about that as well later on, which would be nice to hear more stuff about that from Carl. So he's coming on. Fluke will be on as well. Plod's on later. So just bear with it tonight, guys. It'll be a good one. It will be a good one. Oh, Alison, I'm sorry, it's just come to me. Right. I was late on Wednesday, and that's my excuse, but I remember now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mod you up, Alison, because let me do it on this one. I believe you've got quite a few links that you could put in when as and when you want to, about yours and Carl's hard work. Carl's mentioned another person to me as well, who hopefully will come on, and she's called Jill, and it's all connected to this project Carl's involved with. He's an extremely nice guy. I've spoke to him in private. He got in touch with myself and Plod. We thought, what an idea to bring out and talk to people about, because we do get one or two guests who have asked for that kind of thing in a live. So they're kind of saying, can somebody help me feel better? So that's what that's about. And Wednesdays as well, and hopefully Fridays as well, because it's quite a big and important subject. And for me, Carl's always invited, and he can do chunks of this and chunks of that on Wednesday and a Friday. So there's no rush, because there's a lot to take in on that subject, and it's important. So it's best we do that slowly over a time. So Bike will be on in 1 minute. Film Boy, how you doing, mate? Good luck with what you're doing. You're doing great so far. I've seen one or two of your bids. I've not caught up with everything, but and thanks for coming on last week as well, mate. You had some great things to say. LJ, massive respect, much love. I'm just making sure you're still modded. Let me just make sure whoever's in now. Snowy, I'm sorry, I've just missed you. Snowy, thanks so much for everything, your support, your presence in a live, your excellent comments, and your politeness and everything. Same with John Tracy as well, and Yvonne. In fact, there's that many. I could spend a solid 10 minutes just naming how many great people just always seem to flow in the chat with each other. So cheers, guys. I've said hello. I've mentioned Fluke and Carl, and kind of it won't happen like it did last time. So if anyone's coming in who was disappointed that Friday night, I've spoken to Flute. You know, we've had a chat, and I promise you things will be sound as a pound tonight, guys. And it will get better as it goes along, and that starts now.
I hope you're reprobates. How we all doing?
Bikers here, guys.
How you doing, mate?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm excellent, mate. Thank you very much.
Great stuff.
Yeah, I've got my red wine tonight, so we're sorted.
Oof. Oh yeah, you're a red wine man, aren't you? That's, I forgot when I asked you what type of red. Was it a claret or
No, Shiraz.
Shiraz? Italian?
Shiraz. No, Australian.
Aussie wine. Why not?
Yeah, I like my Australian wine, mate.
Great stuff.
Not keen on Italian wine, although it's not too bad. French wine you can keep; it's like piss.
Hey, what do you think of English wine? Because it's becoming a big industry now, isn't it?
I can't say.
I said big, not compared to.
Well, I've had some English wine, but it's normally like you go into a pub, you just say, "What's your house wine?" and what have you, and they give you this glass of red shit, and yeah, it is shit. It's yeah. No,
so Aussie's what top at league for you, and then
Australian without a doubt. Mate. Australia, yeah, their wine is absolutely second to none. Really good. Yeah, Leah M, Yellowtail, exactly.
There you go, Leah. Yeah. DJ Evan, good to see you too. Cheers. John, good evening, John. Just seen you, good lad, biker. John says.
Yeah.
I bet John's a red wine drinker as well.
I've just seen a comment there from Alligator Software, Bavarian wine. Yes, I have tried that, and it's very, very nice, but it's bloody expensive. It really is expensive. Gin, I can't drink gin. It makes me cry.
That's a popular one now, isn't it? All these gin bars popping up absolutely everywhere. My daughter loves a gin, and it's like, yeah, gin and this, and raspberry gin and this gin. I'm thinking, what? It's vile for one.
It sounds really nice, but nah, you can keep it, mate. It's just
yeah.
It's lighter fuel, mate. That's all it is.
I'm not really a spirit. It's rare if I have a spirit drink. To be honest,
I mean,
I don't.
I mean, I used to drink vodka a while back, but I had a session on vodka, and I weren't very good afterwards. Let's just say I had some bladder issues. I couldn't handle vodka, mate. Not at all.
There's one thing I could, well, you try at some point, you try this and that, and like whiskey for me, I say any whiskey, I mean like Scotch and that, it's like even the smell makes me feel sick, but I did like, is Southern Comfort classed as a whiskey?
I would say
bourbon.
Yeah, I'm not a whiskey lover, mate. It's what I don't drink.
Jack Daniels, that's a bourbon. I know that.
I've had odd Jack Daniels now and again.
Yeah.
But I think the last one I had it was Jack Daniels Honey, which were quite nice. But I had a glass of that, and then that was it. I mean, I couldn't drink any more of that. I think what put me off whiskey years ago, I think I was 16, 17, and as a bet, I had to drink half a pint of it straight down, and I did, and I was ill as a bastard for about 3 days. I was so ill. I've never touched it since. It, like you say, the smell, nah, it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know why.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I mean, when I look at the bottles and I look at the colour of it and everything else, I think, yeah, that looks really, really nice. But the taste, I don't know. It's not for me. Not at all.
Just the smell's enough for me. But if the shorts I used to have was, I did have vodka, but I went steady on vodka because it's one of them I experienced was, if you did knock a few back within half an hour, maybe, you'd think, right, I'll have another. And then, like, it's got this, for me anyway, it was like a delayed action to it. And it was like, woof, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But at the time, you drunk 4 or 5 shots, and it's like, friggin' hell, what is this? 15% or something? But no, it is 40%, and it's one of them what delays, I think. Okay, I don't want you all getting drunk because we're talking about drink. Or go on, get fucking drunk anyway. It's Friday night. Ben, I know Ben's backstage, and so is our new mate, Film Boy UK. Now, I have a funny feeling I could get a little bit of a bollocking off Ben because I'll bring it up, and because I've been worried about it all day. Really, I sent Ben an email earlier. But I did say on Wednesday nothing were concrete about meeting up. And unfortunately, I can't do that this weekend. I can't do anything this weekend up until next Wednesday, really. I can't. I won't be doing much because of something that's cropped up, and I can't talk about that. So even though it weren't concrete, I have kind of let Ben down, even though I never said yes, definitely, and all that. So I sent Ben an email. He's muted at the minute. I'll bring him on. I'll bring you on in a sec, Fun Boy. I'll just give Ben a second just to say hello to everyone and that.
Hi, Dino. Hi.
How you
How you doing, Ben?
Not bad.
Apologies, Ben, for this time. It's
No problem.
there will be other times, and I'm willing to travel, like I do.
I'm 4.5 hours away. I'm Nuneaton.
I'm just saying, and when I said to you this morning, look, it's possible for me in 2 weeks today, and then a week after that, we'll have your money and camera and everything like that. So I'd like to get that to you because we said we're going to give it till the end of the month. So
No problem.
we'll sort something out, mate. Like I say, I've travelled a couple of 1,000 miles over the last couple of months, so it's no bother to me. We'll sort something out. But my apologies for kind of letting you down a bit.
No problem.
So, but Ben, thanks for coming on, mate, as always. I think let me just catch up.
I tried cancelling it, but they won't let me.
I'm listening, Ben. It's just Gypsy's come in. Respect back to you. Yvonne Dark Fruit Cider. I've tried them, but too sweet for me. Baz Outdoors, yeah. Gypsy, it's the first time I've seen Dino. 33 viewers. Yeah, there's 33. And what do you mean the first time? Damn, what's going on? Let me just check.
I'm in pub with Dino anyway.
You're in bother?
Yeah.
Right, Cheryl H, good evening. Why are you in bother, Ben?
Because I've just been told off by 111.
You've just been told off now because you've come on here. Is that what you're saying?
About an hour ago from 111.
Oh, right. Do you want to, Film Boy, come back whenever you want, mate?
I got it sorted anyway now.
Okay.
So what did you get told off for?
Basically, what it is, my medication get ordered for me by the chemist.
Right.
And the chemist didn't do it.
Okay.
So I called 111.
Okay. What happened after that?
They told me it ain't really something to call 111 for.
Right. So what was the telling off about?
For calling 111.
Is that what you normally do, or is it something they do for you?
Usually the chemist order them for me every month.
and so it's what you've tried to pick them up, it's not coming,
Yeah.
and then so you've thought, oh, I better ring up. It's just, you know, they've
It was
cocked up
too
or
late.
whatever. I
Too late
can't
to
pick up
call
what I need.
it was too late to call the doctor. Today was shut. So I thought I'd call 111.
Okay, mate. I don't think you've done any harm there
But
at
apparently
all.
the
So
tablets I would after I could have gone without, they recommended.
no worries, film boy. Yeah, I noticed that. Has Gypsy gone live? Is that what it is? Just thought, Gyps, right? You still listening? And you said only 33. What's going on? Because there's normally 70, 100. Not at this point. I'm only. How long we been on? 20 minutes.
21 minutes, mate. You've
Give
got
me a bloody
44
chance, Gypsy. All right. So Gypsy's gone live, guys. Obviously, no harm in jumping over if other people are live at all. No problem from me, guys. Some people don't like it. I don't mind it at all. Eamon, how you doing? Ben's just talking to us about just a minor problem he's had today, and he's like, straight over it. And I think Ben's getting better at that myself. Every time he runs into a little problem. So it's all sorted now then, Ben, yeah?
Yeah, all I needed was coding.
It went a bit dull then, Ben. I missed that. All you needed was...
My coding.
Okay. So obviously a painkiller. I'm not going to ask you any personal questions about your problems or anything, mate, because you normally talk about them, but you don't have to. No pressure at all about anything like that. I'm just going to bring our mate back. This guy's new to auditing. He's a sound guy. He's been on a few lives. He deserves to advertise himself wherever he wants, just like I did. How you doing, mate? Good evening.
Easy, Dino. How's things, brother?
Oh, sound, mate. A lot better than last week, but yeah. Do you want to tell these guys who you are? There might be a few in there who's not heard of you, or just come across you and that, and tell them what your channel's about and that.
Yeah, it's just Film Boy UK. Just getting out there. Just not long started. Everybody showing me levels in the chat and that. Can't thank them enough. Respect to everybody. Yeah, it's just about police corruption, really. Yeah, it's just about police getting away with the shit what they get away with. To be honest with you, Dino. I mean, I've been absolutely on the internet all day trying to do some research on that young 10-year-old. Oh, that copper kicked in Liverpool. Yeah, I put the video. I've got the video. I managed to get some footage. I haven't seen no other footage on YouTube anyway of it, so I managed to grab some footage, and I've whacked it on my page. Do you know what I mean? So if anybody wants to go and have a look, it's on there. But yeah, it's a 10-year-old autistic boy.
Wow.
He's having a meltdown. He's having a meltdown, and this corrupt officer decides to go to work on him.
Wow, that's it. Right. There's Film Boy's channel link, guys. So I'm sure this particular video's link will go up as well at some point. But if you just click on that channel link there,
yeah,
check this guy out.
I've just had a notification to say that Chris Live Freeze just shared it as well. So,
right, mate. As soon as I get a chance, I'll watch that. Let's get this shirt out, guys, because when I first started, the encouragement and everything, thought I must be doing something right. Check him out, support, and it's someone else on board, man. This is a guy who's an exposer, if you like. That's just one word for it. He's in it for the business. Can tell that. ESP, how you doing? So check Film Boy out, guys, please. John, Harvey Price is there. Just please ignore that name. I don't care what anyone's opinions are about him anymore. That one is ignored already. Anyone new who's joined, thanks.
I'm surprised we haven't got one of the mods just to fucking get rid of him, Dino, to be honest with you.
What I'd rather do, because it's been happening a lot to me lately, so there's been a lot of mixed feelings about it and things like that. But I think it could have been Wednesday. I'm not sure, but anyway. But on my live stream on a Friday, I just appreciate if whoever this person is, right, ignore it. If they don't go away and they keep on trying to spam and spoil the discussions and that, just carry on ignoring it. There's no point, mods or whoever, just putting yourself under a bit of stress because of what I believe to be a complete idiot.
Mate, it's just
Joel, how are you doing?
Mate, it's just a right click and then he's away. I've sorted him.
Oh, well, there you go. So, Herbie, what is it? Herbie Price? Yeah, he's forgotten about it already, guys. Joanne, how are you doing?
Children should be seen and not heard.
Yeah, true. In our case, ignorance is bliss, and sod him, her, it, whatever it is. Dave Hart, Cumbria. Right, Dave, quick question. I'm a rugby league fan. Yeah, Jips, honestly, mate, you know it. You know the score, mate, as good as anybody. Dave Hart. Right, I'm a rugby league fan. Are you? Because I know Cumbria's quite strong on it, and anyway, let me know. I had this discussion with Auditing Hull, film boy. He came into a chat on that, and I said, "Are you Rovers or are you FC?" And
Rovers all the way. I'm sat with him now, Dino.
Really? Listen, hey mate, how you doing? What a coincidence!
Here, bro.
Hang on, you're Rovers.
2 minutes. He's here, Dino. All right, Dino. All right.
Hey, listen. I'm sure you said you was FC.
No, I'm Rovers.
Oh, so we've got 2 Rovers fans.
Yeah,
right.
Robins.
I was going to say, I thought you said, how the hell can an FC fan and a Rovers fan be in the same room together? That is, you're talking about blood on the walls, guys.
Yeah, the would be, but no, I'm Rovers.
Massive rivalry, but the best game in the world, in my opinion. Superb, guys. I love that. Right, it's the only true rugby league derby in this country. That's the only derby. 2 teams from the same city. People said Wigan Saints, Warrington and all that. That's not entirely a 100% derby. So.
Oh, it's a right day when it's derby day.
I could, mate.
Yeah. Bragging right. That right's the next day at work.
Yeah. I can imagine it in Hull after a match, especially a cup match.
It's mental on Monday. Everybody with the shirts on and that.
Yeah, passion for me. I mean, I don't know how the football does in Hull City. Whether
it does all right. The football.
What would you class Hull as? Would you class it as a rugby or a football?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Or is it?
I would class it as a rugby city. Rugby.
Need a new stadium though, Hull. Do it full of shit.
What was that, Ben?
Hull need a new stadium. It's full of shit.
Who said that?
Leicester fans say it.
Oh, Leicester fans, yeah.
ESP, don't worry about it. All we're doing is ignoring.
Yeah, I'm going to get off, Dino.
Luke, no worries, mate. You can jump on at any point you want.
All right, pal. I'm back again.
Okay, good luck with what you're doing and speak to you soon. Nice one.
Dino, I've got to organise what I'm doing anyway now when I get to Blackpool.
Okay.
On the piss.
Are you going to be careful and behave?
No.
What do you mean?
We're going to call Wyatt.
I know you're only winding me up now, having a bit of fun.
Yes, I am.
Don't get me worried about you, Ben.
I'll be in the hotel with all the old grannies.
That's a tradition in Blackpool. It has been for a long time.
I'm looking forward to getting out away from them.
We call them 10 to 2s because at 2 o'clock it shuts, so you just grab one at 10 to 2 and that's it.
Yeah, granny bashing in Blackpool. That's it's common knowledge amongst many. Whitehaven, Dave. Probably the best team in Cumbria at the minute, though. More of a footy fan, but fair play to you, mate. Yeah. Grab a granny night. Yeah, grab a granny night, John.
There are about 50 of them on the coach with me tomorrow, apparently.
Wow. Well, that'll be fun, won't it?
And I'm going to upset them all, Dino.
Why?
I'm not putting a face mask on.
Well, I don't. It's not compulsory now, is it? I think on travel. Just
Yes, it is.
voluntary.
It never has been compulsory, mate.
Well, I mean, you know, restrictions of.
With the coach.
Anyway, whatever. Then, if you don't wear a mask, all I can say from my point of view is good on you, mate. Julia's in there. Julia, I'm glad we've, you know, reconciled and that. Massive respect for you. Thanks for what you've said to me. And Julia's back in there, guys. And just before I do anything else, I don't care what anyone thinks. I've modded Julia up because she never did a bad job for me before.
I'm joking.
I know you are.
Right, guys, listen, I'm going to shoot, but I'll jump back on Dino later.
No worries, mate, whenever you feel like it.
Phil, a quick question for you, mate. Where are you from?
Yeah, go from Hull, mate.
Hull, right, yeah. Thought I recognised the accent.
Originally from Sheffield. Originally from Sheffield, but I've been living here years and years.
Yeah, right. I recognise the accent, that's all. I didn't think it was an Hull accent. I thought it was somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm originally from Sheffield, like, so.
Right, fair enough, mate. Cheers for that.
All right, no worries, guys. Take it easy. Stay safe, everybody.
See you later, mate.
Thanks, mate. That's that video Film Boy's just been talking about, guys. The particular video. So check it out, because that sounds bleeding horrible, that does. A 10-year-old. Right. Yeah, look at that as soon as I can. Anyone else new who's joined? I think there are. So good evening or good morning or good afternoon, Chelsea Cox. I think I've just who was that? Crazy Lady Jane. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. I thought you'd fallen out with me over a couple of things, but good to see you in the chat.
What the old bill like up your way, Dino?
Is the what?
What the old bill like up your way?
Not good, really. Not that good, but they're not. They're no problem to get around, but it's different to London. That's how I know there's a big difference between what they're like up here and the Met Police. There's a different. Yorkshire?
No, Warwickshire.
Warwickshire. What are they like?
We got the army old bill too up here.
Right, I don't really know Warwickshire, but I suppose everywhere's different. You know, I met a YouTuber from Derbyshire and he were speaking to a Greater Manchester copper saying, look, you guys are all right compared to where I live. So, and I've been to West Yorkshire and Bradford and I've just seen disgraceful police behaviour, complete disgraceful behaviour. In Bradford, I've never had a problem in Manchester. It depends where you are, but as a whole, for me, they met a completely different breed of dog altogether.
No, the problem is up here we got the Northern old bill and we get the army old bill.
Yeah.
So we got a big army base not far from where we live.
Okay, so military police, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, they've got no jurisdiction over, I think I'm right, Biker. They've no jurisdiction on public grounds, have they? Other than...
It depends if they're MPs only, their jurisdiction stays within that particular camp. If they're, what's the other name? there's another name for them, MPs that can operate outside of the camp, and they've got the same jurisdiction as normal police officers.
Right, that's interesting. I'd have to look into that a bit more, but yeah,
you'll see MPs that all walk around in the combat gear, right? They're within the camp. They, that's their jurisdiction. You'll see MPs outside the camp in basically what looks like a police uniform. So yes, they have got the same jurisdiction. They've even been brought in London, I think, last weekend at one of the protests to help out.
AB know him well.
Yeah.
AB had big involvement with them.
What, the MP, the military?
Yeah, with the old bill. Yeah, with the military priest.
Where was that?
Highton.
Right, they were camp serving MPs, though.
Yeah, and that where I'm not far from. There. We walk quite often with our mobile phone out, winding them up.
Right, I think from my understanding, from what I've read, the military police that work outside of camps, they are funded by somebody else, same as your British Transport Police. They're funded by whatever railway that they're working for or whatever. But they have still got the same powers as normal police as well. But they aren't paid by the government. They're paid by whoever runs that particular railway, whether it be Virgin or Network Rail, whatever. Don't quote me on it, but I'm sure the MPs that work outside the camp have got different powers to those that work inside the camp.
Yeah. There's got to be some coercion between them there, hasn't there? I mean, especially with this terrorist current climate thing going on. I've just seen a few comments. Yeah, they do work together in certain areas and things like that. Yeah, it's interesting that, really. I know you've mentioned that, Ben, because like in Portsmouth, they have two police, naval police and the I was going to say normal then, but the police we get. But in Portsmouth, one were closed and the other we went to were pathetic, and then all the rest around that place were just little areas with little police stations. And I said to Plod, I said, look at the size of this barracks here, this naval barracks, and it said naval police here and big signs there. I said, I wonder if it's them guys who actually run this city more than, the police.
Dino,
I don't know.
Dino, I'm going to ask you a question now.
Go on,
I
then.
know we meet up in the next couple of weeks, when you can. I'm back in Blackpool in October next year. I can meet up with Ozzy then. You can organise that for me.
You mean this year?
No, I'm back in next October. I bought that already.
As in, not next month, but
yeah.
So a year.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk about it then.
If you just said meet up tomorrow, I won't remember that. I can't remember a year in front, let alone a fucking day.
I've booked all my holidays for next year.
Anything could come up in between, Ben, and like I said,
I've got 15 weeks booked next year.
Right. You just keep me updated on whereabouts you are with things, and then if something's possible, we'll try and sort it out, mate.
Yeah.
Because anything could happen. So, but just keep in touch, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that on a live and in private, if you want.
We got all things pop up. That was fun with you earlier, Dino.
Fluke's in the chat, guys. Let's be respectful, like we have been up to now. Always great people in the chat. Let's respect each other and just chat with each other, whatever you want. Keep throwing questions out if you want. There's no one else backstage. It's still early days.
Is
Like I
it-
said, Fluke will be on later on. Carl Foster will be on later on. Ben will more likely keep popping in and out like he does, which is great.
No, I'm going bed early
Dejected
tonight.
Tomato, how are you doing, Dejected? Good to see you as well.
I'm having an
Sorry.
early night. I'm in the Premier.
Okay.
This is what it is from where we live. The coach don't pick up nearby. So what
Right.
I've done, I head up so far tonight, and then I've only got 25 miles to do tomorrow to get on the coach.
Oh, well, that's no time, innit? So, yeah, if you get your rest tonight, at what time are you going to arrive tomorrow, roughly?
I don't know.
Anyway, it doesn't matter, does it? So, just make sure you have a good time and stay out of trouble.
Is it deer up there?
Not really. Well, Blackpool. Yeah, as where the resort is and the promenade and the what's it called, Pleasure Beach and all that.
10
Yeah.
minutes walk from there, the Pleasure Beach.
Well, you know, in the back streets, right? All these little cafes you see in other ordinary towns. That's all the same. It's when you get on the seafront and all the attractions where you get ripped off. But look, if you're on holiday and you've got a few quid spare, just treat yourself. Whatever, you know.
Some of it, is it Southport, Stockport, right down by you, Blackpool?
Southport, yeah, it's not that far from Blackpool.
I've got a half day out there.
You'll love it. Southport is like a smaller version of Blackpool, but in my opinion, right, I prefer Southport, right? Maybe I'm getting old, but it's a lot quieter. It's a massive beach, and when I say massive, Ben, when you get there, if the tide's out, you will not believe it. You can't see where the sea's gone. It's that far out. It's got one of the longest. It could be the second longest pier in England or
And
the
then
UK.
Then I got another full day out, but in two different places. Something begin with M. Can't pronounce it.
Near that area,
I'll go and get the letter. I'll put you on mute, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay, mate. No worries, Ben. Thanks for coming in, Fluke, mate. See you a little bit later on. MPs are based only, others are Ministry of Defence Police. MPs are based, others. Right, I get you on that one, mate. Thanks for that bit of info.
Yeah, that's what I would try to get across. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
Georgina, how you doing? Sedbra, thanks for coming, Georgina, again. So we've got a couple of Cumbrian people in here as well. Joanne, I know I've said hello a couple of times to you already, but I can't help keep saying hello to you because you're just a brilliant supporter. Nigel, John, anyone, Yardley Ski. Good evening. Saw your video. Went to Lewis Young Brother. Police member thumbs up. Thanks, Yardley. I've actually started that complaint after I've gathered enough details and watched the footage. And
Leah, can you find Yardley Ski's channel and paste it on for him? He's got
Right.
2 or 3 videos up there that are quite good. He's a new auditor from what I believe. I've been looking at him over last week. But Leah, if you can find him, if you can, put his channel up for him, please. Anybody that's not subscribed to him, please go do it.
Yeah, thanks, Leah, if you could. Thanks for that, Barker, because I'm not that familiar with.
Yeah, he's a very pleasant talking guy. He's got the the charisma of like AB, but not. Is a really well spoken guy. He sounds, he's very, very good at what he does. He's only got a couple of videos out, maybe 2, 3 at the most at the moment from what I've seen. But yeah, he's well worth going to have a watch.
There you go, guys. Matt's channel's link is up there, as in Matt12128. Top guy. I'm like me and Kat, and Cat's been out with Matt as well, so I've heard a lot about Matt. How nice a guy he is. Anti-glare glasses. Do you know what, mate? This is I am sometimes when I do look. It is. I don't know what to do. I've just got crap lighting, to be honest with you.
Put cellophane over them, mate.
I won't be able to.
Put some
see.
cellophane over. Put some cellophane over it. It'll take
I've
the
got
glare.
some shades, but I don't want to put shades on because I look too cool. Shades on.
Fuck off.
But I'll tell you what, Biker, I won't look as cool as Steve-O did on Wednesday. What did you make of that? I had to go. I'm sorry. I had to go off.
I don't think I saw him.
Oh, you might have gone. Was it Wednesday?
I probably went early doors, mate, on Wednesday night.
Mate, if Paul's left that up. Did you see it, Ben?
Yeah, Biker had gone. It was just me, you, Cat, and Prod.
I couldn't. Biker, you missed a treat there.
Just to let you know, Dino, I put in the private chat where it was, I can't even pronounce it.
So I'll look for you, mate.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Oswald Twill Mills.
Oswald Twistle. It's one of them oldie worldy, old Milltown, Lancashire stone building type historic places in the moors. It's one of them, Ribble Valley. It's if you like your history and you know if you like looking back in time and things like that, you'll love it there.
Thanks for that link, Leah. Appreciate that, love.
What was that? There's the link. Yeah. Cheers, Leah.
And then Monday, I got a day to do what I want.
Have anything planned, or are you just going to take it on that day as you wake up? Or do you think you'll plan something for that day when it's just for you and yourself?
I know what I want to do, but I'm not paying that sort of money.
Okay.
Yardley Ski, no thanks needed, mate. I see some new stuff out there, mate. I'll always promote it, always.
Hiya, David. Carpet Campers, just lurking and listening, keeping your head down. Thanks for being a regular supporter.
I want to walk down Blackpool Pleasure Beach, but you got to pay to get in there.
Yeah, I don't know how much it is. It will be a rip-off, but I think it's ban things now, isn't it?
£20.
What do you get for that, though?
Get on the ride, and I don't go on the ride because I don't like rides. I just like to walk about.
Do you mean you've got to pay to get in?
Yeah.
Well, I've not been there for a long time. I knew they'd changed it from pay per ride to you buy a wristband and it gets you pay so much, it gets you this many rides on whatever ride. But
you got to
pay to get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I won't go on nothing, so I won't pay when they put me paying.
If you're not going to use it, Ben, you could have a walk around it and have a look that way. But I know it won't be the same as being in there. But if you don't like rides, then that's a rip-off. That's extortion.
That's why I like Holland Park, so I can get in there for nothing.
I can't wait till it becomes abandoned. That's a future urbex on that, Biker.
Yeah, got what you I got where you were coming from then. Quick question. I watched somebody else's video. I forget what day it was this week, and he put out some information that I'm not entirely sure is accurate regarding when you ask a police officer for their information, i.e. the name, badge number, etc. He put the information out that they are not at liberty to give you that.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure that's right. And to the research I've been doing, I found little snippets and what have you. But anybody got any feedback on that? Do you think that the police should give their identity over when requested by the public, even before an arrest or whatever, or are they legally entitled not to do it? Is it a legal thing?
It's in the code of practice.
Right.
So is it illegal?
Right.
Well,
if it's in the code of practice, then if they're going against the code of practice, that probably doesn't make it illegal. It's going against the code of practice, which at the most serious sort of thing, it is gross misconduct, if you like.
what about, yeah, okay.
Right. If you look at the code of practice, I'll just quote a quick paragraph from it. I'll put link up in a minute and you can have a look yourself. If you go to the part where it says honesty and integrity, which I giggled about straight away when I saw that title. Right. According to this standard, you must act with honesty and integrity at all times. Use your position, police identification, or warrant card for policing purposes only, and not to gain a personal advantage. Right, that's in their code of conduct. Their code of ethics. Now, that to me says that they have got to act within that under the honesty and integrity part of things to give that information out when requested. It doesn't say that they have to.
So,
Dino,
Mark,
maybe.
Yeah, go on, Ben.
Can you get me 3 more subs tonight to make me up to 30?
Guys, you just heard that. 3 more for 30 for Ben. So Ben's channel link, and I promise you, Ben, it'll happen tonight.
Yeah, Tardino.
No worries. Mark, does that mean over here or in New Zealand or both? Mark's from New Zealand, guys. CK Mark. He's a great guy. He pops on sometimes. He's from New Zealand. He knows his stuff, and he's brilliant to talk to, is Mark, and well worth listening to as well.
Yep.
In New Zealand, they have a QID, which consists of the initials followed by the 4-digit QID on epaulette. Right. So in English, I think QID, I'm not quite sure. Epaulette is what, shoulder number, 4-digit QID. Mark, just elaborate for us, dumb English on here. And I hope you do jump in, Mark. If you do, I don't want to sound snobby, but we're only at 9 o'clock, and you can jump in whenever you want, mate. It doesn't matter.
You got any big supermarkets not far from where I'm, Dino?
From where you are, or when you're coming up here?
When I come up to you, Blackpool.
Yeah, it's all the same, Ben. Honestly, it's one of them same things everywhere you go. The Sainsbury's, Tesco and Asda, what just take over the world. And then you've got your smaller Sainsbury's and Tesco and all that.
I need one of these little locals. So I'm 10 minutes from the Fraser Beach. So
there's loads.
Yeah.
You can get anything you want in Blackpool, basically. So if you're not sure where anything is, just ask someone. They'll tell you straight away, mate. And
all I needed a couple of big bottles of water to the don't drink tap water.
Okay. No worries. Have you got a sterilizer thing?
No.
Do you use a sterilizer to sterilize your tap water and take all the...
I drink bottled water.
Okay. Well, we had this discussion a couple of weeks ago about water, but yeah, it can be brought up again, no problem. And I think if it does get brought up, it's only for because Barker was involved in it, and he's actually worked in an area where water's involved. And unfortunately, Barker had to pop off at that point where he was about to explain his side of things. I think Fluke were involved with we all were at that point. We're getting deep and interesting, but Barker only has so much time of an evening to set things. So we can. It's nearly 9 o'clock, and Mark's just jumped backstage. So we can either leave that one, or Barker might just say, "I'm not bothering with that." So for me, it's up to Barker in that debate.
I'm not going. I'm not going down the water route again.
Right, that's it.
I was ignored last time, mate, so it's quite pointless.
Okay, I mean, right. Okay.
Sorry about going there, Eddie. I didn't hear it. My problem is I just always jump.
No, mate. You were. I don't think you were there last time.
Oh, would I? Sorry, I forgot about it.
No,
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. There you go. It's not going to be mentioned again. The subject can be, but Biker's not going to get involved in that. Tried to, slightly disrespected. Biker's time were running out to say things, and that's why I said things earlier on. I've spoken to a couple of people, and it won't be like that tonight. So I did want to ask that question. I didn't bring it up. Ben did, and I thought it's worth a discussion. But there you go. So that's that.
Discuss it all you want. But I was
just asking. Yeah. Oi, mother truckers, Carlos, John, Drink Gin. Okay, you're chatting amongst yourselves in the chat. That's great. That's that link from Biker. Mark's back. Mark's going to come on in a sec, guys.
That link
good thing, Eddie. I've got 4 days of bingo when I get there.
Oh, good luck to you, mate.
I didn't know you were a bingo freak, Ben.
Yeah, I love bingo.
If you win, do you win a lot? Or what, do you play it a lot? And how'd you get on?
I did up to they shut our local bingo all down.
Might start calling you bingo, Ben.
They shut our bingo. So the only time I really get to play bingo is when I'm on holiday.
Well, mate, if you enjoy it and you put a few quid on for a bit of fun, then wow, you know, whether you win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter.
And whatever
you do, Ben, on your holiday, just enjoy it to the max. Stay out of trouble, you know that.
Yeah, I ain't going to tell you what I've done tonight when I was on your live and I put you on mute.
Okay.
I've just been doing loads of whack cards.
Loads of scratch cards.
Yeah.
Right.
Any winners or?
I had £10 worth and I got £19 back.
Oh, good. So you're 9 quid up, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't
My
always.
advice for that is try not to get addicted to.
I get maybe once every couple of months.
Oh, that's cool, mate. So you're a winner. Listen, sorry, Ben, because Mark's waiting, but Carlos and Spike is in there, guys, and Claire Redwood, Michael Vine as well, and one or two others. Just thanks for coming in. Rob, you saw Vade and the copper said if you were suspected of terrorism that they don't have to identify. Okay, we're going back to that. Don't know if it's true. That's something we're going to have to look into, that, guys, because I've heard it from a couple of people where they've said they don't have to identify. I thought they did upon request. But with Biker, as always, will be researching everything. So we'll get more enlightened on that one later on.
I am researching tonight, mate, but that's just a bit that, like I say, I heard this week, and I thought if it crops up, the subject, I'll bring it up. It did, so I did. But I can't find where it says that is they have got to or they don't have to. I can't find that bit in between. Hey up, Mark, how you doing?
Hey, chaps. How you be?
There you go.
Yeah.
Mercs on, guys.
He's looking as gorgeous as ever. Look at that.
That beard's grown for sure.
Yeah, it's just a false sense of security. It makes my wife feel young when I leave it on here for a month and then I shave it off and I look 10 years younger. She feels younger. It's a
That is Mark's logic. You'll hear a lot like that, but I love it.
Dino, I got you a challenge to do, buddy, before January.
Go on then.
So I'm watching. I got you on one phone, got one of the other auditors on the other phone. You got to do what he do and go around Blackpool one evening with your camera and making a video of all the lights.
cool.
Well, okay. And this year at the Illuminations, you mean?
Yeah, they're one of them doing it now, Dino. So I'm giving you a challenge to do it before they.
Have they started now?
Yeah, they turned them on last weekend.
Oh, right. I weren't up to pace with that, but they're normally on for about a month, aren't they, or something?
No, they've gone to the 1st of January this year.
Wow, they really are extending it now. Money. I will ask Kat, actually. Kat's always up for a Blackpool trip, and you know, there's a few videos possible there, mate. Yeah,
I'm not
police station at night. Yeah,
ordered what doing it now, Dino, because it wouldn't be fair on you.
Quick question. Baz Outdoors, I'm going to answer you, mate. You asked where in Yorkshire am I from? I'm in a little village just outside of Leeds. Well, a fair bit out of Leeds, but yeah, that's the area, mate.
Okay, Eddie, I can meet you next year if you want to make a journey while I'm up that way.
Oh, fuck. Okay, when not?
Don't take him on, Ben.
I'm going up to Whitby.
These Yorkshire people are very protective of that side of the Pennines, you know? I wonder why.
Whitby, that's nowhere near me, mate.
Okay, I didn't know.
It's about 80 miles away from where I am.
Whitby's gorgeous. Yeah,
it is. Excellent place. East coast of Yorkshire, mate.
Do you like fish and chips, Ben?
No.
Good, because I'm a vegan.
Yeah, well,
but I just thought I'd bring it up only because apparently it's got the best fish and chip shop, but all these towns do, don't they? That's it. Right, there you go.
But I'll go and get you going now. Guess what I'm looking forward to on Sunday morning waking up to?
Go on.
2 sausages, 2 bacon.
I like fish and chips too.
Well,
I like my fish and I like my chips.
2 poached egg runny, wrap pudding,
Fish chips.
cornflakes, fried bread and toast.
Right, so that's a real sort of diet breakfast, is that there one?
Only when I'm on holiday I eat like that.
No. Right, I could eat the rest of it, mate, but you can keep your black pudding. You can stick that as far up as possible, mate. That is the vilest thing on this planet.
Oh, no,
I love haggis too.
I like haggis.
Oh my God, Ben, please, mate, please. Naturals in, guys. So massive respect to Steve O. Massive respect to that guy.
Hey up, fella, how you doing?
NBCK.
Yeah.
Do you want to know the answer on the epaulets that I was telling you about?
Yeah, go for it, mate.
Right. Well, over here in New Zealand, we have the Section 4 of the Police Regulations 2008, which states that if they're in uniform, they must have their epaulets, which is, you're right, the shoulder number.
Yeah.
Now, in New Zealand, they only have 4 digits on their epaulets. They do not have a name tag like some of your bobbies do. They usually have their constable name written there.
Yeah.
Ours don't. All they have is a stupid W002 or something, 4 fucking digits. To get their full QID, to complain to them, to New Zealand Police, you need a 6-digit QID, which consists of their first and last initials and then followed by the epaulet. So, for instance, it might be W012, it might be fucking wanker might be his name, so you can say FW0 something or other 02. So it's a 6-digit. The police over here in New Zealand love that because they don't have to give their names. They just say, there's our ID there. And then when you ring up, you can't complain because you don't know their full details. There's nothing in New Zealand law stating that they have to give their initials or their name, just a QID. So that's how they get out of being held accountable. It's that simple. There's nothing in legislation. It might be in their code of conduct or code of practice, but that's just a code. It's just a policy. It's nothing in legislation backing it up.
I do know with the UK legislation that the police officers must have the lapel numbers on show at all times.
Exactly.
Regardless.
Except when they're in like dealing with a large protest and there's 600 of the bobbies all lined up. If they've got their high vis on, they don't over here in New Zealand anyway, they don't have to have their epaulets on show in those sorts of circumstances because it's so massive. Why, I don't know. They should still be held accountable whether it's a protest or not, but that's just the rules that New Zealand police make around it. But there's nothing in legislation saying they have to. There's nothing
in that situation in UK, if they're in like a protest, everything else, they've probably got the riot gear on with their helmets on. All those helmets are individually marked up with a number.
Yeah,
that number will coincide with whoever's wearing it. So that's something.
So I know that you guys are asking if there's anything in legislation or if it's just code of conduct. My guess is just do an Official Information Act request or a request for information or a Freedom of Information Act, whatever you want to call it. Do it to the police and ask them what law stipulates, and you'll get an answer.
Right,
that's what I do.
Right, that information that I posted up came from an email asking that specific question. Do a police officer need to give their details when requested? Right.
Yeah, the reason I say to do it through Freedom of Information Act, Eddie, is because if it's just an email, Tom, Dick, and Harry on the other end of the email might not know what they're talking about. But if you do it through a legal form where they have to give you the correct information, then you're going to get the right answer.
That's what happened. It came back and saying, upon review, blah, 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 freedom of information and what have you.
Yeah.
They came back with that and we put all these links in PDF files and everything else. And it's an interesting read, but it's not sort of cut, if you know what I mean. It's not clear.
No, and it never will be because they want some ambiguity there so they can have some leeway.
Yeah, that's what they came back with. So
interesting. Yeah, cheers for that, Mark. Excellent.
Right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
How you doing, Steph? There's Mark's channel again, guys. Leah M, GB Auditor. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. 60 guys watching. So thanks very much. Ben's in and Biker's in. We've had some good chat already. Ben's trying to stay out of trouble. He's been winding me up tonight. But no, you're ready for a good time, Ben, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to go anyway. I'm on 28 steps now. If I don't get 30, by the time I get Blackpool, I'm going to go cinny dipping in the sea tomorrow night.
2 more. Before this live's out, 2 more.
If not, I'm going cinny dipping tomorrow night, Dino.
All right. Too much information.
Incentives not to give you those 2 subs, is that
it? Right, I'm taking my first little minute. Shut up, Biker. Because it's been an hour and 10. Okay.
I haven't said a word, mate. I'll wait till you go.
No, it's all right. We've been on for that long on lives. The telepathy is just immense, guys.
I'll wait till you go.
I'll leave you with these 3 gentlemen. I'll see you in a sec.
I'm off anyway, Dino.
Right, see you later, Ben. Right,
you pop on back whenever you want, mate.
I'm off to bed, so I've got to be up at just gone 7 in the morning.
Right, go to bed then. See you later, mate.
Bye.
Have a good rest. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Enjoy your
Cheers, Ben.
Dino.
Yeah.
Quick, hurry up, you fucking dribbling. Move.
Are you watching me or something?
Yeah. Fucking pissy ass when he talked about me.
The Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 Code and Practices: A, stop and search, and B, search and seizure, defines certain circumstances when a police officer should provide their name and address, or the police station. Yeah, it's only circumstances, though, isn't it?
That would be applicable after or during an arrest.
Yeah. But see, over here in New Zealand, they have the Section 23 of our New Zealand Bill of Rights. It states that it's the same rules whether you're arrested or detained. It's doesn't matter. So even if you're not arrested, if you're stopped along the side of the road in a car, that might be different under the Land Transport Act. But if you're just walking along the street and you're stopped, you don't have to give the name, and they don't either. It's only if but you're being detained, which means that you are supposed to be cautioned, that you don't have the right, that you have the right to shut the fuck up and not speak to them. I mean, any lawyer in his salt will say, well, what was the first problem? You spoke to the police officer.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
What else do you need to hear?
That's the sort of grey area that I'm trying to get my head around. Looking at this, you know, the code of ethics and everything else, I can't see in there where it says that they must.
Yeah. And it's stupid that you have to go looking in their internal code of ethics.
Yeah.
It should be in law. But no, it's just like any company. They'll have their own rules, procedures, and policies to go by.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There may be people out there. There may be people out there that have got, you know, better information that I'm looking at, but the information that I received based on that request is what they sent back. Now, whether that's the information they want me to see is another thing, which obviously we all know what that's about. But I can't find anything else regarding that says that they must, and that is a big word, is must.
Must or shall. Yeah.
Yes, I can't find that where it says that they have to do that.
So much for them instilling trust and confidence in the general public, huh?
Exactly.
That's what it all boils down to. It's their favourite phrase: trust and confidence.
Exactly.
Because they know if they don't have the public's trust and confidence, they're fucked. It's they just have more lemmings on their side than they do on the free side, I suppose.
I think the police force is worldwide a fuck, to be quite honest. But more so within like the sort of Commonwealth areas, it all seems to be going down like the same area, the same avenue.
Yeah, I mean, Australia only took 150 years to be from a prison colony back to a prison colony. I mean, good job for them. It didn't take them long.
Yeah, they learned well, didn't they?
Yeah, I think with New Zealand, they like to use us sort of as a guinea pig country. It's only 3 or 4 million people to control. Should be easy to try their little tests out, you know. But I think with Australia, it's full of Aussie convicts. You know, they won't take shit. So I think it's going to blow up a lot more in Aussie than it will over here in New Zealand. New Zealand, they're all too passive. They all love old tooth teeth Jacinda too fucking much.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, I went to Countdown New Lynn last week to see if there were any killer prices, and there weren't. You know, some guy gone and slashed a few people around the throat there. No killer prices. Serves Countdown right for slashing them. You know, slashing the prices left, right, and centre. But yeah, it's you know, there's a lot about that terrorist attack that New Zealand's now joined the rest of the world with. You know, that guy had been watched for 7-8 years by the Prime Minister. She knew about him before all of that shit happened, and they were 2 months following him. He wasn't allowed to wipe his ass without them knowing about it.
Is that the guy that shot up the mosques?
No, not Brendan Tarrant. He's the guy who did the March 15 attacks at the mosques. No, right. I'm talking about last week on the on the 2nd or 3rd of September. There was a our Prime Minister would like to say it's not religious, although he was yelling out Allahu Akbar the whole time he was slashing people's throats. But this guy went into a supermarket and attacked people with a knife. And he got shot dead with 9 bullets centre mass in his chest by the cops that came in about 2.5 minutes after he started killing people. And they had been surveilling and watching him for 2 months solid. 30 police officers had been watching that one guy before he managed to go into a supermarket and fucking slash a few people up. Nobody died, but it's enough to get the public into that fear state. I'll do something about the terrorists shit. You know, look at our all God savior Prime Minister. Oh, mum, what are we going to do? Because that's the way they all act in New Zealand. They're all scared of their own fucking shadow and look at their boss as to what to do next. So, you know, people have lost their own self-governance in New Zealand. It's really quite sad. You know, Muppets with them fucking nappies on. And I wear it just to shut the wife up. But I think
we've got a similar situation in this country, mate.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. It's, you know, it's pretty much mirrored from your country to ours, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
And
we have a
as
law
Australia
called
as well.
and we have a law called the Imperial Laws Act, which means we don't have to listen to a fuck about anything to do with the Westminster laws. You'd think we all stick to the same legislation, but no. We're solely monetary sort of things. It's all maritime law over here. There's no common law. I've got a cop on a New Zealand police prosecutor telling me there's no such thing as common law in New Zealand.
Mark,
Yeah.
you've
Yeah,
just
sorry,
mentioned maritime. No, you've just mentioned maritime law, right?
Yeah.
I'd love to bring that up a little bit later on with you, possibly when Fluke comes on as well, because I think more people should be aware about the maritime law. I don't know much about it, but I know it's a great ruler of things.
Well, I mean, you look at roads, they have embankments. It's why you have islands in the middles of roads. An island is just something to let the current flow, like a river. It's all slipstream Roman maritime law.
There's your introduction to it. And right, we'll get into that in a bit, Mark.
Right,
nice one.
Just a quick one, Dino. Maritime law, right? The job that I used to do, I used to do a lot of things related to the maritime, and the maritime law and legislations are so outdated. It is untrue, mate. They are far outdated. They must be 100-year outdated, minimum. And the legislation within maritime law, I would say that probably goes back maybe 60, 70 years. That's how far outdated it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Really interesting, guys. How long are you on for, Biker?
Right, I can't go into what I know because it's going to compromise me in a way, mate.
Enough said. Well, I mean, sometimes you do carry on listening. I know you've got stuff going on, but
yeah, I can listen. But fucking hell.
And I know what you like. You'll be writing stuff down and going da 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 in between your busy life, and then next time, brilliant.
Right,
we can talk about
If anybody wants to pull up the link for them, it is the International Maritime Organization, IMO.
There you go.
Have a look through. Have a look through that, and there's lots of different things in there that you might find interesting. That's all I can say on the subject.
Interesting subject, maritime law.
No. IMO, International Maritime Organization.
Right. Okay.
Have a look at that, and there will be links in there that will take you to regulations, legislation, laws, etc. It's a long read, but they are so basic and out of date, it's untrue.
Sounds really interesting. It does. Steve-O.
Oh, Steve-O. Over there, mate.
Hello, boys.
Hello,
How you
mate.
doing, mate?
You showing your ugly mug tonight?
Pardon?
You showing your face, mate? No, you best not. Don't do it.
You shouldn't have said that.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here it comes. Steve-O's face. Don't put the wig on. I knew it. Fuck it. I absolutely knew it. Michael, that's half your fault, even though he'd have done it anyway.
Regain works. There you go.
Anyone's car is broken yet?
Mate, how much did that cost you? That transplant?
Same. I went to the same guy in Switzerland. Sorry, Eddie. Continue. I interrupted you. Sorry, mate.
No, you didn't, mate. You didn't interrupt me at all.
We were just asking how much it cost for the implant to get such a wonderful head of hair on your head there, Steve-O.
I went to Switzerland. I went to the same Oh, sorry, Eddie. I went to Switzerland. Not happy about that bit there.
I thought they were all blonde in
I
Switzerland.
went to Switzerland, the same place Wayne Rooney went to. He paid 30 grand, right? I paid, well, it was £2, but they had a half price sale on. It's for, isn't it?
It is, man. I'm surprised I didn't give you a fucking free cut and blow job with that blow dry.
Yeah.
I'm a natural blackhead.
Freudian slip.
So, once you get,
Do you know, you look like a mature Liam Gallagher.
Yeah.
I said that. In fact, no, he looks younger than Liam Gallagher, I would say.
Yeah.
In that wig.
I would say I would say Ringo Starr. Would you not?
Okay, he didn't put his shades on. When he put his shades on Wednesday, that were even funnier. He's back. Hang on. Have I mentioned it too soon? It's going. Let me just bring him on quick while he's doing this. He's taking the piss out of me. I don't do it like that.
Steve-O, have you got some black sunglasses?
I don't know what side to call.
Have you put some black sunglasses on, mate? This is going to be an Elvis.
Oh no! Here we go.
Go on, mate. Put them on.
Wait for the sideburns.
Go on. Put your glasses on,
Wait
mate.
for you to do an Elvis
These
impersonation.
are now. Hold on a second. Don't fucking tell me what to do, lad. Where's the fucking police?
Hey, that looks like the lead singer of Kiss. That Kiss guy for a long time.
Yeah, mate. That is a good look.
Gene Simmons. There you go.
That's a few names what's flown out now, guys. Come on, put these names in the chat. We've had Liam Gallagher, Gene Simmons. There's a bit of a darker John Lennon in there as well, I think.
Could be the first Paul McCartney before they swapped him over.
And don't forget, all the ladies out there who might be watching, that I'm a multi-hundredaire.
Right, you know something, right? I'm going to say one word or two words here, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Alice Cooper.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get no more Mr. Nice Guy in a minute. No more Mr. Nice Guy coming. Here we go.
That guy.
Mate, you are a ringer for Alice Cooper with that on, mate. Honest to
There's
God.
a bit of Tony Iommi in there as well.
Yeah, just need the eye liner to come down the sides. And
no, Steve, I'm going with Alice Cooper, mate. You could be my Alice from now on, mate.
Not right.
Gypsy's put Ozzy Osbourne.
No.
The only similarity between
Gypsy, no.
Alice Cooper is the little brown tanned bit around our arseholes. I don't know.
I hadn't looked at his to tell.
Actually, you've not looked at Steve's either, have you?
Well, Alice has. God bless her.
Yeah, nobody look into that. Yeah.
I feel so good. You know how many years it is since I've fucking done this? Will I have a centre part?
Oh my God, Roy Orbison, there's loads coming in. Ozzy Osbourne's wife, Spikey. Oh God.
Sharon Osbourne.
1990s.
No. Steve, no, mate, you're gonna be my Alice, mate. You're not gonna be a Sharon, you're gonna be an Alice.
Steve
I
will
can't
sing
see
for
the
Steve
chat.
can't sing. I've heard him try and sing, and every single cat what lives around me, they're all dead now. So the birds and everything, they've all gone.
Lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed. There you go, children.
Mate,
World famous international superstar singing for free.
mate, you've just knocked that Led Zepp out of the fucking roof, mate. Brilliant.
Yeah, Robert's upset with you. He's going to come after copyright.
Well, you won't get
That is
copyright
class.
because it sounded nothing like him.
Class. Anne-Marie, how are you doing? Do you see what you just walked into? Oh, guys, honestly, Steve-O is a legend. If some of you, for some strange reason, who's not subbed to him, please just check his channel out, guys. And I've met Steve-O.
Steve-O,
That's all I'm
thanks.
going to say. I've met him.
Steve-O, thanks for your messages earlier, mate.
Yeah, don't say nothing, Dino. Eddie, sorry, don't say nothing because I want to keep that for a video.
No, I'm saying nothing. I'm just saying thank you for your
Fucking
messages.
mint,
Appreciate
it's
them.
absolutely mint, isn't it? It's mint. Eddie,
God, mate.
picking this off on too fucking hot. Eddie, it's a bucket list. It's something I've ticked off my bucket list, mate.
Right, so have you actually done it?
Yeah, it's all,
Yeah?
it's all
Excellent.
signed and sealed. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I'm going on the 28th to for the I'm not going to say what the word is called because everyone will know what it is, but I'm going to collect it on the 28th. Big, beautiful, shiny red Ferrari.
Right, shush. You're saying too much. You just told me to shut up.
All right, it's an orange. It's a 1970s orange Skoda. Remember them?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Right, you see that one there, Elizabeth Clayton?
Yeah.
In the chat.
Yeah.
She just called me Kojak.
I know. Somebody else has just called you. Somebody's called you right, said Fred.
I've got 10 fingers. That guy only had 9.5.
See what he started, Steve-O. See what he started. He loved. Do you know what? Oh, honestly, I just love Steve-O, guys. Love him because I know he's a great guy.
I felt it that night when you came. When I slept in yours, I felt you loved me. I felt every inch of you, bunny lad.
I've had my wall signed from Steve-O and Plod. They've signed my wall when they left.
Did you hear that, everyone? Did you hear that,
He's
everyone?
back at home now.
He's got the same couch. Had his balls signed by Natural and Plod.
I'll take a photo of it and I'll post it on my community. And I swear to God, that was these two guys. I give them a mark. No, it was their idea because of that room, yeah. And there's loads of scribbles in that room for other reasons. And they said, let's sign you all, Dino. And Steve-O put NBCK, big love, and Plod put the same thing. But when you see Steve-O's writing, he puts Dino and the O's go on and on and on. And then the wall bit goes round the corner. And he's carried on doing that. I'll put it on my community post. Okay, he's a crazy, crazy man. Okay, with the biggest air to goal. You wouldn't mess with him, by the way. And he's doing a great cause, exposing pieces of shit. And more, guys, air to gold. I could go on about Steve-O. But the bottom line is he is just a good guy. Short and sweet.
Okay.
I love the fact that a lot of
You
police
deserve to
don't
be
know
bigged
how
up, mate. You deserve to be bigged
That's
up.
fine, Dino, but that's enough of that, mate.
A lot
Right.
of police don't seem
He's
to know
also
how to
very
handle
modest.
Steve-O. You notice that? A lot of police don't know how to handle Steve-O because he's just so, I'm right here in your face. What are you going to fucking do?
It's, when you hear those two words, no fear, that's another thing.
Yeah,
What I
Steve
put to Steve-O. Yeah.
Steve-O
No
in 3
fear,
words.
guys.
Steve-O in 3
But please
words.
stop.
No fucks
Please
given.
stop. Please stop. Go for
Yeah.
everything else.
Right, I need a piss. I'll be back in a minute.
No, that's much better.
You lasted longer than me, mate. Guys, News No Yorkshire's in the chat. News No Yorkshire, massive respect, mate. Massive shout out as always for you, pal. Your work is just relentless.
Royalty.
Well done, mate. I believe you bossed that last situation. Where was it? I forgot. I've not had much chance to catch up with shit, but I did see that.
Royalty in
That bit. Nice one, mate. Massive contributor to the auditing world. Yeah, well, that's what he does. He just goes like that. I've embarrassed him by telling the truth about him. There's News No Yorkshire's channel link, guys. Okay, Leah, as always, the hardest working mod in the world, as far as I know. You'll keep seeing these links going up tonight. Okay. According to normal, the chat is down by quite a few, but there's quite a few other people gone live at the same time, things like that. Guys, jump over to, I think BuzzTex has gone live. I'm not sure if Gypsy's still live. Whoever's live, guys, just please yourself and don't feel that I feel anything bad about that. Just carry on as normal. Fluke's coming on later on. Won't be too long. Plod will be coming on as well. And I'm looking forward to Carl Foster as well, who was on mine and Plod's on Wednesday. Really interesting guy. He's already helped Ben out just by talking to him. And he's going to get into a subject about binaural, this music meditation type stuff, like a newish type of project what's taking off because it is helping people. So he wants to explain about that as well. And he's a really nice guy, is Carl. So he'll be coming on as well. So, like I said before, it'd be a cracking night, guys. And obviously, Mark, and we're going to talk about stuff further than what we've just mentioned and shit like that. So, should be all right tonight.
I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, it's cool, mate. Love having you on, mate. Rob, Janet Street. Are you still going on about Steve Ozer? Because it's gone from pop star to frigging Janet Porter to what else has it been?
Right, said Fred.
Right, said Fred. Spikey put a good one in. Just brilliant guys, brilliant banter, superb.
Lead singer of Midnight Oil in front of us.
Thanks for your respect, guys. Binaural beats, Alison. Thanks for correcting me there. No, Alison's part of that project, and the reason I've modded, I've seen Alison twice. That was last Wednesday on the live, I mean, not in real life. And it's Carl's partner, and she does a lot of work as well. So I've modded her up because she has a lot of links that she can post in the chat about that project, which is important from my point of view. What her? Spikey. Oh, yeah. He doesn't have hair, Steve-O. No, he doesn't need it.
That we can see.
I'm not picking Leah. I will not. I know how close you're right. I'm not going to go into that, but I won't pick. I never pick on Steve-O.
Put Leah's one on
I never.
you rascal.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Just put it in block capitals as well.
There you go. God bless my Leah. My Leah. Someone said to me today, share your Leah. I'm not going to share her, right? So there you go. Clear off.
There's no point battling. We do battle over Leah. That's how much she means to us. But do you know what? Steve-O is way in front of me and Plod. Yeah. No, it's a good
I'm
family.
still married to Leah. I win. My wife's Leah. Sorry.
Leah the legend dress. Yeah. Super. Partner to Curl, keyboard player for Positive Audio. Right, Alison, thanks for that. I can't wait to hear more about what you do, honestly, you and Curl. And thanks for sticking in from minute one. Anne-Marie, I might have missed you, but good evening. And thanks for coming. I'm just checking you're still modded. Yeah.
And Claire's lovely as well. Claire's my favourite typer.
Where's Claire in my chat? I just want to make sure she's modded. Oh, she isn't. Right, okay. Right.
She's my favourite typer, ask her.
Why is News Now not modded as well? Right.
Because she ain't fucking done it, you doesn't get.
Right, I'm back to normal. Yeah, loads of shit's been going on. Right, cheers, guys. Abdul Ghani, how do? I love your name, Abdul Ghani, and then you go, how do people? How do, mate? How you doing? Ben and Steph.
Abdul's got to be from Yorkshire, mate.
I was thinking that. How do, mate?
Hello.
Hey up, Steph, how you doing, fella?
Good.
Yeah, what's on your head tonight?
A hat.
Well, fucking no. I saw that straight away, it's a hat.
Eddie.
Yeah.
That's a lady.
That's a what?
A lady.
A lady?
Yes.
Morning, Steve.
Female, you know.
I
Someone
know what a
with an
lady.
inverted willy. Not a fella with a willy that hangs out.
Yeah, I know what a lady is. I know what a female is, mate. Yeah, I'm sort of quite educated in that respect.
Well, yeah, because
Be
you're
like
a
Buzzty, you can just go, I'm not sure what it is, so I'm just going to call it a human. Like, that was funny as shit. Did you see that one?
Steph, what are you playing at this week?
Nothing.
Where's your tinfoil hat gone? What is it this week?
He sold out of all of his tinfoil hats this week.
50 quid each. What was
it?
What's that about?
Focus the shit.
Hang on.
Is it one of those
Let me
creatures
just try it
that looks
on.
like a gnome or something you get to paint afterwards?
No, it's a Skylander.
Keep it there,
That's
Steph.
something you
Keep
printed
it
that
there.
out on the 3D printer, did you, Bonnie?
It's a Skylander from a video game I used to be obsessed with ages ago. But this is a special edition one, so it glows in the dark.
Oh, that's why it's white.
Oh,
It's fluoro.
A luminous one. So what's the Steph? What's the hat all about?
It's just a hat.
Yeah, no, but what is it? What
Is
It's
it
the cat
raining?
dog.
is it
It's
like?
from this show, Adventure Time, and it's one of their main characters, Jake.
Yes.
That's who it is.
My kids love it.
I'm glad I've been educated there.
In case you haven't noticed, he said he's got a dry sense of humour. I love that one, News Now. That is just class.
No.
I think you've got that the other way around, actually, mate.
No, yeah,
That is definitely, you've got it wrong.
No, yeah, he's got it absolutely.
It's MBCK who's the chairman, and
No.
Biker's definitely still got a moped, but he is working on it, guys.
I
He's
haven't
definitely
got a
working on
moped.
getting up to a 50cc.
No, I haven't got a moped.
Under 50, guys.
Oh God. I'm not going into moped shit again. No.
Carlos, good night, mate. You're up at 4:30 tomorrow. Mate, I've done all that, not anymore.
Mate, I'm up at that time every night, mate. I need a piss. It happens all the time.
There you go.
That's red wine for you, Eddie.
You want to?
That's red wine for you.
Oh, mate, it don't matter, red wine or not. I'm up at 2:30, 3:30, 4:30 every fucking hour, mate.
I know, it's a nightmare when you get older.
Yeah. I can honestly say I sleep like a baby. I'm fucking pissing shit myself all night.
Is that why you got commode, Eddie?
10 points. Brilliant.
Just honestly, mate, it's class. Every time with these guys, it's absolute class.
It's much better when you've got a few quid because you don't need to get up. You can just piss the mattress and then fucking order one online.
Well, that's it, mate.
Yeah.
It's a bastard in the morning when you get out of bed and it fucking drops out legs in your pyjamas. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That why you got commode, ain't it, Eddie, really?
Yeah, that's why, mate.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely brilliant.
All right, Nacho.
Hello, Ben, my son. I've got your camera here.
Thank you, buddy.
You're very welcome, Bonnie lad. I just need you to put a pledge out. Get Dino to put the link up where people can donate 99p so that I'm not paying for every fucking penny of it like normal.
Don't know what you're on about. Can't hear you.
Dino, there's 60 people watching here now, right? And there's a guy who wants 50 pence off everyone, right? Someone, please give Ben 50 pence. 50 pence. What's that? A tab? Half a tab? What is it? A freaking tiny little bit of a beer?
New Zealand money.
There's 62 in now. So if you half that, that is 31. So £3.10 if everyone
What
puts
coins are
10 bob
those?
in.
Oh, it's not.
I don't
It's
have pounds. Sorry, I've only got dollars.
Put a half a dollar in. Someone just put Eddie, Dino,
50
sorry,
cents.
mate, put the link up for the PayPal thing to donate for Ben's camera. Otherwise,
yeah.
he's going to get locked up for the rest of his life and no one will be able to help him.
Oh, there is.
There you go.
Leah,
I'm
you are
speechless
a
when Leah
machine.
does that, mate.
Everyone,
Isn't
pay
Leah a
25
machine?
pence or
She's
50
brilliant.
pence
I'm
or
Mark,
99
every
pence.
time I'm speechless. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, she's good, isn't she?
There it is, guys. Make sure you put Ben on it. Yeah. You've got less than 20p in the bank. You've got more than me, mate. Ugandan dollars. Is that where it's like about you get $5 million and it's the equivalent to a quid or something?
Yeah, probably. It's like that in Nigeria, I think.
20 pence, yeah, only 20 pence even. 20 pence to help a poor fella. Come on, man. Fuck's sake.
What about Leah?
Well, I sent that
I'm not in trouble on that.
I sent that Uganda my email address and bank details. I'm just waiting for fucking transfer. Lousy twat, I haven't done it yet.
Breaking up, I must be me.
What's that, Steve?
These are Peter Rabbit.
Steph's,
Peter Rabbit 50p coins because I got them from
Peter Rabbit.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
Hey, Steph, do you know what the actual? Do you know what they call?
Ben.
Ben, do you know? Steph, do you know what they call them in Yorkshire?
No.
10 bob bits. 10 bob bits. That's what. I do. No, I don't. Sorry. 10 bob bits.
Let me stick that on solo. Just give us a sec. Keep it there, Steph. Keep it there for a sec.
His camera's not focused right good, mate.
Yeah. If you bring it back a bit, just bring it back towards you.
It's not a his, Eddie. It's a her. Eddie. It's not a his. It's a her.
Right, that's a bit better. Just twist it slightly to either side, and then the other. That's not too bad.
Cool.
Yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, I can see the image in that.
Is it 9-sided?
Collector's items,
Change it to
right?
bed.
Is that
Change it to
9-sided or
bed.
7-sided, Steph?
What do you
I
mean,
think
the
it
coin?
could be 7, Mark, I
Yeah.
think.
It's
I think it's
7-sided.
7-sided, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7-sided. I've got a few of them. Every now and then you get a few sort of distributed. There's all sorts on them.
Yeah, anybody ever find that the truth is like a coin? There's usually two sides to every story, and the truth's the fucking edge around the middle.
Yep.
I'm one away, Dino, now from 30, mate.
One away from
£30,
30, yeah.
Right, Alligator
Ben,
Software. I can categorically say that comment is untrue. Put it up, Dino. You see it?
What, the latest one?
Yeah. That is so untrue. A Yorkshire man will give his fucking shirt off his back to help you out. I'll tell you now.
Even I can vouch for that. I'm from the other side of the Pennines, which is far better than this side. But
Well, let's
we are similar, though, aren't we, Mike? Let's be honest. Lancashire and Yorkshire. It's the banter and things like that, the rugby, and we've seen it. I mean, the football and
yeah. Let's just disagree to agree.
see what I mean. This is how awkward they are, Yorkshire people, and I'm like, yeah, we're quite similar, aren't we? Yeah, we have the banter, and he's going, nah, not really.
No, we
They're
don't
more
banter.
awkward.
Yeah, but we've got.
You can't beat the northeastern guys, I think, for humour and strength and shit.
We've got the better half of the Pennines, mate. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, you keep saying that, but
no, we have.
You're wrong.
No, we have.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, though, mate.
No, we have.
You can argue all day, but
Natural.
Yes, sir.
Shall I go shinny dipping in Blackpool over the weekend?
If you do, I'll unsubscribe. I don't want to see that image on my phone, Bonnie lad. And remember,
I just wanted to see what the old bill would do to me.
When the water's cold and you'll be running out on camera, you'll be hung like a hamster. See that?
I wonder what the old bill would do to me, though. Natural.
Nothing. It's not against the law, Bonnie lad. It's actually preferred that you go for a swim with nothing on rather than your clothes, because you'll drown if you go for a swim with your clothes on. And it makes it more streamlined. Just tell me you're going for the world record. Just say you're trying to swim to France or some fucking shite.
If they want me to do it, press 1 in the chat, everyone.
No.
Go on, Ben. You take this one over, mate.
Go, press 1 in the chat if you want me to go shinny dipping in Blackpool.
Yeah, but how would we know you've done it?
Oh, I'll get my mate to record it.
You're going to get one of their grannies to film it, aren't you?
Yeah, too, right?
It'll be on the news.
So, there's going to be a beach full of there's going to be a beach full of fucking grannies filming him going skinny dipping. You can see it, can't you? You'll make their day, mate. If not else, go for it.
No, he won't make their day, Eddie. If it was me, I would have made their day. They're going to think, oh, there's another little wrinkle on the beach.
Do you remember before when I said Steve always quite a modest guy? Scrap that now. What was that? Yorkshire and Lancashire. Yeah, there's always been rivalry. Yeah. NBC, your head looks better, thank goodness. Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean, Michael, about that. When you get the camera, blah, 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 blah. Right. No, I'll leave you to it for a minute, guys.
You're for another piss?
No.
All right.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to say.
Yeah, problem.
I've just pissed like a Shire horse, mate, so don't worry.
You know those tenor pads, yeah? I saw them in a store the other day.
Yeah, I told you they were real. You didn't believe me, did you?
No.
There you go, mate.
Well, I've never seen them before until like a couple of days ago. So
yeah. And you saw them and thought of me.
I was at work. I saw them when I was cleaning the shelf, and they were next to the women's products.
Yeah, you saw them and you thought of me, didn't you?
Yeah.
There you go, mate. In your memory forever. I'm a fucking tanner pad.
You won't. It won't be too long before you need them, Bonnie girl.
Hopefully not.
Well, a triple custard on the Marks and Sparks whites first, and then the tenner ladies come afterwards.
Nacho, I'm going to be naughty on the coach tomorrow.
You're going to be naughty.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a fucking
Then
skinny
please
dipping
don't
on
be
coach.
naughty.
I'm going to make, in the morning before I leave the from it in, I got a bottle of whiskey. I got loads of empty Coke bottles, and I'm going to fill it up with whiskey and Coke to drink on the way to Blackpool.
Well, that's not naughty. That's perfectly legal. But don't be starting any fights or kicking off or causing any bother or anything like that. Just have an enjoyable day.
It's illegal to have alcohol on the coach.
Of course it is, Bonnie lad. Are you 18? Are you over 18, Ben?
Yeah.
There you go then. There's no law against you drinking, is there?
On the coach, you're allowed no alcohol, Natural.
You're not driving the coach, are you?
No.
Well, there you go then. You paid to travel on this thing, didn't you?
Yeah, but in the letters it say it's against the law to have alcohol on the coach.
No, that's bollocks. It's not against the law.
Is it actually printed on the bus? You know, like how they have little signs up for no eating or drinking on the bus.
It got no alcohol on it. I think
doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference, Bonnie lad. Doesn't make any difference.
I think I need it with all the old Brunny to get through the journey with them all.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about the old grannies, Ben. Imagine the alternative to being an old granny. What is the alternative?
An old granddad.
Well, no, you die young. So it's much better being an old granny than not, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only option, the only other alternative to getting old is to not.
To not get old.
Yeah, I'm 59 now, and I'm enjoying being 59. You know, I've done my life in. I've got a few years left, and fuck 'em. You try and do that as well, Ben. Don't be trying to burn yourself out like a firework, mate.
That's good words, is that, Steve? I like that. I like that.
It's true, though, mate.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Why burn yourself out young when you can still live a bit longer? Yeah, I like that.
Well, no one knows exactly how long they're going to live, but I've ended myself up in a situation where, no, I don't give a toss anymore. I'm 59. Don't fucking tell me what to do. I'll do what I fucking like. I've worked hard all my life. I've got the dollar now. You know what I mean? Fuck off.
Yep. That's it. I'm exactly the same, mate.
Before you're born, there was billions of years went by. After you're born, there'll be another billions of years go by. And we're here for a blink of an eye in the middle of it. Right? There you go. You live that how you want.
Yep. But
my advice would be, though, one day as a tiger a life of one day as a tiger is much better than to live 100 years as a sheep.
That should be all your bit.
Eddie, I've got a question to ask you now.
Well, right, it best be a clean one and a good one.
It is.
Go on then.
Am I naughty going down to reception every day asking for more coffee, more tea, more milk, and more toilet wine and put in my bag to take home with me?
Are you naughty?
Yes.
Yeah. How much toilet roll do you need, mate?
I asked for 1 or 2 a day to take home with me.
Right, there. Toilet roll. Right. What you need to do, mate, is work out how much you use in that one day and then multiply it by 2 and go asking for that and just say, look, you've got a bit of a medical issue and can I have X amount delivered to my room? They'll bring them up and just put them in your bag, mate.
Let's get adult diapers or a bidet.
Steph, come on, what are they called? They're
Adult
not
diapers.
No, they're not called that. What are they called? Come on.
They're called
It's not a tenner pad.
Mate, you can get tenner pads that collect shit as well.
Well, I haven't seen them ones yet.
And yeah, have a look, mate. Have a look, mate. They're there.
No, I just think it funny taking loads of toilet rolls home with me, Dino. And loads of
If you do that on the bus, yeah, you'll get someone asking you if you're going to go take a wank in the woods if you have loads of toilet paper on you.
Don't worry, I hide it in my suitcase.
Steph, where the fucking hell did that come from?
It will. Someone will do it. Won't you?
Oh.
If you go on a public bus with a bunch of toilet roll, yeah, someone will ask you, depending on where you are, where are you going out to wank in the woods somewhere? That's what they say.
Oh God.
Oh.
That's what they say where I'm from. That's what they'll tell you.
It's not far off from what they say from where I'm from. And yeah, Ben, you know what we're talking about there, don't you?
Yeah.
That's very true. No, that's very strange.
Steph, I thought I were at a low level, but mate, you've just fucking topped that.
Yeah, some of you might think that's out of character for Steph, but I suppose it is. But do you know what? It's still no surprise.
No. It's not like that where I'm from either, Steph. We just use our socks.
Don't eat as much as you want, need as many. Don't what? Right, Simon. Okay. Don't eat as much as you won't need as many shits. Okay. John, I suppose we are. Yeah. Lost for words. Michael, right. Toilet rolls and stuff like that. Shall we move on?
I think we ought to, mate. It's got to be. Yeah.
I've noticed Mark jumped off. Did he say anything before he went, or is he coming back on there? No worries.
I just want to say one thing. I mean, I forgot all about this, and I do apologise. We've got Alison and Carl somewhere in the background listening to all this. I hope to Christ we haven't offended them.
Yeah. Carl, I'm glad I spoke to you earlier, mate, because I did warn you. The first couple of hours I warned you about it. And we had a good crack about it as well. Right. So this is it. This is what it's about. You know what I mean? It's been superb, actually.
Anyone, did I?
You, Steve, you never offend, mate.
You offend? Absolutely not.
I don't mean to offend anyone. No, that's not my intention at all.
No, tonight, mate, you've been on your best behaviour.
And he's also been himself very much so, like he always is. You will get it, guys, for those of you who don't get it already, about Steve-O. You will get him eventually. So fuck what anyone else says. Promise you now, right? I've met the guy. Solid for over 70, 80 hours non-stop. That includes us hardly sleeping whilst we were together and shit. So no one will ever turn around and say a bad word about him to me, and I don't give a fuck who they are. So that's that. Offences taken, not given. I'm not sure if I agree with that, Simon. In fact, at all. I think offence is more given, and it's taken back less, if that makes sense. I don't agree with that. Offence is taken and not given.
Sticks and stones, Dino.
I think what he means there is you could take offence to things or anybody. whatever they say, but you don't have to give offence.
Right, I took it literally. Sorry, guys. Sometimes that's the way I think. It's like sometimes it's a big fault of mine, literal, and I apologise.
That's why I'm here, mate, just to fucking correct you.
Yeah, I know that, mate. Like I keep saying, it's like I keep asking Eddie, can you stay on for eight hours, please?
And it's a bollocks from me.
And I do get a bollocking, you know. But I'd love him to stay, and everyone else would as well. But Eddie's got massive commitments, like we all have. But in some people's cases, they're different. James, sorry, I've not said hello to you. Sorry, mate.
Dino, I got a good deal anyway. I managed to get a free upgrade in my room.
Okay. What's that on?
Well, when I'm in Blackpool, I managed to get a see-through room free of charge.
A see-through room.
See-through.
Sea-view.
Oh,
Yeah.
see-view.
Oh, right. One of the best rooms in the house then. How have you managed to get that for free?
He just kicked Granny out at one next door and fucking moved there into his house.
No. Being because I got another 2 booked for this year and 10 booked
You
for
bought
next
the ferry ticket. Did you buy a ferry ticket, Ben?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, how did you get a room with a sea view?
I'm off to Blackpool.
Are you going to go swimming in the ocean?
Oh, right, yes, you said earlier. Apologies, mate. Apologies.
Steph is off. It's off skinny dipping tomorrow morning without grannies.
Oh.
Tomorrow night.
Well, I hope that
Well,
you know, in Blackpool there's plenty of cod and sea bass. So I hope they don't take his willy as a little shrimp and just bite it off him.
well, if they don't, I think the grannies that's watching him might sort of help him out.
Put it like this, they'll love it. Wow, hand.
You're taking all this information in, Ben, about the granny bashing. Mate, you go for it. Just whatever makes you happy, mate. Steve-O said it before. You just, keep your control and stuff like that and enjoy yourself and forget about the world while you're out there and just explore, mate. And enjoy it. Don't let anything bother you, because I think while you're on holiday, and I think you might have waited a long time, you've been through that much crap, just use it as a massive space for yourself, as call it freedom if you want, or whatever. Do what you want to do, but self-control, right, Ben?
Yeah.
Nice one, mate.
Good advice.
I can't wait to hear every single story you'll have to tell about it as well. And you'll have all the time in the world to tell us every detail. Maybe not over one live, but you know what I mean?
I'm going to wind all the old grannies up when they're playing bingo every night.
Right, I suppose that'll be the first thing you bring up, but then again, you never know what happens before you start granny bashing.
Guess what I'm going to say when they call 69? Yes, please, you won't give me one.
But did you say 59?
No, it's 69.
I was going to say, because do not offend Steve-O. Steve-O's 59, and he's nowhere near a granddad.
I said 69.
Hey, hold on, Dino. I am a granddad.
What's that?
Yesterday, I'm going to be a granddad again.
Really?
Yesterday or the day before, yeah.
Come on, tell us about it, because I've got 2 grandchildren, and it's a massive feeling.
Well, I've got a beautiful granddaughter. She's Lola Grace. She's absolutely mint. There's a little video on my channel about her. And then my lad's been staying with me for a couple of days for one reason or another. And he said, I need to go back to Beth's house because I've accidentally locked her in. And I said, what do you mean, son, you've locked her in? She can't get out of the house. And he says, she's got to jump over the back wall with the Ben and the pushchair. And obviously, she's pregnant. And I thought, what? And I thought, oh, well, that's a nice way of telling me, son. So I rang his mom. And she said, when did he tell you? And I said, just today. So there you go. Well, yesterday that was. So I'm going to have I'm going to be a double granddad.
I'm a quadruple granddad.
Well, you're a bit old.
Right, okay. Lots of granddads in here tonight, guys. Mark, I won't even ask you, mate. You're not old enough, surely.
No,
He's a fucking great granddad. That fella, look at
No.
him.
my daughter's only my oldest kid. My daughter's 19, bro, and no, she has no kids. She knows
You
I'm
had
too young to
children
be a
late,
grandfather
then.
yet.
You obviously a sugar daddy and you had your children late because you look about, 60-ish.
Thanks,
70.
thanks. I'd like to say I'm only 49, but cool.
49.
Just used to him. In fact, I'm sure you are by now.
You must have had a hard paper round, Bonnie lad.
No.
Yeah, I did the milk round and the paper round when I was 14 onward.
I'm just
Imagine a paper round in New Zealand, though, if you're not in the city.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in Timaru when I was doing that stuff. I just cycle practically all around the ports of Timaru and deliver the press when I was 14. It was a 2-hour job before school in the mornings.
Wow.
So, and then I had a 3-hour milk round after school. I had
You
to
must be a
earn
millionaire.
my computer. I had to earn my Commodore 64.
You know when you delivered milk to police, did you piss in bottles before you delivered them?
No, I didn't do the police milk round.
Oh.
We did get a free Pinto every night, but yeah, there was a couple little fuckwits that used to do that sort of thing, though. They used to deliver the milk and then drink it because they were thirsty. That was another lifetime ago, bro.
I knew guys who
Yeah,
used to
great
work
news,
in the Screws canteen in Winston Green in the early 90s, and you wouldn't believe what was fucking added to their sandwiches. I'll tell you that for now.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you can imagine, all right. Extra cheese, extra flavour everywhere. And the coppers
Bit of extra vitamins and minerals.
Yeah.
SG, how you doing? Steph, you've changed your frigging hat again. Oh, you've gone off. Right.
I'm hoping the hotel is decent. Is it only a 3-star jobby? You know.
If it's comfortable, you've got a bed, a bath, a sink, whatever, a front door to get out of, and you're going to spend very little time in there compared to your exploration around Blackpool.
You're already
And
sleeping.
Southport you're going as well, aren't you?
I usually like a 4-star hotel.
Check you out. Mate, you're only sleeping in it.
Yeah, but you never know.
matter.
You get lost in.
It doesn't matter how many of those pretty little stars you put across your doorway. It's still shit.
I'll tell you what, Ben. If you wanted a 5-star, I know of one. It's not just a 5-star static hotel. It's a mobile. It's only a 1-bedroom white van type of place, but it's definitely 5-star.
There's one star.
Few owners, and Steve-O's nodding his head because Steve-O is actually one of the owners of those 5-star mobile white van hotels, if you like, or mobile hotels. I've seen it. I haven't slept in it because there were no room. It's just a 1-bedroom 5-star. But that's the whole thing.
Mattress.
It's mobile.
Yeah.
In fact, you know, Steve-O, he'll tell you about it. He's the guy who invented it, actually.
Any of you spent the night in a wagon?
Like
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What, in a truck cab?
No, been riding on them, but never slept on one.
I went to this camping site, yeah, and they built these like wagons, and they had like 4 beds in, bunk beds. We had to sleep in there, and it was freezing cold because it's literally just a wooden wagon. Yeah, and you have to bring all your own bedding and everything. And there's no heating, and it was infested with bloody
dead bugs?
Ladybirds.
Ooh.
So
That
bloody ladybirds
right.
everywhere.
Ladybirds, what hurt you?
No, but there was tons of them inside, like on the reef.
Yeah, they're
Play
fine.
spotlight. Just play spotlight with them.
No, I think my problem is, Dino, I'm getting fussy in my old age.
Do you know what? I've become less fussy, and like Steve-O said earlier, I mean, I'm 53 next month. Steve-O's a young 59, and do you know what? As each day goes by, I just give less of a fuck. And especially in the last 6 months, where I've just, in fact, before that, but since I've done what I've done on YouTube, people call me all kind of things, calm and respectful and things like that. I can be anything I want if you like. But me as a person, that's me as a person. But I will stand my ground. But when you come across situations like with, corruption and unlawful detainment and all that, and you just give less of a shit, because you realise as you go along, these guys are full of shit. And they're in a job what taxpayers pay for, and they're abusing the taxpayers and people's legal activities. Totally out of order. So the last, the Lewisham and the Bexleith one, I've just started a claim. I'm gonna sue them. But when Biker brought that subject up earlier, I'm just going to hold my horses for a short while on it, while I speak to Biker in the meantime, before I finalise that complaint. It's about they don't have to identify themselves upon request, but which is according to the Code of Ethics. But there was a loophole there or something at Biker, but
yeah, there's nothing there that says that they must.
Yeah, this is what I'm even okay. That's just one part of that claim I'm going to put in, but the other was the body cam, which they didn't apply. The actual unlawfulness of it itself. What else was it? There was a few 3 or 4 things in that video alone that I can have them on. So if even if that's not the case, where it's like, no, they don't have to, so we can't use that charge or whatever. Fair enough, I've got others, but I would really love to get to the bottom of that area there, Biker. So hopefully by the end of this weekend we can get that full knowledge.
I'm just doing a bit of research for you now, Matt.
Eddie, I've got another wee church for you to do then, buddy, in a minute.
Superb work.
It best not be about fucking sitting in Blackpool.
No, on the coach, when I went on one a couple of weeks ago, yeah, we got told if the old Bill got on board and we weren't wearing our seatbelt, it'd be £250 on the foot. Is that right or wrong?
That's right, mate. If seatbelts are provided, you've got to wear them. That's law. Same as if you get into a car, mate. You've got to wear a seatbelt, and that's it. If the driver of that vehicle, right, drives that vehicle, and somebody in that vehicle is not wearing a seatbelt, that driver can get prosecuted, as do the person who's not wearing the seatbelt.
Yeah, it's same on a coach, Biker. Sorry, mate. When I've been down to London, but how come then? Right. I mean, we'll all agree, I'm sure, that a coach is very similar to a bus, a local bus, an inner city bus, and all that. Why do they not have seatbelts on buses?
Right, because they're stop and start, mate.
Okay. But still, it's driving. It's still, you're on the road, and
I totally agree, mate. But the loophole there is with you sort of inner city buses, they're stop and starting one stop to another. So yeah, they wouldn't have them. But long distance coaches should have them. And if
so is that like kind of saying, the percentages, like the likelihood of a big accident happening on a bus is a lot less than being on a long journey on a coach or things like that. But yeah, it could still happen.
Right, if you're on a coach, you can be doing 60, 70 mile an hour on a motorway.
Okay.
Right, if you're on a sort of in a city bus, the chances are you're not going to get over 30 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm not sure what legislation is with that one, but if seatbelts are fitted, then you have to wear them, and that is it. End of.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying there makes sense, but at the end of the day, we're mentioning speeds now. Let's say it were 25 miles an hour. Is that fast enough to kill someone?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course it is. But, mate, I mean, I don't really know why there's a difference between coaches and buses.
Yeah. No, it was just curiosity on that one. It's just that some vehicles do and it's by law, and some vehicles it's like, well, it's very similar. It's travel, it's on the road, it's driving, it's whatever speed really. And it just seems, do you know what I mean by that? You remember, and myself and Steve and Mark and that, there were a time where you didn't need to wear one.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think correct me if I'm wrong, Barker, because you know better than me. Did it start off as driver and front seat passenger before it went to back seat as well, or was it all at the same time?
I think it was at the same time.
Was it?
Was around about when I took my driving test, which were around about 82.
I mean, I agree with it, and a lot of people don't. Do you know what I mean? They're at risk, and for sure. And it's not a definite. It will save your life.
In fairness,
it could do far more than if you weren't wearing one. So
yeah, I mean,
even though it's uncomfortable slightly when you're traveling.
I mean, if they're fitted, they're there to be worn, and if they're fitted, then you have to wear them. End of. You go back to your wagon drivers, right? Years ago, you didn't have to wear them, right? All your class 1s, your HGVs, they've now got to wear them. Your class 2s, they've got to wear them, etc. Right now, your class 2s tend to be like multi-drop vehicles, so they can go like 100 yards from one drop to another drop, but they've still got to wear that seatbelt. It's fitted, you've got to wear it, and that's it.
In fairness, I will wear it, but it's 7 hours tomorrow on the coach.
So what? Seatbelt's not. Well, a seatbelt won't restrict you, mate. What's it going to stop you doing? If you need to get up to go for a piss, you unclip your seatbelt and go for a piss.
I think, though, to be fair, I will be honest, and like bikers definitely thinking more safety things like I'm rightly so. But same as you, Ben, right? When I've been travelling to London and back quite a few times, it's like 6 hours. There's one stop, which is Birmingham, and that only takes about 10 minutes, really, because very few get off and very few get on to get to London. Not being a minute, SG. What was I saying? Yeah, I'll admit, okay, I never wore a seatbelt, and I could have done. But I were very tired, and people get tired when they're travelling. So I kind of stretched out a bit because no one sat next to anyone. Mostly no one sat next to anyone. It were like either a couple who sat next to each other, but most people were on their own travelling. So you saw a lot of people stretching out either fully and the feet dangled over the aisleway and things like that. Most people didn't wear one. It does give you more manoeuvre. And on the bus I travelled on, okay, the price was fantastic, but excuse me, you're not going to get the best quality, if you like. So there was very little gap between where my knees were and the seats in front of me, the back of those seats.
Yeah,
so
and
it was
I'm
hard to stretch out forward. Whereas if you could stretch out forward more, I think the seatbelt would be fine and you could manoeuvre more. If you can't and you kind of feel more comfortable sideways on, then you do feel more restricted and it's not that comfortable. And when you're traveling a long journey, you've got to be as comfortable as possible, really.
Especially when you
So it's the law, and you should do it, and it's for your own safety, and that's bang on. But I've just held my hand up. I don't do it because I want to be comfortable, and everything's a risk, seatbelt or not. So sounds selfish, but then I wouldn't worry about it, because most journeys, I mean, you hardly ever hear of an accident or a major accident. So it's up to you. But yeah.
I wear it, but you know, every time we pull in the services, I'm sad to take my belt off because I'm 6'5", a bit like a brick sit house.
It's not, you know, I won't worry about it. Just
No, I
just
do
be
it because I don't be fined £250 by the old bill.
I wouldn't worry about that. I've myself personally, and like I said, most people on that bus, each time I've travelled there and back, most people haven't. I'm not justifying it. It is a law, but I'm saying I say most, maybe not most, but a lot of people ignore that law, and it's putting themselves more at risk. But
When
me
you
personally, no, I don't. If I'm in a car, I will put my seatbelt on. If I'm in the passenger seat at the front, if I'm in the back, I won't. I admit that. I
What if you
don't
crash
think
on
it's
the
a
bus?
big worry, you know.
What if you
Anybody
crash
goes
on
in
the
my
bus?
anybody
Yeah.
goes in my car, they will put a seatbelt on, and that is it. End
Well,
of.
this is that's another thing where people, they do insist. In fact, they shouldn't have to. You should respect that. If say, because I've been like in taxis and that, and people's cars, and I don't put it on. Whereas some people will say nothing, and it's just like they will notice, but say nothing, and it's like, yeah. But if I got in bikers and he's just said no, say I didn't get in bikers before he's just said this, so I didn't know that's what he would do and say if someone got in his car. I wouldn't put it on. And then I know he'd turn around and say, Dino, just put your seatbelt on, and I would do it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no
Do you
way.
know what I mean? Because you've got to have respect for that driver.
Right, end of the day, mate. If you got into my car and we get stopped, you haven't got a seatbelt on. I get done for it because I'm not making sure that my passengers are secure, and then you get done for it as well.
Yeah. No,
So
no, it's bang on, mate. You're right.
And I'll tell you another reason.
My choices are, you know, I don't.
Sorry, sounding subject now, Dino. Another reason why I like Posso Towers, because after what happened to me last November when I ended up in hospital with you know what, nearly died.
Well, this is a change of subject.
Yeah, we'll not get SG. How you doing, mate? Fluke Dog will be on quite soon, probably, or whenever he feels like it. Plod will be due on probably any minute if he wants. And we've got Carl Forster coming up as well, guys. Very interesting stuff from that guy. And I know Mark will join in on that conversation. Anything interesting, Mark will, and Luke as well. So I just thought I'd just remind people of that, because they're great guys, great conversations.
I still need one more sub, Dino, before the end of the night.
Okay. Matt Kelly, how you doing? Cheers. Clunk Click every trip. I remember that advert. Yeah. It was a certain person, which we'll not go into.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mark's just put up there, guys, if you can. In fact, I'll put it on screen, because don't forget, my guest Mark tonight's from New Zealand. Obviously, different things happen over there. So the driver's responsible for all to wear the seatbelts. If it's the rear passengers or over 18, they are responsible. Driver is always liable for front seats, which is pretty much biker. Same here, yeah?
That's exactly the same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as if seatbelts are fitted in the back seat, I think it was around the early 80s it became mandatory for all passengers to wear all seatbelts. But
Yeah,
if you're over 18 in the back seat, it's on your head. But it's always the driver's responsibility to make sure that the passenger in the front has his seatbelt on.
Yeah, I think the legislation came in all at the same time regarding front and rear seat passengers. I may be wrong, but yeah, but
I know my dad doesn't wear a seatbelt. I know my dad doesn't because, I mean, he was 16, he had a bike accident, 72, 73 now. So he's got a metal hip. He doesn't have a bendable hip. So he's exempt from having to wear a seatbelt when he's driving. Yeah, but it's only in those instances.
I mean, pregnant women can be exempt based on the conditions and things like that, you know, if they're driving.
If you're pregnant,
I can imagine that, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Just a quick one, sorry guys, mega quick. Yvonne Driver, thank you so much. Good night. Enjoy your weekend, and massive respect and much love to you, Yvonne. Thanks for all your support and involvement every Friday. Just brilliant, Yvonne. Thank you.
What night sub would you recommend Dino then?
What, sorry, Ben?
What night sub would you recommend me go to on Saturday night?
Night spot?
Night sub. Bars.
I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't because I don't really. I've hardly been there in the last 10 years, so I'm sure you could. They're every 3 buildings along. Just, I don't know. I couldn't recommend a good one. Depends what you like and what you're into. There could be a music bar, a jazz bar, or just a simple boozer. Or
is there something for everyone in Blackpool? Is there?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well, just explore, Ben. Explore.
Yeah. I will if I find an adult bar.
I thought you might say that. When you say adult, you're talking the older adult. Yeah, you're still talking about grannies, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Lap dancing bar.
Oh, oh, go on. Where are we up to now with it?
Found a lap dancing bar.
Oh my god!
So why did you ask me that question? Is that what you're insinuating? I don't know any lap dancing bars anywhere. So you found one. Well, I'll tell you what, mate. Have you been to one before?
No.
Okay, so it's a new experience. That's fair play to you. Just let us know your adventures, mate. I can't wait.
Get that camera recording.
I was going to say I'd film it, but maybe you won't be able to.
SG, mate.
What have I joined in on? Well, I haven't joined in. That's not what I mean. Let's not twist this.
Right, Dino, you mentioned about body-worn cameras. Do they have to tell you when they turn them on?
What, the lap dancers?
No.
3.5.6, isn't it?
Where are they going to hang them?
Right. So the police have to tell you when they've turned the cameras on. Yes, they do.
Where does it say that? What legislative reference do you use?
I'm just reading through now.
1.5.
Section 3.5. Does it go over to 3.6?
3.5.5 and 3.5.6.
Yeah. So all you need to do is just check that out and put code of practice on the body cams or whatever, and it'll just come up. It's very short what it tells you, but basically, yeah, that's what they have to do. And from my experience, 9 times out of 10, mate, they don't.
Take it with you.
Right,
print it out and take it with you.
Right,
so there's no what you're just saying. The cop doesn't have to listen. You show them their own fucking rules under their nose.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to post a link now from West Yorkshire Police. I'm going to post a link from West Yorkshire Police. Click it and just have a look at what this bullshit is talking about. I've just, honest to God, I've been creased for laughter here. But have a look at this link.
Dino, do you think I'm in a good mood tonight, Dino?
Just have a look at this link. Hang on, Ben. Wait a minute. Let you turn.
One sec, Ben. Right, there's that link, guys. I'll put it up on screen.
Have a look at that. It is funny.
Check it out. If you've got time to check it out now and come back, let us know what you've seen and think about it. That'll be great.
Right.
Bastian's channel's just gone up there, 2 channels. SG, thanks for coming on, mate.
No worries.
Brilliant. I've got Curl, who I mentioned before, Curl Foster. Foster. He's waiting back there. A lot of you are still in the chat. You've heard me mention Curl and what he's about.
Seen what he's been saying. I have a little bit lately.
He's a top guy. Ben had the privilege, we all did the other night on Wednesday, to hear what he had to say. It's unfortunately on Wednesday, it's like a 2.5 hour chat. We could have gone on like we do on a Friday. It was that fascinating. So you're going to hear some stuff coming up from Mark, which is, guys, believe me, it's very interesting and important, I believe, when it comes to certain people. And Ben won't mind me saying, Ben's in a certain position with himself where when he came on Wednesday and Carl spoke about this project, the audio thing, Ben came on totally down. Am I right, Ben? Really down, yeah? And by the end of that discussion, Ben was on a massive high. Am I right, Ben?
Yeah, and I'm still on a massive high now.
There you go. And is that from Wednesday or?
Yeah.
Or up and down between? It doesn't matter. You're still on a high now, and now is all that matters. So, did I interrupt something then, or did we finish whatever conversation that was?
I would say, do you think I'm good tonight? You think I'm being funny tonight, Dino?
You absolute mate. I had to go off once. Okay, when I go off, that means I'm done. It's too funny. No, you've been brilliant, Ben. You always are, mate, and it's nice to hear you in a good mood. You've got a great sense of humour. So
I got something funny. I need one more sub, and before I log off for the night, Eddie, you have a lap dance every night with your care when you come in to put you to bed, don't you, Eddie?
Mate, I'm going to take that as a joke.
I'm only joking.
Ben, sometimes, I mean, you don't know about it, but you know, you are very funny. I love your sense of humour. Right, I'll tell you what. Do you want to stay on just for a few more minutes, Ben?
Yeah, go on then.
How you doing, Carl?
Can you hear me okay, guys?
Good evening, Carl. I can hear you, mate.
Right. Great. First off, Biker Eddie, I'm just going to say so much respect, but I never got around to the email to you, you know, and I've been feeling a bit bad over that, but it's I'm going to send you a little email soon, mate. I did say that, didn't I, to you?
Yeah, don't worry about it, mate. Whenever you get a chance, it's not an issue.
You've been so nice as well. Do you know what I mean? The way you, and I'm just dying to get to Ben. I'm glad I caught you, you know, Ben. Do you know what? My heart is filled with joy off him hearing that it's worked. Something. You are on the roll, mate. I tell you what, you're smashing this, and I tell you what, keep at it, because I can already notice the difference in your attitude, the way you even without seeing the glow around you. Oh, Ben, you've smashed it for me, mate. And you know what? I've got so much from being able to help someone, anyone. It just means so much, mate. And doesn't it work, Ben? This stuff it's not magic. It helps, like.
And guess what I'm going to do tomorrow night, Carl? I'm going lap dancing bar for the first time.
You naughty! What are you up to with that, mate? Oh well, Ben, if you enjoy it, mate, you go and you do what you like. That's on your terms, remember.
I'm in Blackpool for 4 nights.
Go away. So you're gonna be nervous with that, aren't you? Go for it, mate. You know what I mean.
I'm going to have a party for the next 4 nights from tomorrow.
Oh God. Yeah, that's it. Best part of your life is right now. So keep on that one, Ben. It's one of my own little ones, that. But I just think, take a step back and think, God, yeah, I'm going to enjoy myself. Treat it like it's your birthday every day, because you can do that. You don't need the presents. They don't mean as much as just living your life, you know. So isn't that great? I'm just made up that I've done something good there, you know. And it means so much. It comes back to me and means as much to me. More, I can't even put it into words, Ben. Do you know what I mean? And I genuinely, go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And it helped the other night.
Yeah, well, I've been talking about you in the gym before. Now I've got a really intelligent friend, and he's how he's accepted me so and been so genuine. He's never looks down his nose on you or anything. And I tell you what, he won't take it that he's so intelligent. But believe me, guys, this fella is on another level. He is so. The only time I've met someone like this was when Alison was having a baby with Amy. I was terrified. It wasn't going good, and we got a doctor come in, and it was about really blazing hot weather, and he was as cool as a cucumber. And I tell you what, I knew he was in safe hands. I just knew this fella's a different level. And I was talking about you anyway, and I said I've made a connection with a lovely fella, Ben, and other people, Dino. And I said, and he said, it sounds like you've made the connection, and I have, But what we were saying about how clever you were with your vegetable stuff and all that, you're growing. I mean, I'm not, and I was asking this massive question to him because I love putting questions to Damien, his name is, and it was what Serial said to me, and it stuck with me. It stuck with me right, real deep, like a good. He's a great fella. What he said to me was, "What is normal?" And you know what? I didn't really know, and I still didn't sit to that. But Serial got me onto this. He said, well, normal's not more than setting on your washing machine. And Damien said that's a great way of looking at it. And he said also, his washing machine hasn't got a normal. So he had to think about it. And what he come up with, the conclusion was, we're either all normal or we're all not normal. And it's as simple as that. There's no in between. And every one of us is the same. We're all either normal or not normal, and I can't think of a simpler way to put it. And
we're
it just
all
gives
unique
you
individuals.
Yeah, guys.
I personally heard that normal is only what a psychologist decides when they're evaluating someone.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Can I just... It's a funny word,
over
that,
here,
isn't
New
it?
Zealand,
Normal.
we're told what the new normal is every fucking week. Our Prime
New
Minister
normal.
saying, this is the new normal. Oh, I
Right.
don't want to be fucking normal. I would rather just
I'd
stay
rather be
a unique
abnormal.
individual.
Right, can I just jump in here? Right, thank you, Lee. I'm going to have to go now. It's been really good tonight. Carl, I hope you've not been offended by any of my content tonight at all, if you've been listening.
Of course not, mate. Do you know what, mate? We've not met, we've not talked, but, mate, I know where I am with you straight away. You don't,
Sorry. I'm sorry, Eddie.
You've not to apologise for, Ben.
Never apologise. No, we love Ben. We can tell. Isn't he a great guy, mate? I'm glad. I'm just so appreciative that I've done some good. It really means a lot. Forget money. Good. Forget any of that. Really deeply. Big love, Ben.
Right, as I said, I'm going to have to go now. I'll leave you all. I'll just leave you with this one comment. It's been really good. Swat in the chat, signing out. Be good. Good night, everybody.
Good night, my mate.
Bye-bye.
See you, Biker Eddie.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks, Biker, as always, mate. Every single time, every live. Biker Eddie, superb. Brilliant guy. Does a lot behind the scenes for myself and for Plod and other people. Does a hell of a lot behind the scenes. And you've heard him a couple of times tonight. We've spoke about something and we're saying, oh, let's look into that next thing. He's straight on it during the live. So that's how good he is, and he's a nice guy as well. But cheers, Biker, mate. Massive respect and loads of love. Fantastic. The guy backstage, no. I'm just going to take a quick break. Plod's in the chat, by the way, guys, as well. There's a great guy coming on, so I'm just going to let Fluke introduce himself and all that, and I'll be back to say hello. And I'll just see you in a couple of minutes, guys. Cheers.
Hi guys. Hi everybody. Hi everybody.
Yeah, I haven't. So who are we talking? Is that Fluke?
Yeah.
Is that Fluke there? Let me get my glasses on. Here we go again.
Sorry, hang on. I think I've got my YouTube still on. So,
yeah, mate. Hey, good big respect, Fluke. I've always watched your stuff on here, and I'm all ears. Do you know what I mean? I love what you've got to bring to the table there.
That's very
How
kind
you
of you.
think,
Thank
buddy?
you. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Ben. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm in a mad one tonight. I'm in a high.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm
Every day's a mad day, my friend.
I'm off to Blackpool tomorrow, so I'm hoping to find a lap dancing bar. Any of you guys been to one before?
No, I don't know. Blackpool's a bit far away from me, mate. So, but I just want to say hi to Mark up there. Where's he?
Hi,
Up
Mark.
there.
Sorry, yeah. I was
Mark,
just going to get round. I
you
didn't
ever
mean to be
fucking play
rude.
a bowing down shit?
I was
You ever
just
do that
playing
bowing
with my
down
pussy.
shit again?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, just playing with your pussy. You hermaphrodite, you.
You've been to a lap dancing bar, SQ?
Pussy. Sorry, carry on. How are you, Blukey? You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yourself?
Oh, yeah, loving level 4 lockdown. It's just like every normal day.
Level
I
4?
bet they wish they. You wish they hadn't taken your guns off you.
Oh, I've still got them. They haven't taken them. In fact, I got 3 more. Fuck them.
Good on you. Good on you, mate. Good on you.
FG, have you
I'd
been
actually
to
like to
lockdown?
speak to Cole. Cole, actually, Cole.
Hello?
I think I missed. Is it Cole or Cole? Cole Foster.
Carl. Yeah,
Cole,
Foster,
sorry, Cole.
yeah.
You were talking about on Dean's live stream the other day, and I didn't get like a notification that was going to go live, so I didn't hear any of that live stream whatsoever. But I did want to touch on you talking about meditation and all that sort of thing, because that's something that I've been doing since I was a kid. So
so
that I found out about very early on in my life, and it was really important to me. So
beneficial. Yeah.
How does that equate to what you're doing with your project?
Well, it's a part of the tools we use to keep us positive. You know, me and I got onto the I had mental health difficulties, terrible mental health difficulties, and I've had to use tools like these to myself to keep on top of myself. You know, so I'm just thinking it's part of the toolkit. You know, like I use hypnosis. I've been doing that for a very long time. I use it. But what has helped me is I am a musician, so that's part of my therapy. So I always go into a, shall we say, flow state or some sort of something like it. There's many forms of it now. I've just been swimming, so I've rode on my bike, which has got me exercise. Like Ben was saying about his papers and stuff like that. It's oxygenating the blood, isn't it? And so that's part of it. I would say if you're stuck in house all the time and you're not going to be a very healthy person. So I've made sure I've learned to swim 6 years ago, and that's changed me a lot as well. So it's a work in progress, guys. You can't really put, but it's all part of whatever helps you. So I've got a feeling everyone should go with this ultradian rhythm thing, you know. And I'm not saying it sounds complicated, but it's just the slowing down of yourself and your thoughts, and you want to go relax, and it's not always appropriate to do that relaxation, but certain ones times of the day I would advise to go with it. And with what we're doing, we're including a lot of, as much as we can. So we'll have hypnotic suggestions in there, and we will also have binaural. We'll also be all the different frequencies, so we've got a good range. We'd also be using 432 hertz and music itself that is designed to calm you, and it's designed to be listened to over and over again. A lot of these people making this type of stuff, they're not musicians, so we know we're getting things in tune and that, and we know we don't just bang these out. Although I'm saying it wrong there, because we have actually banged these tunes out. We haven't had any preconceptions. We've just pressed record, got onto the binaural beat first, listened to it, and then entered it as a completely free. Let the music speak for itself. So it tells you where it's going. The music, you don't even have to. We've just gone with the flow of that. So we're only scratching the surface. Really are scratching the surface. But I found bringing in real instruments has been. Yeah, sorry.
I'll give you a really interesting thing that you can look into if you like. And
yeah.
it was a study. This is going back so many years, I can't even send you links to it because I just can't remember the two professors' names. But there were two people either side of the Berlin Wall, one in East Germany, one in West Germany. And these were two doctors. And what they did was they were started to play music to unborn babies in the womb, right?
Yeah.
To see what effect it would have on them, right? And it turns out, and I'm glad you said you're a musician because this will interest you. You might be able to look it up. So what they did was, without knowing each other, these two doctors, they started playing music to unborn babies in the womb to see what would happen against babies on a double-blind study to see what would happen with babies that weren't played music in the womb.
I'm interested,
And it turns out after many years of study, they actually met after the Berlin Wall came down and they compared their studies and they were both exactly the same. What happened with the children that were played music in the womb, right, were they turned out to be more empathetic, so more empathy, more generous, more understanding, obviously had more musical capabilities, but they were IQ-wise more intelligent than those that weren't. And their theory was that the music played to them in the womb made more of the neurons in their brain connect than disconnect.
Yeah.
So it might be
deep stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, here's something you can
I looked into that about fucking 10
I
years ago.
would love to look into it, Fluke, but I'm terrible at. I appreciate how good you guys are because I'm absolutely awful at research and stuff like that. So if ever I'm wrong, but what I'm learning now is massive amounts from you, who's done the research, and I would get frustrated trying to research. Everyone's so different, Fluke, about what we're good at and what we're not as good at, you know. And you're good at that, and I'm seem to be getting a bit of confidence lately that I'm a good communicator. I really am since I joined the gym, and I've smoothed it over in the gym. There was some idiots there when I started, and women felt really uncomfortable. Do you know what I mean? And I've gone out my way to make sure that they have as good a time as anyone who's been going there ages, and they don't feel threatened to go in the sauna or just the bubbler because I give them as much respect, and if anyone's nasty to anyone, it comes back karma. It's just a wonderful thing. Now I was talking with Leah was on, and she said a good point because I can get mixed up with my words. I'm not intelligent, you know what I mean? But I just talk, just keep it real with myself, and I can't lie. If I did lie, within the next 2 or 3 breaths, I'm not even joking, guys. I'll just put my foot right in it. You know what I mean? Go. And now, example was, my mum was selling his house, and someone wanted to buy it or something. She said, "Don't tell it. Don't tell it. It was that you're my mum." And I went, "Here's my mum." Classic within a second. But I'm funny like that. And what was I saying, guys? Anyway.
No, that's fine, mate. Carl, sorry, mate. You just express yourself, but like I said to you earlier, we've got like Fluke on and Mark. It gets a bit, where we do like I think this is more a discussion area. This now, it's not a debate, but when Fluke and Mark, myself, and a couple of others come on, it can turn into that. But Fluke does have loads of advice for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Take it or leave it. He's got it. Just before you speak, Fluke, good evening, mate, and thanks so much for coming on again, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you, mate.
Dino, just a quick one. I'm off, buddy.
Okay, Ben.
Sorry.
Can you do me a favour tomorrow? Sorry, Fluke. Do me a favour tomorrow if you're awake at 11. Log on and I'll do a services in a audit on your channel in the services tomorrow morning, Dino.
Okay. No worries.
So you're going to log on then at 11 tomorrow on your channel and I'll do a service in the audit. I'll do it.
All right. Well, get in touch with me before you do it and then we can sort that out before you do it.
If you log on your channel, I'll do it in the services. I don't know. I ain't got enough subscribers go live.
Could I just say something, Ben? Could I just say something, Ben, before you go, if that was okay? what I'm saying, you know, you're on the high. It will dip down, but don't you ever get disheartened, because it's on a roll now. So when it goes down a bit, notice it's not quite as, you're not on your high as you was, and address that. You know what I mean? What I would do is I'd note, because once you notice when you're going down that way, you can readdress. It's like respond to things better, not react, and that's been helpful for me. So I just want you to know it's gonna get better, mate. You believe me.
Yeah,
it
nice
does.
one.
It's getting like
Listen, Ben, honestly, mate, you just enjoy yourself, explore, stay happy, self-control, remember?
Yeah, I won't find a laptop tomorrow night.
Right, okay. Well, listen, I'd rather hear about all this after you've done it.
I will.
Just get out there and do it. Listen, you've been massive tonight, Ben, but anyway.
Next Friday night, Dino said I can have an hour by myself. Is it, Dino, to tell everyone about it?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, bye.
No worries, Ben.
Bye,
Take
Ben.
care.
Bye,
Stay in
mate.
touch. I'll speak to you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, bye.
See you, Ben. Massive
Ben.
respect. No worries,
Ben.
mate. Fluke, honestly, mate, good evening. Thanks again. And I think it's your turn to speak.
Thanks for having me on again, Dino. I appreciate it.
A pleasure as always, mate.
What I'd like to say to Carl is, Carl, thank you. I appreciate it, and I know things kind of can get difficult on these type of live streams, because there's lots of people with very strong opinions, and we can get deflected from one thing or another, and so I apologise if I've been sort of overtly rude to anybody. I get very passionate, as you well know, and so I apologise to anybody in the chat or the live stream that we've been on previously if I've been overly rude or in any way. So I didn't mean it, and I wouldn't do it again, because it's just so hard, and it's such a frustrating time that I find ourselves in, that you kind of get frustrated, and then things get worse, and rather than thinking critically about your opinions and what you're trying to put across, you end up becoming overtly passionate about what you're saying, rather than critically thinking about what you're saying, and that's a big difference between those two things.
Superbly put. I mean, Carl's the same in some respects from what I've got from Carl. He could talk forever, and then he comes to that stop, like we all do when we go on for ages. It's like, shit, what was I talking about? But it's called passion, and there's that much in here to come out, and it's only got in here through thorough hard work. Then if you don't like, fair enough, and Fluke always holds his hand up, right? But you've got to understand the other side of why that happens sometimes. And it's not just about when people get over passionate and things like that. I say over passionate, is there such a thing? But it depends on who else is on and who wants to challenge people like that. Now, there's certain people who want to challenge very knowledgeable people like Fluke, just to try and put him down, and all those other ingredients to try and drag a guy down, along with people in the chat and things like that, like, going against them. Well, if you don't want to listen to it, right, if you're not bothered, if you're not interested, you'd rather throw crap in the chat to disrupt things, don't do that. It's simple. If you don't like it, don't watch, go away. Simple as that, okay? And to be fair to Fluke, right, now, if certain people are on and Fluke's becoming passionate, right, every time I say, hang on, Fluke, give us a minute, mate, he does. So do not get this perception of him every time he talks. He always over talks. This is his comment. These are quotes I've been getting about him, about the life, right? As far as I'm concerned, he comes on every week and he has his say. Okay, and that's it. And if I feel the moment's right to say, hang on a minute, Fluke, let's just, slow it down. He always does. Has no one noticed that? So do not overthink about the way Fluke is. You don't know him, for one, okay. And if you don't like it, switch off. Simple as that. Okay. So I just thought I'd bring that in because I've had quite a few things that have been thrown, which are very unfair, and I've just got all the respect in the world for him. Sorry, Matt.
No, I just want to say something to Carl.
Oh, great. Go on.
Why is this camera back to front? Why does it go that
Plods
way?
here, guys, by the way.
Camera
So,
back to
Carl, what I
front.
want to say to you, when you were talking earlier about research, right?
Evening, Plod.
When I first started doing a lot of research, it became very difficult, and it was very difficult to correlate different things to different things, and to try and tie it in to make sure that it was valid, so that what you were saying and the research you were doing or trying to publish would be valid. And so there's a lot of different channels you can go through that I've learned over the years to make sure your research is valid, or valid as far as it can be. And at least when you present it, you can share the links to all the stuff that you want to publish to share your opinion. I did one the other day with Mike. I don't know if you were there, Dino, on Mike's channel. And I did a rundown of all the people that are involved in Sage. Now, it took me probably 2 days, about 7 hours each day to do that whole rundown of all those people who are involved in Sage, right? And it takes a hell of a lot of research and a hell of a lot of time. And it isn't easy, but the information is available there if you dig deep enough, you know? So don't be dissuaded by research, and don't think that other people are better than you at research than you are, because I've learned what I've learned from people like James Corbett, Whitney Webb, James Evan Pilato. These guys do some, you know, Derek Bros. There's a ton of guys you can learn this stuff
Never
from.
even heard of them. You know?
Never heard of them. I know you haven't. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. This is the whole point. The educational side of this is the fact that when someone like you comes on and you're worried about doing research, I'm telling you, don't worry about it. It just takes time and a bit of effort and a bit of gumption on your part to think, right, I'm gonna go for this, because I didn't know how to do it, and I didn't know how to cross-reference stuff and all the rest of it. And it was very difficult for me when I started, and now I'm bang into it. I'm literally at it 7-8 hours a day, every day. And
I'd have to go at it like a ladybird book. Do you know what I mean? That's what sort of level I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm really.
Yeah, that's what I honestly. I got really into this probably about 2 or 3 months into the whole pandemic. And that's when I started thinking to myself, hang on a minute. One of the things that drove me to this was the fact that during the first lockdown, right, SAGE, the scientific advisory group towards the government, were not being named. So they're being paid for by taxpayer money, but the government wouldn't name them, right? Now I thought to myself, hang on a minute, that ain't right. Because if I'm paying for these people to give me public health advice, I want to know who the fuck they are. Simple as that. Right?
Sneaky stuff,
now,
innit, mate?
On top of that, the mainstream media, the BBC, ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, all the rest of them came out and started questioning the government about why they wouldn't mention the names of the people involved with SAGE. Right? And I thought to myself, that's great. You know, that's what needs to happen. That's what journalism is about. You know, you dig in and find out who these people are and see where their dots are connected, you know. So eventually the government released all the people's names of SAGE, and then what happened? Suddenly the BBC didn't do an investigation, and ITV didn't do an investigation into the people, and Channel 4 didn't do an investigation into these people, and Channel 5 didn't do an investigation into these people. Nobody from the mainstream media, 1 minute they're bleating their asses off about they don't know who's involved in SAGE, and the next minute when the names are released, nobody's doing an investigation to who these people are, right? They might be good people, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everybody's bad, but once their names are released, the BBC should be doing an investigation into who these people are and how they're connected to various pharmaceutical companies or whatever they're involved in, whatever they're connected to, they need to do the investigation. Now, they didn't do it, right? I recently did one into the latest people of Sage, and I've got it all here. If you really want me to blast my ass through it, I'll do it for you maybe later if people want to stay on and have a listen to it. But for now, I won't say that. But it was actually quite simple to do. It really is quite simple to do, because these people always have, or nearly always have, I'm not saying all of them, but I'd say 80% of them have a nefarious interest in either a pharmaceutical, technological company,
Do you know what?
government organisation, and or a financial interest.
Of course they have, mate.
And,
do you know what?
the first thing you've got to do when you do an investigation is always follow the money. Because without
what do you
money,
think, Kel?
you don't
what
have
do you
power.
think?
Without money, you don't have influence.
I mean,
Kel, you must know about this in a roundabout way, what Fluke's just said. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, he's completely right, isn't he? There's no other two ways about it. But what it is, Fluke, I would say is, even when people know this is the route right, they're not going to make any odds with you with most of them. That's what just bang on the money, mate, if you ask me. But there's people who just don't want to know the truth. It seems, do you know, it's soul destroying. It's soul destroying, mate. Because
you're right, Carl. They don't want to know the truth. They're too busy. They've got their own lives. It's an irritation to hear they're wrong or they don't know something. That's what it seems like, isn't it?
Many reasons there is.
Yeah. But they've got the time to talk us down if we start mentioning it.
Yeah, I mean, the main question for me, and Fluke gets asked this hell of a lot because of what Fluke says, rightly so. Where do we go from here? What do we do about it? I mean, that is the question, surely. Like a lot of us know what's going on in a roundabout way. Most of us don't, or some of them most do. But like SG's just said, wrapped in a bubble, I don't care. I've got all the material things I need to stay comfortable and get through and not really care about real things, but just things. So, I mean, for me, where do we go from here?
Okay.
What do we do about it? I mean,
I'll answer that question because it's a multi-level question, really, because effectively, when you said people say in the situation, how do we get around this situation? How do we deal with this situation? How do we, get around this situation? Is such a multi-leveled question. It's unbelievable. It's like somebody wants me to give you a silver bullet answer to this question, and there is no silver bullet answer. And the reason there's no silver bullet answer is because what's being perpetrated against us is on a multi-level way, right? And the only way you're going to contradict or fight against that is in a multi-leveled way. There is no, our government in this country, and that includes Labour and Liberal Democrat and Conservative and all the rest of them, because they've all voted for this bullshit, right, is the fact that they, on a multi-level way between financial companies, pharmaceutical companies, technological companies, and the government itself, right, and the banking side of it, the financial institutions, have come together to fight against us. And what we need to do is expose all of those levels and try and join all of those dots, right?
Right, and then the question comes back. It comes back as, how do we do that? So it all comes back to that. But just for 1 sec, Fluke, there, we kind of had gone off the subject. We're going to come back to this like we do. But because Carl's on, and we were talking about the, Carl's project and things like that, if we can just carry on. No, Fluke, it's fine, mate. We all understand. And Carl's also been fascinated by it. He could probably sit back and listen to it all night like we do. But I think while Carl's on, full respect, Carl, I think we should all know more about the stuff you want to talk about, because I think it's very interesting and important as well. And then Flute will have his opinion on it also, and knowledge, and Mark's busy on the phone. SG's got great knowledge. Can I just say before you carry on, Carl, my good friend, Plod or Not to Plod, he's just arrived after a possible good evening out. He's very late tonight. There's no excuse for that, but I can forgive him because he's a great guy.
Right, well, good evening, Dino.
Here he is, guy. Good evening, mate. How you
Evening,
doing?
Dino. And can I say, evening, Mark, evening, SG, evening, Carl, and most of all, evening to everyone in the chat. I know that I've been in the chat now. Well, I've sort of been on screen for about the last quarter of an hour, but it was just nice, just sort of just listening to that. No, Dino, don't put your head down, mate. It's perfectly fine, mate. Okay, it happens. Sometimes you have to just sit in the background and just listen and just wait. Okay, which is
It's
cool.
Friday. It's Friday.
Yeah, exactly, Dino. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry. Okay, this is the Dino show. That's it. Okay. Right. Yeah, I know that we're going to come on to stuff that Flute wants to come on to, which is cool. And Carl, it's really good seeing you in a t-shirt.
I know. I've been laughing about that. You know the suit style. Yeah, I know. I'm still in my shorts as well.
No, that's cool, mate. That's cool.
Yeah,
as I said,
feeling
mate,
a bit more
really
relaxed.
good.
Yeah.
Forgive me for this, Carl, but I need to see what that t-shirt's about a bit more closely.
I don't know.
There you go.
Okay.
I got it from the charity shop, to tell you the truth.
No, that's cool. Carl, just to sort of give you a quick update, okay, on something that sort of happened the other night after you came on Plodology. Now, even after we sort of came off, me and Dino were sort of chatting for a bit, even when we came off air. And just so you know, we've already had other people email through with different other projects that they've sort of got going on and everything else. But also there's a couple of people that have also fired questions to me on behalf of you. So I'm just making sure that they're perfectly fine with me passing on their full information through to you. And I will make sure that that happens and vice versa. Okay, so you guys can actually be in touch. And can I just say, and this is on behalf of myself and Dino, because as I said, I'm well late purely because I had a family engagement to go to. But I will say, from myself and Dino, it was an absolute real pleasure to have you on the other night. Now, I know with what you're looking at, and I know with all these different projects that are out there, and I was just listening to sort of what Flute was saying just now. So what I want to do is I just sort of want to roll in a little bit of what Flute was sort of saying just now. And I think it's very important, regardless, and Dino was saying about where do we go from here about 5 minutes ago. It's very important that yes, okay, we do have to look at all authorities, the government, so on and so forth, right? There are so many different ways that the whole of the actual population of this country, okay, that want their rights, that want their free speech, that want everything. And we're all going to be looking at what it is that we focus on, and everybody will be going in different directions, but at the end of the day they're still pushing towards certain authorities, okay, and certain things, okay. But whatever it is that you're going into, regardless to whatever it is, okay, always try and make sure that you have all the facts and the information that you can possibly go as far as you can with that information. And just remember, there are loads of people out there that you can still talk to and get that information. But then just remember, when you get information from people, don't be afraid to double check that information on what somebody has just given you, because then that safeguards your own mind and where you are. Now, I know when I look at what you're talking about, Carl, and what you're doing, now yours is a specific project, okay, about helping people, okay, and everything else. So when I look at what you're doing, okay, and where you sort of want to take it and so on, right, that's different to somebody sort of going out to do research to challenge something, okay, because yours is about that actual support and that whole push on what you're doing with people. And you know yourself, okay, there's many people out there. You've already been in contact with people from Wednesday night, and that process for some people has already started. But then don't forget as well, the main thing as well is when your project goes forward and it grows, Don't ever feel that your project, okay, sits by itself, because it don't. As I said, you've got myself to fall back on, you've got Dino to fall back on, you've got Eddie. There's loads of other people. There's loads of people in the chat that were showing you lots of love and also giving different ideas and so on. And this is the whole great thing about something developing. And it's the same, even when you challenge any authority, right? It's about you opening that first door or window, whichever way you want to look at it, and pushing that forward. And the more and more that you actually push it forward, the more people's eyes will open as time goes on. And this is what it's about, is opening those doors and those windows for other people to look in and to walk in, and for you to walk through and actually expand.
Mm. And a key point would be to also share what you learn. A lot of people will learn stuff and they'll keep it to themselves for some reason or other. But it's better to actually put the information out there. So it's a learning process for you, but you want everyone else to know that information as well.
Yeah.
Cole, can I just give you one suggestion?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Yeah, sure thing.
If you kind of, even maybe after this live stream tomorrow, maybe on Sunday when you're chilling out, having a roast dinner and relaxing after your dinner, try and kind of hit some bullet points about what you want to achieve and how you want to achieve it. And then when you come onto a live stream like this, you can then go like, this is what I think I should be doing. This is what I want to achieve. And this is what how I'm going to try to achieve it. And, really set things in stone within yourself so that, when you want to get your message across, it's much easier for you to get your message across. And that was probably more my fault than yours, because we got tied up we switched over to the COVID thing all of a sudden because everyone's asking about solutions to government problems, and that's not what you were talking about. You were talking specifically about what you were trying to achieve, and that's more important. So if you're not sure how to get that message across, then just take a step back from, and I've done this before, I get frustrated with stuff that I'm researching. I get frustrated with live streams, and I get frustrated with this, that, and the other. And I end up either going down rabbit holes I shouldn't be going down, or I go, hang on a sec. I take a step back and I go, right, let's refocus. Let's start again. What am I trying to achieve? How am I going to try and achieve it? And doing it that way. And you do have to do that because mentally this type of stuff gets really involved. And what you're trying to do, helping people, especially on a psychological level, isn't easy. It isn't easy.
And a lot of people you're trying to help are also traumatized. A lot of people are traumatized.
So you have to know how to sort of approach them, how to talk to them, how to engage with them, how to spread their message. This is a multifaceted thing that you're trying to do, and you need to try and, I'm not saying you haven't tried to do it objectively, you just need to sort of kind of every now and again take a step back, refocus your objectives and go, right, what do I want to do? What message am I trying to get across? How am I going to get that message across? How am I going to do it? How am I going to use social media or whatever it is you're trying to use to do a good thing, And I applaud you for what you're doing, because I've been in that position. There's many other people that have been in that position, and I'm assuming that everyone would welcome the help, with regardless. If you could help one person tomorrow, you'd fucking do it. I know you would, because you sound like a
absolutely. Just well said, Fluke. And Carl, I can tell you kind of, like you said before, you kind of at the beginning stage a little bit.
Yeah, I'm scratching the surface.
This advice is definitely genuine. These are people, like Fluke's just said, been there before. But what you're coming out with now is something kind of new. So it's fantastic to hear, and people will always give you advice upon it as well, right or wrong. Can I just yeah, absolutely, mate. Mickey Mouse, listen, thanks so much, okay? I know that. But every super chat, what comes in, it goes towards Ben up until the end of this month. Super chat takes YouTube take 30% of that amount. But whatever happens at the end of the month, when they add up all the super chats I may get in a live, plus the PayPal ones for Ben, all proof will be shown and everything, and the day will come where Ben will receive what's been promised for a little while, plus this camera from Steve-O and a few other things as well. And then we're going to do a video about it all as well. So Mickey Mouse, absolute thank you so much. And yes, I know you have. So sorry guys, it's just when the super chat comes in, I've got to interrupt and just say thank you.
I'd like to add on to what Luke was saying too, as well as, you know, keeping your focus on your actual bullet points. You've got to watch that other groups that might see you gaining traction will try and overhaul or hijack you in some way, and your focus might get shifted because it might also be a very valid cause, and that's another thing to watch out for, because sometimes you can get pulled in the wrong direction, and all that work you've done to get yourself that notoriety or get you a subject or whatever help you're trying to put out there helping will get hijacked.
But Mark, just to sort of give you a bit of an update as well, okay, is myself and Carl, we had a long talk, and I know Dino and Carl have also had a talk. And then when Carl was actually on, this is the thing, Carl knows where at this moment in time he has a plan. Now we can all sort of say that we will have a plan, okay, that it will go here, 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 and here. But I think a lot of people sometimes is you've got to make things realistic, first of all.
Sure.
Okay, you have to make things realistic, but then also as well with everything that you do, yes, you can say that I want to be from here to here, but between here and here, you can have 20, 30 different smaller chunks in which to get to that final goal. And that is where Carl currently is, okay, is he knows where he wants to go with it, and he's focused on actually breaking it up and developing step by step by step. But then as we know, and as even Carl knows, he knows that, yes, that plan in which he has may adapt slightly, okay, because it has to, because every single person that will come to him will be completely different. And as a conversation that me and Carl had, I actually asked Carl a question, which was, what does managing diversity mean to him?
Okay.
Okay, now I'll ask you the same question. So I'm only going to put this to Mark just for now. Okay, so Mark, so for you, what does managing diversity mean to you? But look at it along the base of what Carl is trying to do.
Well, you're going to, as I said before, everybody's unique individual. So there's your diversity. You have to treat each individual as an individual and not try and put them in a category of other things. But I suppose is you have to listen first to what each diverse group or individual will deal with first, and try and, if you've got other avenues that will help them, steer them in that direction that will be the best help for them instead of a hindrance. Some people might be steered in the wrong directions, and then, like Luke will say, they'll go down this rabbit hole that they didn't need to go down to get there. So I suppose it's analysing the specific. What you're saying is a point, say 30 points. I'd call that a ladder, and you're just going to work out what each rung is, and that's say, for instance, how I did it to beat the law in a couple of my court cases. I just worked out the steps and then ripped out rung number 2, so which stuffed them up and they couldn't go any further in their prosecutions. And it's the same sort of thing. You've got to work out with anything, analyse it on a step-by-step basis, and then try and steer each thing. So as far as diversity, I take diversity as just every individual being different.
Yeah.
That's to me what diversity is.
Yeah. Can I just I'm sorry, guys,
I don't look at
because
people in groups and that sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, Dino, my reply is very, very quick. Exactly, you're virtually along the exact same lines as what I was saying to Carl, okay? As I said to Carl, every single person that will come to him and every single person that will actually come to whoever when they're trying to actually help somebody is completely different. But the way that I see managing diversity when you're trying to help a large amount of people is it's not those people that you're trying to help's job or attitude that they have to change to you. Okay, it is my job. Every single person is different. The way that you talk to somebody, like the way I talk to you, Mark, is different to the way I talk to Flute, to the way I talk to Dino, to the way that I talk to SG, the way that I talk to Carl. And this is the whole thing. It's my job. Why I look at Use 5 on here is I've got to be diverse in the way that I talk to each and every single one of you, the same as everyone in the chat. And that's the exact same as Carl with everyone that he actually goes to work with, and the same as anybody when you go to work with somebody. It's your job, okay, to adapt and change, okay, to the way that somebody else actually is, because I find from doing that, okay, and as I said, this is my own view from actually doing what I've done for many years, is I found that I get the best results, okay, instead of trying to actually put it upon somebody else to try and change to what I'm doing, okay, is I try and alter my process of thinking to the way that they're thinking.
Can I just
if you're
slightly...
trying to tell a mechanic how he's going to die of cancer, the doctor may very well refer in mechanical terms so he can best relate to it.
You got it.
Yeah, loads of analogies for that. But can I just divert back to what Carl is actually, you know, all that good advice aside, I mean, we're talking about audio and that kind of thing, what Carl's trying to do. So
say that again, Dino.
It's the audio side of things. What Carl is doing is musical.
I wanted to add on what Luke was saying before, in regards to what Carl's doing with his audio sort of things. And to me, everything is a wavelength. We're all liquid. We've got 80-90% water in everybody's bodies. Everything has to be fluid and in motion, otherwise you become stagnant. Sitting at home all day, you're going to become stagnant. So you've got to keep moving. And what Carl was saying, everybody reacts to different frequencies. If we're all talking on the same frequency, it's all this, we're all harmonizing with each other. It's all a musical, you know, frequency or wave or pulse that we all react to. And it's, you know, I totally agree with what Carl's saying about using music to do that. It's been proven throughout the ages that different music will help or hinder. So I totally agree.
Absolutely. But Carl, just for a few minutes. No, go on, Fluke. Sorry, you first, mate.
No. Just wanted to add one thing to Carl. Is I don't know what your professional background is from a working perspective, but like with me, I've been customer facing for 35 years, and I've worked with the public all my life, you know, and it's so important to take. If you've been in that type of profession when you're public facing, you understand the psychology of how people think, how people buy, how people sell, how people are sold, and how people are bought. And you have to understand that kind of narrative as well. So if there's any part of your professional life that isn't involved in what you're trying to promote that you can bring into it, try and bring it into it, because it makes a massive difference. Because that's a lot of experience that you might have in your brain that you don't realise could be connected to what you're trying to promote.
I hope it's there, Luke, because it's heavy. That was just really hard for me to take on. I didn't catch, what was it called again? Facing. What did you say? Me? Yeah. To Fluke. What was you saying?
I've been in customer service all my customer facing. So I've been in.
No, I've never heard that one.
Yeah, so
it's like if you have to deal with the public on a daily basis.
You deal with the public on a daily basis. So if you've got any experience of that in your life, you know, or whatever experience you have as a professional that might not be what directly attributed to what you're actually trying to promote now, go back into your professional life and see if you can bring the experiences and the things that you've learned in your professional life and bring it into what you're trying to promote from your perspective now, and bring it into working, because I've done it with my research and it helps massively. It really does help massively.
I've never had a professional life. I've never, this is the most professional I've got, and it's not very professional. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Look, Carl, I'm going to bring one thing up there, Carl. Just remember, okay, on what Natural said, okay, about what's normal. Yeah. Now you said about not you don't know if you've had something that's been professional. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, think about what Natural said about normal. Okay, about what is normal. So where Natural said, okay, to do with what do you class as normal? Yeah, and then we all had a discussion about that, and and that's where he then came up with it's a setting on a washing machine. Right, And just remember, it's the same thing, regardless to what you do throughout life, right? We're all going to have hiccups. We all will. It's part of life. It is part of life, right? But then it's about how we then either pick ourselves up or somebody helps pick us up, and how we then actually move forward. And I can see that Simon put a really good message, okay, about unite, not divide, okay? And it's very true. And it's the same thing as what you're trying to do now. All right, it's regardless, okay. Now, what you're trying to do is, when I say about unite, okay, and not divide, okay, what you're doing is you're picking somebody up so that they can actually bring themselves back to some form, okay, of place where they're at peace within their own head. Some people, through different things in life, may never ever find that peace in their life because of different things that they've experienced and different things that have happened. But what we can do is we can try and make it and help them be as comfortable as possible. Okay, they may never ever get to that point where they ever find complete peace.
Right, there's a link from Alison. Okay.
Evening, Alison.
How you doing? Now, let's not forget, this is massive advice and wisdom what's coming across, but we're talking about the audio thing. Carl, do you want to catch us up on the actual project, what you're doing, beginning stages and all that, but what it is you're trying to achieve with this, and what all this good advice aside, the actual audio side of it, the music, the project, what you're about. Do you want to just kind of
before we
go
answer
through an overview?
I'm just going to go to a toilet break. Sorry.
No worries, Luke. I'll see you in a minute, mate. No worries.
But I will be listening
thank
on
you.
mobile.
No worries, mate. Thanks for your input so far. Luke's absolutely brilliant, guys. So, Carl, just we do go off on tangents, and when Mark's on and Fluke, we get passionate, plod. We've got so much advice on that, but if you can just further what your project's about, don't worry about the way you talk about it, the way you come across about it. Let's understand more about the actual project and what it is you're about and what you're trying to achieve, and how you think it's going to help people.
Well, I think it should be put in a lot more places. I mean, I think it should be a part of just your therapy for me. I wasn't convinced how good this stuff worked till I actually got into playing music, and it's got me to release my stuff and that. And I'm just wondering where I'm going to go from here myself, because I'm just wondering what's the next stage for me. It's not been going anywhere. I've not been doing any marketing or nothing like that. But I mean, it's got me passionate again. It's got me passionate again to keep up with this. But I suppose I've got to reevaluate, like Fluke said. I've got to get a step back, and I think I've had good reports of what I've done, so it's kept me going and that. And it's just like I'm just trying to help. I don't know whether I'm achieving what I'm setting out to do, really, to tell you the truth. But
what's your end goal, Carl? What's the end goal?
The goal I'm after. The goal I'm after is just sort of like getting something out there, really, that's helping people.
Yeah,
that's really
so when I spoke to Carl today, it was quite a lengthy one, and on Wednesday for me, and straight away Plod will vote for this straight away. It was was it 2 hours plus, Plod? I think we schedule it for about 2 hours max ish, with a run over of depending on what's being talked about. And sometimes after a live, it gets a bit knackering up here, so you kind of want 5 minutes rest. He's straight on the phone to me, Carl, and he's nodding his head right now. What we set out to do on Wednesday, I don't know if Mark knows about it, but it's called Plodology, and it's all about the kind of stuff what you're on about, and we found it fascinating. So you got in touch, we said, yeah, you know, we want to hear this stuff. And then after we heard you on Wednesday, it was like massive to us. So he phoned me straight away. What do you think about that, Dino? And we both said something at the same time, and it was like perfect. You made that Wednesday night for us, mate, and there's more to come from you. And if you keep talking to guys like this, you're going to further yourself. So for me, it's all about this music, this the way this kind of sound, audio, music type of thing works for people who are under stress, anxiety, and it's a form of meditation and things like that. Fantastic work, because we all know, Spikey said it earlier, and it's kind of, I've heard things like music's the universal language and things like that. We all know what different sounds do to us and things like that. But when it comes to music, whatever you're into, it gives us those pleasure signals going off. But what I find very interesting about your project, Carl, is the fact that you've gone into a bit of detail about it, which means if you do that kind of thing, you really mean you've got your heart into what you want to do. And like you just said, you're at beginning stages, you're taking all this on board, which these guys who are us, who were saying, well, this and that in life and people and differences and things, you're taking all that on board, and that involves music. But what you're doing is very interesting, and it goes into detail, like I said. I don't want to go off on a tangent. But when you start talking about you've got two ears and one has a different frequency to the other, over time, the more you come on these lives and discuss that, I'd love you to go into those kind of details. But for now, because you said yourself, you're at a beginning stage of a project, what's been around for a little while, I believe, but I do believe that this binaural thing is moving in the right direction. It's got results, there's evidence and all that with people under those kind of mental health problems and that. Fantastic. So you're just another addition, just like an auditor is to us, another addition to the cause, if you like. Fantastic work, mate. So over the weeks, you know, you can explain as well as other things about it, about the details of it as well, because I found that fascinating. You know, we shouldn't take it for granted, as you can hear music, it can be at a certain volume, hertz, beat, and all that. And it's like saying, well, that does wonders. Well, it might not do for everyone, but to hear the details about how that thing works, and then what goes along with that, i.e., like Flute was talking about before, you know, it's that individual and et cetera, et cetera. So you keep plugging away with, and you said earlier on about research and you're not blah, 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 blah. The more passionate you become, the more research you'll do.
But Dino, can I just add one quick thing on there? Can I add one quick thing on there, Carl, just so you know as well? As you know, as Dino said, when we do Plodology, we look at about a 2-hour program, and we ran on for 3 hours, okay, which is completely fine. But then this will sort of then give some people in the chat a bit of an idea as well, and for yourself, is even when we came off of that chat after 3 hours, what me and Dino do then, just so we actually process all the information, and we basically at the end of every single Plodology, we always then have a half-hour, and we've even had a 2-3 hour conversation after a live as a debrief on the way then that we've seen things and how then we break it down. But then just so you know, as things sort of go forward and we bring more and more of your stuff out to light, every single time, it's like, even after this, what you'll most probably find is it most probably won't happen tonight for me. And at some point, me and Dino will catch up over the course of the next couple of days. And then we will then speak about tonight as well. And it means then that we can then focus and we can break up and we can then come up with questions to sort of bring your way, okay, and look at other stuff as well. So just remember, even when people do a live, and as people see, me and Dino do quite a fair few things together, and it's about us also being able to process the information for ourselves, and that's why we bounce lots of stuff off of each other.
Yeah, just a quick one, staying on the audio thing. Shillits, good evening, mate, by the way, top guy, great community supporter. what was that? 8D. Carl, have you heard of that? I haven't. Maybe the rest of us haven't. So if that's
8D,
something
no.
interesting, which it already sounds like it is, I'll look into it. But Carl,
No,
have you
never
heard of
heard of
8D?
Never heard of 8D, no.
Carl,
Chillis,
keep your
do you
glasses
wanna-
on. You can see.
Yeah, no, when I go back, these are
8D,
reading glasses, you see.
Wow, that's
I sat on them the
okay.
other
That's a
day.
new one. Chillits, if you want to pop more information in on 8D, that's fine, mate. Fire
Is
away.
that like
It's a free
eighth
chat.
dimension sound or something? It must be eighth dimension.
It could be, Mark. I mean,
eight
does
speakers.
anyone? If Biker were here now, we'd have the answer in 2 minutes. Right, Chillits, mate. If you want to elaborate on that, feel free. I'm fascinated already. 8D.
Which one are you talking about, Dino? Sorry, I missed that.
Shillits. We were talking about, Curl's audio thing and that, and then Shillits has put in, there it is, sorry. Look at 8D sound also.
Okay.
Well,
We were talking about hertz and, yeah.
I was at the gym before, and someone mentioned about Prince Charles. He listens to it, his classical, his baroque stuff and that in the garden on 42 hertz. Did you know about it getting changed? Because instruments tune up and they're a bit too tight, and it's sort of like they go past the resonance where you just think, oh, that's not. I know it's not comfortable on the sound of the. And tuning it a little bit lower to this 432 hertz. They changed it in around the 50s, I think, or something like that, from the natural 432, which is it's a number that keeps coming up in nature. This 432. And I know if you put sound on and like dust on a speaker and that gives off these lovely fractals, patterns of when it's in the 432, yeah. And it's just the instrument itself, the neck and everything it just feels so much better than pushing that tension on the strings, and it's sort of like not nice on the ear anymore. So we swear by 432 now. That's definitely our staple there.
Interesting you mentioned frequencies though, Carl, like frequencies. There's quite a few things about frequencies, and we can go into the G's and the 4s and the 5s and things, but I know for a fact Fluke's got quite a bit of knowledge on this kind of stuff. So
I bet, yeah.
I'm going to let Fluke talk about it for a minute, Carl, because we've talked about it before.
Listen, guys, my cat's just been a bit bothered. He's gone blind and that, and he's a bit trapped. So I'm gonna pop off for a second, look after him a minute. You know what I mean? Make sure he's sound.
No worries.
On the back of
no worries, mate.
Okay, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Plenty of room backstage. I have got one backstage for. Not that I've noticed much,
Carl, put those shots away.
You don't need to smile too much, Fluke, but you're not getting on.
Are you sure, Dino? Do you want me to go so we can let Henry on?
No, trust me, mate. I'll just say one thing, and me and Fluke, all I'll say is, Fluke, hey, guess who's backstage? No, you stay on, mate. In fact, why don't
you looked at the private chat
for a minute, because we've completely cut you out.
I think it's what's called there's a wanker backstage.
Dino, no.
That's nice. That's too nice a word. But anyway, we'll not go on about it. Go on.
Well, I wanted to talk to Carl. Actually, I wanted to ask Carl. I wanted to suggest something to Carl.
Where'd you get those shorts from?
Yeah. Well, regardless, I thought the shorts are funny. Don't get me wrong. But I wanted to give Carl some information that might help him.
Carl, on Wednesday. By the way, on Wednesday, sorry, Fluke, we don't allow explicit exposure.
Friday's all right.
Give me a minute, guys. I'll just leave you chatting. Absolute soup.
Carl, what I wanted to say to you was just a bit of advice that something you can maybe take on.
Yeah, mate. I'm all ears.
Research and do some. Go to a nearby university or hospital or whatever, and ask questions about the use of music in therapy and stuff like that, because that's what I think you're trying to get at, is using music as a therapy, you know.
Yeah.
And so if you go to some universities, I guarantee you they would have done some sort of investigations into that type of thing. And if you go there and I'll start asking questions, you'll start getting some answers, because a university generally don't do this stuff without a reason. You know, they'll do it because they want to publish it. They do it because, so look into universities that publish that type of material, search online for universities that do that type of investigations and what they come up with, read their papers. They're not easy things to read, don't get me wrong.
I'm not.
Carl, just before you answer that, I know that Dino's not here, okay? Under the Blood Red Sky, I know Dino's not here, and so I can't put it up on screen, okay? But thank you for that £30, okay? So no doubt Dino will mention it when he comes back, but just in case it sort of goes off the feed, I sort of want to pull it out for Dino, okay? Just so people are aware that it is there, okay? So big love to you, okay, Under the Blood Red Sky. And no doubt you heard what Dino said about where that money's actually going to, okay, between now and the end of the month. Okay, so big love to you. And if it does go off screen, I will mention it to Dino when he comes back.
So just maybe contact some, if you don't kind of, this is a generalization, but this is how you can start off when you do something research like this, is if you put up universities, audio, psychology, that type of thing, type that into a search bar and see what comes up, and start digging into it, because eventually what you're going to find is some professor, somebody, some, you know, body of generally at a university would have done some research into this type of thing. Now, what you can then do is write them a template letter saying, look, I'm thinking of getting into this to try and get to help people to do this, and I want to use music to try and, you know, get this result. You know, can you provide me with any papers or any research that you've done that would help me go along down that route? And that's a good way to do what you're doing.
It is, Fluke, but I'm not being rude, mate. It's something that's just not me. It really isn't. I've just learned everything. I'm far from intelligent, you know what I mean? So everything I've learned, I just know off by heart, and I just worked so much that way. I've never researched. I just use my eyes and ears, and I'm a simple person, and I don't think I can't see myself ever. I want to get back to my music, you know, and I know this is for me. It's binaural music because it's got so many healing things with it. For me personally, I'm not just doing it for other people. It's for myself. I'm not being rude in the slightest, but I've got too much on to and that stuff is really taxing for me. It's just like
some people learn by ear, some people learn by tablature. You have the two different types. You know, you sound like the one that would learn by ear and self-taught, and you learn through your common sense.
Mark,
yeah.
Could I just sort of jump in here for a minute, okay? And please don't think I'm being rude to yourself, Flute, SG, okay? And I know Dino will be back in a minute, okay? Carl, I've been watching your body language, and I've been watching your actual head sort of go, okay? Now, I know at this moment in time, and I know that we've had a number of chats, okay? I can see that there is an awful lot of information, okay, that's coming your way, okay? And sometimes what can happen, okay, is even for people like any of us, okay, we can all potentially, especially when loads of people are throwing loads of stuff, it can be an information overload, okay? So I'm going to suggest something here, and no doubt I know that Fluke will be up for it, and I know that Mark will as well, and I know SG will, and anyone else in the chat, okay? Fluke, I know that you got loads of things that you can fire over to Carl, and the same as Mark, okay? And this is the whole thing. We're all here to help support, okay? And we all want to do our best for that. But what I don't want you to do right now is, I could see as time is sort of going on from when I've been on till now, I can see that your brain's getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And it is because there's so much information, okay? So what I want to do, okay, and this is purely for Carl's benefit more than anyone's, okay, is I just want to sort of try and break it up a little bit, okay? And I just sort of want to say that all the information, okay, And Carl, don't forget, I know that you were happy for your actual stuff, and I know Alison's most probably upstairs for you, okay, on the other computer, okay. Alison, if you can actually put yours and Carl's email up, okay, and then Fluke and Mark and that can also then get that, and then other information. And I know that Fluke will definitely have a load of information for you. I'm not even going to question that. I know Fluke, and
Thanks
I know
for that, Fluke.
where he'll come from. But what, as I said, what I don't want for you, okay, is I don't want you to have a heavy head, okay, with so much information, okay, especially at this stage. It's about breaking it up, and that's all that I'm trying to do right now for you, is to sort of break it up so your brain doesn't get heavier and you lose stuff that sort of has already been discussed and where you sort of want to go to at this early stage.
I just hope you can bear with me, guys, because I'm not the brightest tool in the box. I'll tell you now, I'm not.
It's all right, mate. I mean, the good thing about this is it's on live stream, so you can play it back and back and back and go through it again. You always pick up things you missed the first or second time.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I was jamming on the... Sorry.
So Mark and Fluke, okay, if you look there, you've got Alison, okay, that's in the actual chat. And if you look, you'll see that you've got Cole's email and you've got Alison's, okay? That Alison is Cole's partner, okay? You can email either one of those two, okay? And as I said, okay, please do, and I know that both of you will, okay, because all of this support for Carl is an amazing thing to where we sort of go to, okay?
Absolutely. And just a quick one. I'm sorry, guys. I have to do this. I'm sorry. But Under a Blood Red Sky, thanks so much for your support thus far. And for that tonight, thank you so much. That's in euros, I see. But no matter what it comes in Super Chat or PayPal, it's for Ben, who we're familiar with now, most of us. So it's for Ben. There's reasons why it's for Ben. And so all my Super Chats, and there's a PayPal link. And if you put money towards Ben for good reasons, if you do it in the PayPal, please make sure you put Ben as you send it, please. Then we can collect it in the right way. If you don't do that, I'm having it. I'm just kidding. Under a Blood Red Sky, thank you so much, mate. And I thank you on behalf of Ben as well. So I'm sorry I missed that, but I do believe you got good praise for it from Plod. Cheers, guys. Honestly, sorry to cut in there, but whenever that thing comes up, I've just got to mention it.
I've just sent an email to Alison as well, so she's got my email address. So if you want to contact me another time, then send me an email, and we can talk as long as you want to talk, mate. It's not a problem.
She loves your stuff, Alison.
It's about you making connections, okay, and this being pushed out further and further afield. Now, Fluke weren't there, Mark weren't there the other night, but you can see now that you've now got another two people, and the same as SG. And this is the whole thing. This is what me and Dino were actually discussing, how we sort of help you push it further and further out.
Oh, you've been brilliant.
We would love to see you have your own channel fully up and running, you doing your own lives, and myself and Dino, Fluke and Mark and SG all coming on as your guests.
Oh, my God. How privileged is that?
Okay.
I tell you what.
We would like to see.
Ah, mate. Cut Steve.
The thing is with this is about making connections is kind of like researching, because all you're doing when you make connections like we've just made tonight is the same connections you make when you research. That's all it is. It's about making connections.
Yeah.
Whether they're physical connections, like Mark's just sent me your girlfriend's email address tonight, Alison's email. Just sent me from New Zealand. I just got the message right now. So, you know, we've just connected with two people in the UK and one person in New Zealand, just connected within seconds. This is the connections that we need to make all the time, because if we don't make those connections, we won't have the ability to fight against the tyrannical government that doesn't want us to make those connections. That's what's important.
Yeah. Do you know, Fluke? Okay, mate.
You're going to get that help. If you want me to help you, I'll help you. You know.
So blessed, mate.
Help you in any way, I will. You know, I know a lot about stuff like psychology and stuff like that.
Carl, brave.
I've
Carl. I can see you holding your breath. Breathe.
Well, listen. What's happened is after Wednesday, which is quite mellow compared to tonight, because I've got the likes of certain guests in, and it is quite heavy for you. We can tell that. So yeah, do take a breath. But listen, we'll level all this out at some point. The more you come on, the more you speak to these familiar guys. I just wouldn't. I'll entertain these guys, and there's a great benefit to us all on this tonight. Absolutely, mate. So keep coming on. Yeah. And keep putting your own point across, and whatever you progress in, please keep us up to date with that. Then we can try and further our advice and etc. Because there's people on here now. In fact, every single one of us, if you say something about, I'm not quite sure of that, and like you said before, I don't really research. If you bring up something like, well, this has come up and I think it might work, but I'm not sure, ask, and I promise you within 24 hours you'll get one of us researching into it and come back with you with the best answer we can, and then come on, we'll talk about it, and then it furthers from that. It's just exactly what Fluke's just said, and for me he's just pinpointed it in just a few seconds, a few sentences. So I'm making better connections.
Better connections all the time. Like it's so important to get around the right people you want to be around, and people who are not going to bring negativity to your door. Anyway, listen, guys, I've got my cat's crying to death, but I've got massive respect for all what you're doing, and I can't even put it into words. I'm gonna go and reevaluate, guys. Yeah. You look after yourselves, and big love, to everyone.
Indeed.
Thanks so much, Carl. Once again, brilliant contribution, mate. Honestly, superb, mate. Listen, see you next Wednesday, I hope.
Will do. I'll be charged up, ready. I'll make sure it's a good night. Don't worry.
And don't forget, I'm live on Sunday, mate, so you can join me on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll get myself used. I don't want to overstay me welcome, because it is off topic and stuff I'm talking as well. So, but you've been great, and if I ever overstay me welcome, just let me know, and I'm thick-skinned. You just say, Carl.
Dino will tell you. Dino will definitely tell you.
Listen, take care, guys. Thanks a lot for that. You all have a great future with you, and we're going places, guys.
Thanks so much for learning a lot of things tonight, Carl. See you soon, mate.
Same. Bye now. Bye.
Dino, Cheers, can I just quickly mention something, if you don't mind? Now that we've sort of gone past that with Carl, and it was really great to actually make it on in time. So, as I said, I didn't know whether or not I'd make it back in time. But Mark and Fluke, this was for you because it actually happened to you. 2 weeks ago, rewind your memory back 2 weeks.
Oh, God. Don't even remember what happened yesterday, let alone 2
2 weeks ago, Fluke. 2 weeks ago, Friday, Fluke, you were having that debate with that guy with the sunglasses.
Let's not mention that person's name, okay? Let's not go there, okay? Forget the
I remember his initials. It was CUNT was his initials.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday, mate, okay? But what was really great is... it was just so funny right at the very end. Now, I can assure you tonight, okay, I'm at home and Dino's at home, right? But right at the very end, it was just so funny because all what I could see now, when I jumped on Dino's laptop and he jumped over to mine, all what he could see was he could just see Mark pointing at the screen like that, right? And he was just pointing at the screen to go, and Fluke, your face you were like a lump of rock. You just froze and you didn't know what to say at first. And Dino was over the other side of my room, just absolutely in hysterics.
What, my screen froze?
No, you froze, not your screen. You froze when me and Dino swapped places right at the very end.
Oh, maybe that was a comedy gag on your part, was it?
No, blame Dino. I wasn't even going to take on.
I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Nor do I.
Can you say it again on that?
Dino, right at the very end of your live 2 weeks ago when you were at mine.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and then you got me. You got me to swap places with you right at the very end.
Yeah, right at the end.
And then Mark started pointing at his screen. Fluke froze, and I think everybody was really, really confused by the whole situation.
Plod showed up and Dino showed up and Plods, and it's like, what the fuck?
We kept, do you know what? At the beginning, and I said, what do you think about this? Like, first idea was, like, just add the curtain up, and then after a few minutes, just let it drop, and see a different background, see how people react. And he went, nah. So then I'm not coming on. I said, last 10 minutes, why didn't you come on? Everyone thinks I'm at home, and I'm back in London. So I thought that were great. So yeah, great stuff there. Good to see that reaction.
It was.
I'm not going to get my haircut, Telly. I don't need to get it cut. It's falling out.
He's going to start plaiting it.
I'm going to let it take its time. Yeah. Listen, you're not coming on.
The Carl that was just on a minute ago, if he's watching the live stream back again, then this is just a little bit of advice for him. It's like, if you're going to come onto a live like this, it's very difficult. And I still do this. And I've been on lives for like the last 18 months, especially with the whole COVID nonsense. But I still make notes. Even before I came on tonight's live, I made a page of notes of things that I can touch on. And it's very hard to sort of think as you're talking, kind of thing. So if you have to go back to something, regardless of what you're talking about, whether it's COVID or whether it's auditing or whether it's whatever Carl was, trying to sort of get across, if you make those notes and keep them there, then they're always there. It's kind of just a really simple thing to do to keep your brain on track, so that when you try and get your message across, you've got that stuff there, bullet point by bullet point, the stuff you're trying to make, or even the alternative, the stuff you're trying to ask. Because if you don't know, you need to ask questions. And it's a two-way thing. It's not just bullet points about what you want to say, it's about bullet points about what you want to ask. Because if you're asking questions, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I agree with you.
Absolutely well said. Yeah,
that's bang on.
Yeah.
Dino, could I just say good evening to SG? Okay, he's been extremely quiet, but I had the pleasure of chatting with him the other day.
Thank you, Claude.
He's very. I would say he's more patient than quiet, because when he does talk, very patient. Because I'll tell you what, go on, SG. You have a good chat. Go on. You say what you think.
And I couldn't come off mute. Sorry. So I don't know what to add, really.
It's always a mixed bag, isn't it?
You just throw it in.
Anything you want, you can add on to the last subject, or do you know what? At this point, you can change the subject. Have you got anything new or to bring up, or
anything new? Well,
anything interesting you found out lately, or you want to?
Anything interesting lately? My mind's gone completely blank now.
Have you seen a video lately that you might want to talk about, or?
I've seen a few. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Anything catch your eye?
I've seen two specific videos that in the last week that have caught my eye. And actually caught my heart in a shocking way, and I suppose this is the place to talk about them, because one was recorded by somebody at the scene, and another one was on internal, I think, police video, and it was where the first one was where a child had put the middle finger up at a PCSO. I'm sure some people have seen it.
and the PCSO decided to try and grab the child. So some civilians, let's say, came to kind of argue with the officer, and he started pushing the officer. Sorry, PCSO. I won't call him an officer, really. The PCSO started shoving the civilian, which is obviously assault. So he assaulted a child and a civilian for no reason, really up himself, and then the actual police actually arrived, and they just went straight for the children. The children, of course, these two children kind of went, "Oh my gosh, I got to run because it's scary." And they were, well, the one that you can see was taken to the ground by the police, and they were actually putting some force on his head while this 10-year-old was on the ground. Yeah. And the other video was a police officer kicking a child in the head and then dragging him by the foot into a cell or something, or into a room. That one I just saw in a quick moment earlier, and I was disgusted. But my point is, this is how far these officers or PCSOs or people in these positions are going at such short notice nowadays. And I'm surely things are obviously getting worse.
They are
getting. I mean, to state the obvious, yeah. But yeah, I just thought while you're on, I'd ask you something. That's all. I know you
really had no idea, but that they really have been, you know, like a thorn in my side the last few days. So,
worries,
that's my honest answer to your question.
Yeah, but SG, it comes back to a similar thing that I know that me and you discussed, and I know that Dino has made it publicly as well, and I know loads of other people have as well. This is where it's really important now, where you actually say to do with that. This is why it's really important that when you actually go out there, right, and you look at stuff right now. I've been out there. I've been assaulted by, actually punched by an actual PC, and then assaulted by a PCSO, and so on and so forth, right? And this is why, regardless to you going out there, okay, what you're doing is completely the right thing to what you're doing, okay, to the way that I see it. Other people may see it differently, but this is where it's about you being as professional as you can, right, and exposing them for who they are and what they do and how they do it, right? And at the end of the day, you can see, regardless, now what I now get over time now, they do not even care now that the camera actually films them doing stuff, okay? It's now got to that point where the camera was there at first and they were like, oh no, we can't do this because the camera's there. But now you can see now they really do not care about the camera. They are just so blatant now on the way that
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is part of my point of this. Yeah, they don't care.
They're desensitized to it.
Yeah, they're like, they started working at the abattoir and were disgusted by it, but they've been doing it long enough now and they're not bothered.
Yeah,
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I know Flute wanted to add something then. I know he had his finger up.
Please do.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but this is something I'm going to go back to. This is specific to what is it 5G or 5S? I haven't got my glasses.
SG.
SG.
Just call me 5G.
I'm going to say I'll see you later, guys. I will be watching, but I'm going to go and keep my wife happy. So
no worries, mate. Hold tight, mate. We didn't need all that info.
She's not a morning person.
That sounds even worse, Mark.
I'll see you all, guys. It was great having a chat.
No worries, mate.
Thank you, mate. Thanks so much, mate. Hopefully, I'll see you next week.
Keep in touch.
Hopefully.
Of course.
Keep in touch, mate. Keep in touch.
Massive. Absolute legend.
It was nice chatting.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah. See
you.
You'll probably see Merck's channel link going up. Merck's channel link will go up any second now, probably. There's Carl's channel link. Leah, as always, does the great work for that.
Just mention John's last comment Fusilier
Who's?
John. Okay, I don't think he is, but I just want you just to make sure.
No, hang on. No, not from me. Definitely not from my channel, and not from the chat. So, John, I don't understand that, mate. No, you're not. If you were, you wouldn't be able to comment. So, if you want to put another comment in now, that will prove you are not blocked.
Yeah.
Shillits, thanks for staying in, mate. It's great to see your support for Fluke. Natural Borns back in there, guys. 5G Media,
Hey,
LOL. There's Carl's channel link again, guys. Just for slow it down a sec. There's plenty time to go, and I know we've got more to talk about. A bit more deeper stuff, guys, coming up. Bear with us. Alligator Software. Thanks so much for being in there from minute one, and you've made some great comments. Fantastic chat tonight. Superb. You'll never beat the Irish Blood Red. Steve-O. Wow, what are you talking about, Bonnie? John Swampy, with these pigs, get them out. We're trying, mate. We're trying. And those Mark's channel as well.
I'll be back in a minute, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. SG, thanks so much for that little contribution you made there. You got quite a few comments back, positive. So thanks for highlighting that. I've not seen it yet.
I consider you go and watch that. That's the watch of the week.
Yeah. Your channel link's been up there as well. So nice one, mate. Thanks for coming in.
Here's a comment I just need to make very quickly. But when I had content on my channel, I had a very small amount of subscribers. But now that I've been doing like the live streams with people and talking, I've actually tripled my my subscribers. So that's really shocked me, and I have to thank every subscriber.
What are you on now then, if you don't mind me asking?
When I checked yesterday, it was something like 63 or something.
Oh, okay then. So normally we say, you know, if you're on 63, let's try and get to 100 by, you know, as soon as really. So,
well, yeah.
I know Leah's put your channel link up a few times, and it'll go up again before you've gone off, no doubt. So, guys, 63 for SG. Check his channel out. He's been on my live
There's
for
nothing on it.
quite a few. Listen, it doesn't matter because you come on my live. I don't know. I've done that many now, but you always come on. You're positive. You sound nice and that. And Biker Eddie does every week. And as soon as I started doing lives, I think Biker's been on every single one. And I've said to Fluke, I've said to many people, look, you know, I do like my lives to be, some people, kind of serious in a way. I don't mean that fully. I just mean there's some real people who come on here and do real talk. But because it's normally a long one, I try and kind of cut it up, if you like, in sections. And like the first couple of hours when Biker comes on, he's got no content. Okay. But we've said, look, just out of respect, just a sub is to say thank you for having your content done on a live, i.e. not on your videos or anything because you've got none, but contributing to a live. And for me, that is content. And I said that to Biker. So it's a mark of respect just to go subscribe and thank you for contributing when you come on a live and saying what you think, etc. So for me, you are creating content, but it's not what others do, like videos and stuff. But
I'm glad you pointed that out, Dino, because it isn't something I'd considered really. But you are right in a way. It is content, isn't it?
have you ever fancied going out? I mean, your name, you know, SG. What are you up for? Are you up for, you know, your opinions are great. Things like that. Have you ever thought about going out filming, audit, whatever?
I mean, I have done some auditing, but I wanted my paperwork to be right. I'm someone who avoided having any identification over the years. No photo ID, nothing of anything really. No bank account. and I've
Right.
decided to get it all sorted because, of course, when you go for any kind of auditing, you have to have your ducks all in a row before, you know, police start looking. So, because, you know, I'm just waiting for my license to come through now, and
No worries.
I think legally, now that I've applied, I'm covered.
Okay.
But I'd prefer to actually receive my license before I was driving to an audit, if you get my meaning, you know.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be pulled up because of some paperwork.
Yeah,
And it's
give
took
them
actually
nothing.
it's took 4 months to get all my paperwork so far.
No worries, no
sorted.
rush, mate. If your heart's into it and, you know, whatever,
Yeah.
if you do it or not, you're coming on here, you're talking about it, you're contributing, that's content.
I'm trying to get the insurance right, you know, for business purposes as well and stuff like that.
Yeah, no worries
you know.
about that, mate. You don't have to explain, but anyway, thanks. Brilliant stuff. Cheers, mate. I just want to say this, Fluke may smile, but listen, you're not coming on. All right.
Are you sure you want to say that there, Dino?
By the way, 2 hours.
I did want to make a really important point, actually, if I can, Dino, because this relates to what SG was saying earlier. And when SG was talking about the videos that he saw earlier and that, you know, how graphic they were, how stupid they were, how the police acted like wankers or whatever it was, that's
right.
all well and good with 5 of us talking on a live stream and chatting about it and 60 people chatting in the chat about it. What we need to do and what people got to realize is you have a way of speaking out against these people, and you've got to do it directly to them, right? All the police have a website for a start. They all have a Facebook page. They all have a Twitter account, and they all have a Google account. When you see a video and it's got 3,000 views, as far as I'm concerned, it should have 3,000 complaints to their Facebook page and their Twitter account and their Google page, right? Because that's what hurts these people. They know in a technological age that they've got to come across, and they do all these videos, these like TikTok type videos. Oh, we're here to help the community and we're LGBTQ and and what this, that, and the other, make themselves out to be fucking glorious human beings when it on a daily basis they prove themselves to be a bunch of wankers, right? And all we've got to do is if Kat does a video and she gets abused by a police officer, she's got 3,500 subscribers. They should all be getting onto Twitter, Facebook, Google, and everything else, and leaving them the derogatory comments that they deserve. That's the power we have. We have the right to freedom of speech. That's why they're trying to take it away from us, because the government doesn't want its gang that enforces its bullshit laws to have a voice against them. But unfortunately, they do have that platform, and we do have a right to access that platform and express our opinions. And if everybody did it, you know, imagine if 60 people tonight went on the police's website who put up a Mickey Mouse video the other day that made themselves look like a bunch of wankers, and 60 people went on there tonight and went, right, this is out of order, not having it, it's disrespectful, unacceptable, unprofessional, not happy, you know, and posted that to their Google page and gave them a 1-star review. See how quickly their fucking star reviews come down. That's the power that we need to all use.
You are so damn right there, Fluke. Absolutely.
Something so simple that everybody can do. You don't have to go out and audit. You don't have to even come on a live stream. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is just open your laptop and type a message and say, I'm not happy. I'm a member of the club. I've seen this video and I'm not happy about it. Simply, you don't have to be rude or derogatory or anything like that. Just say, I'm not happy, you know, and send it off to them, you know, because that's the power of social. They want to use social media to make themselves look good, but they don't like it when social media reacts to them and says, no, you're out of order. And that's what we all need to do as a whole community, especially in the auditing community. That needs to be done. When you've got some guy like Live Free who's got 60,000 subscribers, or Audit in Britain who's got 100,000 subscribers plus, gets caught up by police acting like tosspots, You know, he's got 65,000 views the other day on one video within 24 hours. There should be 65,000 people bitching and moaning about that police department straight away online. Because that's the power we have. People don't realise that we have a technological power these days. And we have to use it as much as they use it psychologically against the general public. Look at us, we're all lovely people and we're here to protect you and all that nonsense. When they go out and do stuff against me and yourself and Audit in Britain and Live Free and Marty Bragler and all the rest of them, do you know what I mean? We've got to use that power of social media against them to make them realise that it works both ways.
Absolutely, mate. Well said. Using the alligator, agreed. Minor disobedience, absolutely. Plod's nipped off. I don't know how long he'll be. Mark Kelly, bring him on for 10 minutes. Do you know what, Mark? No. If that's you, can you give me just a thumbs up in the chat, because there's no logo and that, and you've done this before, but if it is you, can you give me a thumbs up? Blast from the past. Oh, Leah, why have you done that? Leah, that is a shock. Do not click on that link, guys. Leah's last whatever you do, don't do that. I'm gonna remove it now. Do you know what? Alligator's software, do you know what? Yeah, it's good to see how auditors vary so much in technique. If we didn't vary, imagine how that would go. You know, and a lot of that is down to personality as well. You know, I get the compliments of you calm and collective and things like that. Police, but with security, I friggin' hate them. And on videos like that, you'll see a difference in me. I just can't stand security. Can't stand them.
That's the thing with me, Dino, is it's not it. The thing that pisses me off even more is security under license, under the SIA regulations and under the law in the UK. The Private Security Industry Act of 2001, specifically Section 9, clearly states that every security guard must wear their badge on their bodies at all times while undertaking duties under license. Having an invalid badge via a security guard, if caught, right, can result in up to a £5,000 fine and up to 6 months in prison, right?
Wow.
That's why. The reason that is in legislation, not policy, not, Mickey Mouse police procedure, or, this is legislation, right? They have to wear their badges all the time they're on duty under license, and they have to be on display to the public at all times, right? Now, on top of that, the reason being is that's due to public safety. Now, if the police turn up on an audit and start talking about public safety, and an SIA security guard doesn't have a badge on display, there's your public safety problem, mate. It's over there. The camera over here isn't the problem. The problem's over there with the guy that's not got his badge on display, right?
Yeah.
Secondly, me holding a camera in a public place will not ever end up with a £5,000 fine and 6 months in prison, because it's not illegal. But what he's doing over there with his high-vis jacket on is illegal, right? And that's what people need to do on audits. They need to turn it on the police, because what pisses me off most is the police turning up and sticking up for the fucking security guards. That's what fucks me off most.
Yeah. Birds of the feather and all that. Shillits, how you doing, mate? Yeah, just before Shillits, honestly, just going off that last bit, Fluke, that's what pisses me off. One of the things about security. Every time I've asked, where's your ID? I've got it. It's in my pocket. And then eventually some might go, there it is. And they always put all the fingers, tips of the fingers, over the name or whatever piece of information on that badge. They always do that. Or they go, if it's on the round, they go, there it is, and they switch it right round. They don't want to reveal who they are. The name. Everything else is what they do, but it's the name they don't want to reveal all the time. Why should they hide it?
Yeah, exactly. Can I just make one point as well before Shillits comes on? Because I'm no advocate of calling the police on an audit, right? But I think, and this goes back a couple of years, and I was thinking this to myself, was like, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I get a security guard that won't show me his security ID, then I'm going to call the police and say to the dispatcher, there's a bloke out here claiming to be a security guard, but he has no ID. And that's against the law. So I need someone to come out and check that he's got an ID. And turn the tables before the police come out. So the police are actually called to check that this motherfucker's got an ID in the first place. And turn the tables.
Yeah, absolutely well said. Shillits, mate, good evening. I've not seen you for a while. I've seen you in a chat on one or two lives, but I've not seen you on mine for a while. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. It's great, it's great to be here, and thanks, for letting me on and giving me the opportunity to speak. But just following on from what you were saying about with regards to, you've got these security guards that seem to be sort of like backed up by the police. And one thing I've sort of like been seeing this, and it's as though the police are choosing to back up private entities rather than the people, the community. They're actually becoming a corporate entity, and they're just backing up these corporate sort of like companies, more than the people. And I think the auditing scene is exposing this, and it's very important work that the auditing scene is doing, because it is exposing what's going on, and people need to see it. It's become a corporate enterprise now, the police.
Totally agree with that, Shillits. Absolutely. And you're the only person that's actually pointed out that auditing is bringing light to that. I mean, there's a new auditor called Bear Britain Audits, and he actually interviewed, it might have been a PCSO or a police officer, can't be sure, but on one of his videos, the officer admitted that the shopping centre that he found him in was on his beat, on his route. It was literally officially on his route to go through it. So, and yet they've got their own security. It's only what you're saying. It's definitely what you're saying.
It's becoming like a private enterprise. It's all about these big businesses looking after themselves, and it's like the police are being pulled away from looking after the people. We need the police to look after the people and to respect the people and do jobs for them, not just to be focused on the corporate entities, which is unfortunately the way I see it, that they're going down this road now where they're just backing up. Yeah, they're just backing up the big business. It's like if there's a jewelry shop that gets robbed, the police will swoop in there. They'll get the armed response, everything. If it's a guy in their home that has an issue, you're lucky to get the police turn up. You see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I want to make a couple of points that Shillits just made, actually, and this is about the politicization of the police, right? Because you've got one of my very first audits I ever did, it's still on my channel, it's Thales. They're a UK defence contractor, and I went and filmed their building, right? And the security guard eventually came out, and he was the security manager. Unfortunately, he actually was a photographer, strangely enough, so we had a fairly sort of cordial back and forth. But he said to me, the problem is when we're worried about people taking pictures outside of our property, we might have to call the police, and then you'll be interrogated under the Terrorism Act. And it's like, hang on a minute. So you've already admitted I'm outside your property, which means it's got nothing to fucking do with you. Secondly, if you can't deal with it yourself, why do you need to call the police? Why? To back up a corporate entity that's bombing Iraqi children? Oh, okay. That sounds okay to me, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. So then you call the police to interrogate me about being a terrorist while your company is funding weapons to bomb innocent children in Iraq. That makes total sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, listen, guys, I totally understand where Fluke's coming from, right? Because I've been through that 3 times. But what a lot of you won't understand is where Fluke's coming from on that, right? I do totally. You will not automatically think that. We will, many others will. But think about that as what would you call it, Fluke? Not a principle, an ideal of what's going on, really. What's the word for it? You can take it as you want. You can take it that way, or there's many other explanations. I could let Fluke talk now for half an hour. He will give you many other analogies or truths to that effect. So yeah, you're getting pulled up for Section 43. I put three complaints in about unlawful detainment, etc. So we'll see what comes with that. But yeah, it's just ridiculous.
It's not just corporate, because these corporate entities, and I've had it twice now with Thales. I went back there and I wasn't even doing a revisit. I was actually videoing a company next door, and their security guard waved at me. Do you know what I mean? And didn't say anything. While I was there, I was very early on in my channel, and I'd only had about 5 or 6 audits up, and I was next door to Thales, and I said, "Oh, by the way, while you're here, this is this company." I took a shot of their building with their name on it, and said, "Go back and watch my original first video, where I got harassed by security over filming this building." And while I was there filming it and just introducing that video, they started again. The same fucking people came out and started exactly the same bullshit all over again, And I was like, oh, for God's sake, I wasn't even there to film them. I was actually going to film Boeing, right? Which is another thing entirely, but there you go. But that's the point. And it's like, well, hang on a minute. We've got a problem. And I'm no fan of Winston Churchill for certain reasons. But he did make a very important speech after World War II, in which he said, "You will know when socialism and Marxism comes to your country when the police become politicized," right? Yeah. And this is something we can drag back to today, right? Because we have now got Extinction Rebellion getting away with bloody murder on the streets of London. We've got climate change protesters getting away with bloody murder on the streets of London. We've got Black Lives Matter getting, the police are standing there bowing their knee and putting their fists up and all that nonsense. And they're not political. Exactly. But then you go on a fucking anti-lockdown march and out come the riot police with their batons. Don't tell me the police aren't political. Because when the police become political, socialism is coming to your country. Marxism is coming to your country. And that's exactly the same thing that audits do. They make people realize that if I go and do an audit and the police call the security call the police automatically take sides of the security guard who's there to manage the property of a private company. Yeah. So where do my rights come into that? They don't.
Yeah. Remember a time where there was no security. There was no security. None. When I was younger, none. And then that was when the Bobby was on the beat, as the old saying goes. And it was true. The Bobby was on the beat and things were more mellow and calmer. But these guys just caused so much trouble, security. But why do they need this? When I first saw a security guard, it was in a supermarket, and he stood there with this American-style suit on, and this American-style, what was that cartoon, Fluke? Something cop, and it were like hexagon shaped, and I thought, what? And this is like America, and I thought, what's the point in having a security guard stood there with his uniform on, hands behind his back? I'd never seen that before as a kid. I saw a Bobby on the beat the odd time, to be honest. And now it's gone, there's more security than cops on the beat now. And they're not even on the beat. They just walk around standing there doing nothing. But they
What
get on my
do
nerves
is
more than
they-
they don't even know. It takes about 2, 3, 4 weeks to do their training. And when you confront them, they haven't got a clue what they're doing. Not a clue.
This goes back to like the whole 9/11 and the security state, the fear mongering security state, because the biosecurity state is what we're going into next. But prior to that, it was the after 9/11, it was the security state. Oh, because of terrorists, we've got to have all this security. And all it did was pumped a shitload of money into the private security industry. And what happened to their share price? You go and look at the share price of G4S in the last fucking 20 years.
Prisons as well, Fluke. Serco, private category A prisons.
Exactly, because this is what it's about. It's about making money. It's not about your safety. It's not about your. They sell it to you that it's about your safety and your security, and it's not. It's about private corporations and governments coming together, which equals fascism, right? To make a shitload of money out of your fear. And using the mainstream fucking media to do it. And that's exactly what's happening now with COVID. And this is the thing with this as well. This is the thing with this.
Just bring it down a bit, Fluke. Just one sec, Fluke. It's only midnight. It's just midnight. We can go on for quite a bit yet. So, okay, listen to that, because it's absolutely bang on what he said. It's a bit heavy, guys, okay, but take it in. Think about it. Do you know what I mean? But we'll cut it down with plenty of time left yet. We don't want to overload shit.
One really important point, Dino, just to add on to the end of that, was the first private prison ever signed off in the UK was signed off under Theresa May's government when she was Prime Minister in 2010, right? It was signed off to G4S, right? The first private prison.
I remember.
Who was the director of G4S at the time? Her husband was the director of G4S.
Right.
Just on top of that, since then we now have 16 private prisons.
Right.
Fluke,
thanks for that. I was just going to say, think about that, guys, okay? And you might be thinking, what? Yeah, I've heard of Theresa May, and I've not heard of her husband being involved. Well, I'll tell you what, from this point on, look into it if you're interested. If you're not, do you know what I mean? You may as well be asleep.
And another interesting point is a lot of these politicians don't have the same married name. So Theresa May isn't the same name as her husband's name, and that's how they try to deflect information. So you can't join the dots between the two of them, because nobody knows who's married to who, because they don't share the same married name.
Okay.
His name isn't May. Her maiden name was May, and that's what she used when she was Prime Minister.
Right, and just on that point, when it comes to names, that's another massive subject where all these aristocrats, and it comes down to like government, the puppets. I'll just say one thing: Boris Johnson, right? That's not his real name, guys. And this is what Fluke's been talking about. Think about names. You're distracted by that's that person's name and that person's name. Did you realise they were married? No, it's not the same name. But I've just mentioned Boris Johnson because it was Fluke what taught me about this. Who that guy is, what his real name is, and his associations and that. I'll just leave it at that. Otherwise, it will go on for hours. But Boris Johnson is not his real name. His name is connected to a pharmaceutical company. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Dino, where are we going to now? What do you want to talk about now?
I'll tell you where I'm going now. I'm going to the toilet, so please excuse me.
Right, no
Could I just have
problem.
10 seconds?
No problem.
I'll come back and talk to you in a bit. And
trouble is,
I keep calling him
on
5G,
this,
but he's SG.
no,
So I do.
no, it's cheers, mate. Trouble is, guys, anyone new, and I don't think there is that many new people in there really. You must know what it's about sometimes on Fridays, okay? But I think tonight's been superb because I've had a guest on who was on Mine and Plods on Wednesday, and it meant a lot. And he's come on tonight and explained more about his new beginning of what he's doing. and he's not quite sure of what he's doing himself. I don't mean that in a bad way, but he's took so much advice off great guys tonight, he'll take his project further. So it's nice. It's just nice to have people like this on, who we've had on tonight. Okay, I've had, I'm not too bothered, but there's 45 in now. Normally at this time, there'd be double that. There's reasons for that. And I'm not stupid, but I know there's reasons for that. But I'm not too bothered, guys. I'll just carry on as normal. I will just say I'm allowed to get slightly, not frustrated, but I'm allowed to say things on my own life, which is quite recently people have tried to sabotage me and cut my numbers down and things like that. And my subs went immensely down from almost 4K to 3K. And they crept back up and things like that. So I know what's happening at the minute. And I just want to put out there that there are some people who think they're being nice to me. And they're the ones who are sabotaging or trying to. You're not getting to me, and I'm not stupid. I know who you are. So just carry on. I don't care whether I get 140 odd, what I've peaked at least once. And these people who are trying to put me down haven't even half that on a live. So good luck. I take tonight as a one-off compared to the last 5 or 6 weeks.
Do you know what, Dino?
Yeah.
I've noticed something that's going on sort of like all over many communities, all over the internet. There's this sabotaging thing going on where people are trying to divide, and it seems to be a big thing at the moment where they're just literally, people are jumping in to try and cause disunity between people, and it's so obvious to me.
It's sad, isn't it? It's sad because these people, I've noticed, I talk in length in private with people who mean serious business, not people who just want drama. And what it comes down to is, Under a Blood Red Sky, Leah has posted your channel link up a few times, but no doubt that will come up again. The ones who want drama, who want it, because apart from wanting drama and being on YouTube permanently, there's nothing else in their life. So fair play, you've got to have something in your life to keep you happy or sad. Are the ones who have no content. They spend all the time watching and listening and involving themselves in with bad comments. So let me just say, I know who they are, and they're the ones with no content, no subs, and all that.
What I'd like to add to that is that what I've noticed is that everybody, literally everybody, you get these big names on YouTube, you get all these massive people. It doesn't matter who they are. At the moment, everybody seems to be under some sort of attack. And I think, it doesn't matter whether you're a big YouTuber or a small YouTuber, if you're speaking about a certain subject, they're all over you at the moment, and they don't want you speaking. They're literally pulling all stops to silence everybody, like you would not believe. And honestly, it doesn't matter who you are, everybody's under this cosh of...
No, I accept that. I understand that because YouTube and what I do, I'm nothing and nobody, but I think Friday's go quite well. Tonight's been very good. But there's them who get, I get that. But there's the ones who are just nobodies. They do nothing. They probably don't even go out their house. They probably even got people in their house who they hardly speak to or see, things like that. And all they do is spend all the time on YouTube causing shit. That annoys me, that, compared to the ones who do go out there, do content and say, Dino, that's full of shit, or you did that wrong, or if I were you, I'd have done this. If I look at their channel, these people who criticise, I think, oh, okay, you've done fair play, mate, yeah, blah, blah. But when these people are nobodies who don't even go out their house and shit like that, and just concentrate on YouTube to see what drama they can cause, I find that very sad. But at the same time, it's kind of a compliment because they're still watching, and obviously there's an interest there. But whatever I do that people don't like, I won't apologise. I am who I am. I'm honest. I'm straight. And if you don't like what I do, switch off. If you want to comment and try and put me down, it won't work. You can look back throughout my small YouTube career, if you like, and I've never been put off by anything. And all this drama, what's been going on, there's been a couple involving me. I've just carried on and done my own thing. I hardly mentioned anything. But all these other people who do nothing, bring no content out, and just do boring lives and shit, and pretend they're your friends, when I know, as a fact, for tonight, these pretend friends have been part of this small sabotage, even though I get more views right now, even though normally it's double than these people do on a regular basis. So I ain't bothered.
What I'd say is that with regards to you know, people doing that sort of thing, you know, it's not nice. But all I try and do is just steer away from any of that. I'm not interested in the drama.
Same here. Chill it. Honestly, mate, it's the same thing. But just imagine being pursued or harassed or whatever. And people, like, it's like, okay, you agree or disagree or like or don't like what I do or whatever, but yet these people still persist. And all I do is carry on with what I do. I just carry on. It's been noticed, and I just crack on. These people don't. They're like stuck with it. They can't let it go and things like that. But when I notice things what go on, which are differently, I know who these people are and what they're trying to do. And it's obvious to me. They're not clever. And when they're trying to be nice to me and at the same time trying to, in other words, two-faced, and you don't fool me, guys, all those people. So I mean, I don't want to name names, but
no, you don't want to. I'm glad you put that out there. You know the score, you know what's going on, and at the end of the day, the thing that I'm supporting you with is the fact that you're just cracking on. You're getting on with what you want to do, and that's the key. You know, don't let anybody stop you doing what you want to do.
They won't. And when I just, sorry, Shillits, you can carry on. I just wanted, why you said that, I did go down 800 whatever subs. I've climbed back up, guys, within the space of 3 weeks, maybe, from the point where it went right down because of what happened. So in other words, and I've said it to a few people, I'll just let my content do the talking and not sit there in a fucking room who doesn't even bother to go out and film anything at all or even take a simple photograph, and then come on and slag people off who go out there and whip the fucking bollocks off like I do for nothing. And whether you believe that or not, I don't care. Okay? That's what I do. I work hard. I've done 6 months. I've done 100 and whatever videos, 30 odd lives, many hours of talking, filming, editing and shit like that, and then other things besides that, your personal life. So yeah, I don't stop, guys, and I hardly sleep, but I enjoy what I do, and I can take it. I'm old enough and wise enough, ugly enough. I ain't bothered anymore.
The thing is, you're always going to get these people that are going to try and work against you. You know, especially when you're speaking out and you're talking about certain things, you're going to find the world, or well, not the world, but the there's going to be a great deal of people who will try to stop you doing what you're doing, because it's like you're speaking the truth. Some people don't want to hear it. A lot of people don't want to hear it.
This is a one-off. The reason I brought it up, it's I'll admit it. I mean, compared to the last 5 or 6 weeks, I've got half the amount of people in. But what I'm saying is, it's still more than what these people get in who are trying to sabotage this. It's still more than what they're ever getting. So thanks very much, guys. You've tried your best, but I'll tell you what, next week, it'll be different. Keep trying. I'll carry on with what I'm doing. You carry on with your sad lives and sit at home, do nothing but try and cause drama. That's fine by me.
A lot of the people I follow on YouTube are under attack because they're talking about certain things that people are trying to shove under. They've got this carpet and they're sweeping everything underneath it. And they're saying, if you're somebody that is speaking out about certain things, you get put into this bracket of, like, we need to silence that man. He's speaking dangerous truth. We can't allow the truth to be spoken, and you'll get swept. You'll get swept under the carpet. But they're doing it to everybody, and the more truth you speak, the more truth you speak, the harder they try. So I don't know what's gone on. I've not followed things that closely, but what I would say to you is, it is a common denominator. When people are speaking truth, you are heavily under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I accept that.
Here's a simple quote that absolutely encapsulates all of that, and that is, "Truth is treason in the empire of lies."
I just love the word. Do you know what? Absolutely well said, mate, in one sentence. Yeah, I mean, just to finish what I was saying, I've had a little rant. I mean, fair enough, there's 60 in now. There's more joined, actually, after I've just said that. Fair dues. The then what Shillett said, the more truth you say, and the more myself, Fluke interacts on a live, whether people moan at me about Fluke or not, I don't give a flying shit, because for me, he's on every week without doubt, whether you like it or not. It's the ones who just sit there and love to do it, love to cause that drama, when there are certain people who I know, not properly, but people who I could tell stories about, but I won't. I'm not that low. And these people who are trying to tell stories about me, they're completely, totally biased and untrue. And I can prove it. So if I wanted, I could bring these people down, but I won't. They're trying to bring me down by coming out with bullshit, which will never work. They can try and prove it if they want, but they can never do that with what they say. It hurts a little bit, because I know what really went on.
I've noticed this thing that's going on at the moment.
If they carry on, I will come out with it, because there's one or two cowards, and I'm sorry about this, guys, right? But there's one or two cowards who haven't even bothered to talk to me about certain situations, what have gone on involving me. They've just jumped on the bandwagon. They've just come in and slagged me off. I've lost loads of subs. I'm not bothered about shit. I'm just saying that's part of that situation. They built back up and all that. But in front of my face, they're nothing. And I know they're not. And I could come out with shit. They can throw it out straight away with nothing about me. It's just made up gossip, hearsay, bullshit. But I've got actual stuff that I could throw out, and they wouldn't like it, and it could possibly ruin them. So I'm just saying, if you're listening, be very careful how far you take this thing, because it's been quite a few weeks now, well over a month, and all I've done is left it alone, fired back when I've been attacked, but not in the same way I've been attacked by these people, and I've just tried to carry on. I've gone out there, I've spent hours of traveling and filming. I've done my best to try and bring content to people. I've got new ideas and tried to research all that and get out there and do more content. And I know people appreciate that. And like you said, Shillett, the more you do, the more truth you come out with, the more knowledge you have, the more myself and Fluke and other people like that get involved with talking and things like that, the more we get attacked. Fair play. But when it comes to low-life people who won't even leave their own living room and all they concentrate on is drama on YouTube constantly, that is very sad. Very sad indeed. So to those few people, I don't think you're listening, but I hope you watch this back. Okay? You are very sad people, and be very careful about what you say about me. And one of these people I'm talking about has actually mentioned my youngest daughter. If anybody ever attacks my daughters, my 3 girls, I will, and I repeat from what I said last time I said this, I will fucking nail you. Sorry about that rant, guys. That's a full stop period, like I say in America. I'll let you carry on while I take a break because I need a breather after that.
Yeah, you have a breather, Dino.
Okay.
What I would say about that is, it's quite, when people do these things and say negative stuff, we're all humans here, at the end of the day, and it can be quite hurtful, and it can get to you. But one thing you've got to remember is, no matter how much truth you spit, there's always going to be these horrible people out there that are just going to do horrible things, and it unfortunately at the moment that's just the way it goes. But it's what I'm saying is they're not. They're doing it to everybody, and I know it's horrible. And when your kids are involved, that is awful. That nobody.
I agree, but I'll narrow that down. Okay, I don't want to carry it on for too long.
No,
but I'll narrow this down to there's a difference between that type of person on YouTube, whether it be a content creator, a criticizer or whatever, a troll, whatever, to someone who's a YouTuber, who's met people in real life.
Yeah.
And then those people, so I've narrowed it down already, and I'm not scared and I don't care because I know I've done nothing wrong. And they have. There's a difference between when you do YouTube and get your criticisers compared to when you've come across people. I've met many YouTubers, many. I've spent more time with Kat than any other YouTuber. That's because we live quite locally, and I'm very fond of Kat, and it's that's the way it is, and we've done work together and that. But there's other people I've spent time with as well. So when it comes to those people who are trying to put me down and spread shit when they actually have seen me, spoke to me and everything, that's where I'm getting a bit upset, because they don't realise how much information I've received from other people about what these people have put about me without even putting it on YouTube. So what I'm saying is be very, very careful, you people, and you know who you are. Maybe none of them are listening right now, but if somebody does watch this back and it's one of you, that's what I've just said. All right, be very, very careful. Okay.
I don't know any idea what's gone on or who's done what. But
what I'm saying is the length of time from the beginning of what started to now, it's been 6 weeks or whatever. It's been ridiculous. Whereas I've tried to just carry on, these people persist. They completely still carry on causing drama. They're trying to put me down all the time. What kind of a person is that? When can they not see someone just wants to get on with his job? He's not doing too bad and that, and people respect and that. So why are these people still persistently trying to get to you What kind of a mind does that?
You can't.
After 6 weeks or 6 days.
It's the mind
This
of a
is the whole
loser.
thing that's going on in the world at the moment. You know, there's people out there that are trying to literally control others, and then we should all have that freedom. You know, nobody can dictate to anybody else, and everybody should be free to make their own decisions and get on with whatever they're doing, and we shouldn't have somebody else interfering with our lives. It's as simple as that. You know, it's about this, that everybody should be a sovereign being and just get on with it. Nobody should come into their life and interfere. If they are, that it's wrong. You just let, if, you know, unless somebody's causing you harm or distress individually on you, you know, they're coming in and causing you harm, loss, or, you know, the common law theme. If you go down that road, if they're not doing that, just let them be. And that should be for everybody. You know, nobody's going to agree on everything. There's going to be all these disagreements, and, you know, people have different opinions.
I don't mind agreements and disagreements and debates and even the slight argument, if you like. But I'm talking about people who are nothing or contribute nothing to the truth, or they've no logic in life. All they concentrate on is causing drama and not even like having a life and then like living your day, whether it's a job 9 to 5 or whatever, actually having an activity or an interest or whatever, fulfilling your day, half of your day with something, and then coming home and watching YouTube. There's people who get up in the morning and watch YouTube constantly until they go to bed, or spend all the after life in frigging bed, if you like. Yeah. It's that type of person. I don't mind being criticised and things like that from people who have a meaning in life and shit like that. I'm talking about people who have nothing other than YouTube to cause drama, and that's it. That's all they're about. That is it. Them type of people. I really don't give a shit at this moment in time. If this person's listening right now, they will know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? I've no time for being what this person said about me. Because if I said something about this person, right, in detail, I could ruin them. So it's got to me now because it's gone on for so long. And all I've done from day one, the day after, is try and forget about it and crack on, accept the losses and subs, accept all the bad comments, the private things I've had, the threats, loads of things I've had, okay? And I've shown that it's not got to me, and it really hasn't. But because it's still carrying on to this point, it's like, I just can't believe it. What is your obsession with me, for one? Okay? I'm nothing, I'm nobody. I just do a regular thing, and I just like doing what I'm doing, and I bring regular content out. I might get 200 likes or 2,000 likes. I don't really care. I enjoy what I'm doing. But these people who sit at home all day and do fuck all and just want to cause drama, they're evil up here. I don't like that. If you can't leave it alone, if someone's got to you and it upsets you, yeah, maybe you'll react for a day, a week. I can accept a month. But 6, 7, nearly 2 months on, are you kidding me? Sorry, guys, I'm really sorry about that, but
no, Dino. One thing I'd like to say that
low life,
you said
piss, shitheads. Sorry,
that you said that's important, and I had this shit with the whole Spitshine 69 bullshit. Right, I've had that for I've still got people coming on live streams going, "I'm a paedophile friend with Spitshine 69."
I've had that as well. Yeah,
and I'm still getting shit like that now, and I don't give a fuck. Do you know the reason I don't give a fuck? Because I know I've got nothing to hide. I've got nothing to fear. Because every time I put my head on that pillow every night, right, I sleep like a fucking baby. Because I've got a conscience. I've got a conscience, and I know I've done nothing wrong, and I never will do anything wrong. Yeah. Every time I've done an audit, it's been under the law, well within the guidelines, well within my public place to be doing what I'm doing. Everything I've ever done on YouTube, as far as auditing is concerned, is completely down the line with audits, right? Everything I've done on live streams has all this shit that I've researched the fuck out of, you know? I couldn't research this shit anymore if I tried, short of going under fucking Bill Gates's blanket and making sure, you know, I've done the research. Do you know what I mean? So I don't profess to say anything. And and I've said this to other people, if you can prove me wrong, get back to me. Nobody's ever got back to me. Strange that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Also, I've already said to people as well in live streams is, right, if you don't believe me, do your own research.
Yeah.
I'll help you do the research.
I've said that many times myself. Yeah.
Nobody ever gets back to me, right? So either you don't want to do your own research, so then don't criticize my research if you can't be asked to do your own. Makes you an idiot, right? And if you don't believe my research, and even if I post all the links and whatever else, all the research I've done, you don't want to research it for yourself, that makes you an idiot, you know?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, every night I go to bed, I sleep like a baby. Well, I don't sleep like a baby, but I don't wake up every 2 hours screaming for milk. But you know, I you know, in the general terminology, I go to bed at night, I have my 8 hours kip, I wake up in the morning, I crack on and do whatever I've got to do. And I'll say whatever I want on all of my live streams that I've done, on yours, on civil disobediences, on Mike's live stream, on Bastion Radio, you know, all the live streams I've been on. I've never, ever deviated from what I believe in, right? And nobody's ever, so far, tried to prove me right, even got remotely close to proving me wrong, you know? So I've got nothing to hide. The only people that have got something to hide, the people who've got something to fear, and the people who've got something to fear are literally the government themselves, because they don't want us talking about what we're talking about. And they're ones who've got something to fear. They're the ones who've got something to fear.
Of course they are. That's why they've cut communication down over the years in whatever form, shape or form. And Fluke will explain that to you.
This wasn't something new. This wasn't something that they didn't envisage. Don't get me wrong. These people are incessantly clever people. They're very clever people. They've set up all these websites like YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and so you can put all your information out there so they know everything about you. So when the day comes that they come after you, they know everything about you. They know where you live, your IP address, your mobile phone number. They know everything about you. And I don't give a fuck, because the government could kick my door in 2 hours' time, and when they cart me off to a prison cell, I'll still sleep for 8 hours, because I don't give a fuck.
8 hours, you lucky bastard. How do you manage 8 hours? I don't know. Do you know what? Cheers, Luke. SG, how you doing, mate? I've got Master on backstage as well, so Master on, I'll bring you on, mate, and I'm going for another piss break. The other guy who's backstage, all I'll say is, you're not coming on.
Can I just add to what you were saying about these people? That they truly must have something to lose if things go our way, if the world changes, if all these people who are making the world as it is right now, which is wrong, then they're going to lose something. Whether it be a philosophy, a sick sense of humour, or something actually physical to lose.
They've got something physical to lose, because this isn't philosophical. They've got nothing philosophical to lose. What they've got to lose is one of two things: money or power. That's the only two things that people can lose if we win the argument and they lose. They lose money and or power. It's as simple as that. There's no I don't mean to be rude, but there's no philosophical argument here. This isn't a debate between two professors of philosophy. This is about fundamental human rights and lying criminal governments. There's no philosophy in that, you know, as far as I'm concerned. And
can I just jump in for a second and just say, for me, I do see at the moment, because you're saying it's not philosophical, but what I would say is, for me, it's about there's literally evil and there's good, and it is literally a battle between good and evil at the moment. And it, you know, it's right and wrong, and there's certain things going on at the moment which are evil. You know, it's completely against all moral compasses that's going on, and you know, it's just so wrong. And
I think you're right as well, because this is, you know, truth is inherently a good thing. You know, whether if the truth was my sideboard is a communist and that's the truth, then that's the truth. Nothing's going to change it. You can say my sideboard is a fucking conservative. It wouldn't change the fact that my sideboard is a communist. You know, the truth is inherently the truth. There's nothing going to change it. You know, if I'm wearing a pair of Nikes, that's the truth. You can't change the truth. It's the truth or it isn't the truth. It's as simple as that. And truth is inherently good, and you know, falsities are inherently evil. You know. And what we're doing here is exercising a right to freedom of speech to express what we think is our truth. Nobody's proved me wrong or anybody else wrong, as far as I know, especially over the last 18 months. Do you know what I mean? But there's people who've got something to lose about the story they're trying to tell, because their story is inherently false and therefore, by its very nature, evil.
Absolutely what I'm trying to say.
Two things together. Sorry, SG, you crack on, mate.
No, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I just ditto what you've just added. Totally.
And it's not like, this is not a deep philosophy. Well, I didn't want to use the word philosophy again because it kind of rubs people up the wrong way, but it isn't that hard. It isn't that deep. You know, you don't have to think that hard about what's happened over the last 18 months in this country and around the world, right? Because it is inherently this, you know, it's duplicitous. Exactly what they've done is duplicity.
Some people aren't thinking hard enough, though, Fluke. Unfortunately, it's not difficult for us to think about.
Yeah, and this is the problem. And here's another example. We spoke earlier about, you know, people going, oh, I'm pissed off with this audit and it pissed me off, but it got 10,000 views. If 10,000 people go to the police's website, Twitter address and their Google account and slags them off for it, you know, they might pay attention. Do you know what I mean? They might change their ways. You know, But we have the same problem in the sense that we have the duplicity that's gone on in government and within pharmaceutical companies and financial companies that are all linked to this. And I've done it a million times on Bastion Radio's channel. I've done it on my channel. I've done it on numerous channels for the last 18 months. I can prove everything that I research. Do you know what I mean? And I can share you all the links if you want to go and prove it for yourself. And the problem is sharing that with everybody. And like I said earlier about, you know, complaining to Google and Twitter and, you know, police fuck up on an audit, for fuck's sake. You know, how simple can it be? You know, they've had this advice for 10 years not to harass photographers, and they're still harassing photographers. They can't even follow their own fucking guidance, for God's sake. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. So what do you think the government are going to do? You know, I've said this before, and I don't want to lose sight of the point I was trying to make. So just give me a second. So the point I was trying to make is, if we don't hold these people accountable fundamentally online with a way of freedom of speech and freedom of expression, if we lose that, then we lose everything. Everything falls like a deck of cards, like a house of cards, because that is the reason they've come after auditors and photographers all this time, because they don't want everybody to have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression and the freedom to gather and disseminate information. They want Sky News and the BBC and Channel 4 and ITV and Channel 5 to have the freedom of expression and freedom to gather and disseminate information, so they control the information that you receive. Yeah, they don't want people like me spreading truth, do they? No, they don't. They'll call me a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. That's the whole point of the whole agenda that started back in 2007 when the original Section 44 of the Terrorism Act came out. They used it just to harass photographers and freelance journalists. That's what they did. They used it to harass people, to try to scare them into not gathering and disseminating information. That's exactly why it was used. That's exactly why it was introduced. And that's exactly why I fought against it in the first place, because it was a fundamental right. The UN Convention on Human Rights, 1948, specifically, Section 19 says the first word of Section 19 is everybody. It doesn't say the BBC. It doesn't say Sky News. It doesn't say ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, Bloomberg, this, that. It says everybody has the right to gather and disseminate information regardless of borders. There's nothing more borderless than the internet, right? That's why, that's a fundamental human right. Why did that suddenly change in 2007 to the point where we'll harass people we don't like taking pictures and sharing information online? Why did that change? Ask yourself that question. Because somebody somewhere had the power to try and push legislation through that would fundamentally take away your rights in 2007 and shove them up your ass and try to scare you and bully you into not doing what you're legally allowed to do. And that's
So,
your own
Flu,
government doing that to you?
why, I mean, 2007, right? Why that year? What happened that year as that changed?
Well, this came in after 2011. Sorry, 2001. I always get 2001, 2000 mixed up. 2001, which was the attacks on the Twin Towers. That's when the TSA came into power, into, you know, the whole TSA thing with you've got to stop and search and they have to frisk Granny's fanny because she wants to get on an aeroplane and all that sort of shit. That's what it was all about. It was all about violating your Fourth Amendment rights to your privacy. You know, that's what it was about. It was always about violating rights. Remember, every one of these things was about violating your rights, whether it's your right to privacy, your right to your freedom of family life, your right to freedom to gather and disseminate information. These are all fundamental rights that we can use to hold governments accountable. That's why they want to take these rights away from us, because they don't want us holding our governments accountable. Because the people that are really in power need the government to sell you the bullshit story. Because without the salesman, the government, the politicians, without the salesman, Mr. fucking Bigfoot doesn't get his foot up your ass because he needs the government to sell you the bullshit story. Yeah, going back to 2007, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody in the chat will do so if they Google search it. 2007 was when they introduced Section 44 of the Terrorism Act, right? And they constantly abused it over the next 3 years. And eventually, photographers, mainly in London, got fucked off with this bullshit. And they started a demonstration in London, and it culminated in 2010, I believe it was Trafalgar Square, where they turned up wearing T-shirts. Remember the slogan? I'm a photographer, not a terrorist. That's how it started in 2010, right? Eventually, Liberty, the civil rights campaigners, took up the photographers' drama and took it to the High Court, right? And they eventually had to take it to the European Convention on Human Rights, where they won, and Section 43 was repealed and replaced with Section 44 was repealed, and Section 43 was introduced, where they had to have a reasonable suspicion that you were a terrorist before they could even search you, right? Let alone arrest you. And now what are the police doing? Exactly what the government's letting them do. Abuse the next fucking act that brought in. It was supposed to take away that bullshit and allow you your freedoms. And the government just basically said to the police, just ignore that law. Just carry on doing what you're doing. And exactly what's happened over the last 10 years has completely played out until this week. How many people have been fucking arrested, harassed, searched under the Terrorism Act for gathering and disseminating information, which is a fundamental human right, which the police swore an oath to uphold your fundamental human rights. Hello?
There you go.
Point.
Yeah. Different names, same thing. They've just changed the name, that's all. Same part of the agenda.
Or
No
even if they don't
worries.
change the name, they just choose to ignore it. You know, it's like, and this is another thing that pisses me off fucking entirely, is people like Liberty and these human rights campaigners. And what was the other one? What's the one with the candle with the it's got like
Amnesty
yeah.
International.
Where have Amnesty and where have Liberty been over the last 18 months? Anybody heard from them about
No.
your freedom of human rights? No?
Absolute joke.
Didn't think so. I'll tell you what, I might do a bit of a deep dive into both of them fuckers and find out who they're getting their money from.
I'm sure you will, Fluke. Honestly, guys, just listen to that. You've heard it. And you know, superb stuff, mate. Cheers, Fluke. Master Ron, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I had to come on.
Welcome, Master Ron.
Hello there, SG. Hello, Schultz. Hello, Fluke, mate. I had to come on. I'm one of these people who ain't able to get out, housebound. Everything's moving all the time.
I didn't say housebound. I just thought I'd put that one in. I never said housebound. I'm talking about people who can get out.
Yeah, it's
but
just
won't.
Yeah, it's just that he did hit a bit of a nerve there. I've got to turn around and say that, one, there's a lot of streaming going on now, a hell of a lot of live streaming. Two, me and you had a discussion a couple of weeks ago where you said you wasn't sure about me and everything, and I'd got that from somebody else, exactly the same thing, because I was talking to certain people and what have you. So it's sort of like, I'm not going to be saying, oh, I have to choose this side or that side, because I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk to and go on live streams and what have you. If I've got something to say, I'm going to say it. I think most people have gathered that by now, that if I only go on if I've got something to say. If I haven't got anything to say, then I don't, depending on topics and what have you.
Yeah, no worries. So
it sort of hit a nerve there when you were saying about people and what have you. So I thought, oh, come on, you know, I'm not one of these people who bitch about people and what have you. I keep the hell out of their business, because it is nothing to do with me, and that is the truth. I'm not going to choose people's side, because only those people know what the shit is going on in their lives.
Yeah.
I don't get involved in that. I really don't.
I'm right. Just one small thing, and I've got respect for you, Master Ron. I don't, you know, I've no ill feeling about you or anything. You've been there for a while on my lives and etc. But you just said you won't get involved.
No, I don't.
What's the reason you've come on for tonight?
Like I said, with your comments and everything. So I just thought, well, I'll just point out as well that there's a hell of a lot of live streams going on at the moment. A hell of a lot. You got new auditors which are going on live now that are trying to build their channels up. There's a Canadian that does a lot of lives now. You got lives early in the evening, late at night. So I think that people are hopping from one thing to another depending on what the subject is. So I don't think it means that your numbers has gone down or their numbers have gone down or whatever. It's just at the moment people are chopping and changing for different content. You know what I mean?
Do you know what? That's been happening for quite a while on Fridays. But tonight's been different. That's all I was saying. I do know kind of why it has been, which maybe you don't. So that's all I was saying.
I've seen Master on other streams before, and I think I've probably spoken to you before.
Yeah, I think we.
Or I've been
Yeah.
on a stream, you know, where you've been on it also. And yeah, I've always found you know, you come on and you say your piece, and like, you know, like everybody does, and you know, that's what it's all about. It's about, you know, just having your say, and this is the thing that I wanted to sort of like reiterate, which is not everybody is going to agree on everything. So you're going to get people that are going to think a bit differently on certain subjects. We can't all unite 100% on every single argument. Everybody is an individual, and you know, we're all our own individuals, but there's certain things, and there's a reason why we're all here now, which we're all united on, and that's what unites us. But there's other arguments, you know, other things that you know, we perhaps disagree on, but there's one thing that unites us, and we all know what it is. It's this freedom thing. We all don't want to lose those rights, and that's what we're all standing up for today. And
Yes.
I think tomorrow is going to be a big day. You know, well, I say tomorrow. We're already into tomorrow now because you know we've gone past midnight. But Saturday is going to be a big day all over the country. I think you're going to see a lot of activity going on. I think there's going to be things going on all over this weekend, and I think I'm thinking it's going to be a real eye opener for you know, everybody that does stand for freedom.
Yeah, that's how I see it. We've all got a common enemy, no matter who gets on with who. I think people need to bury that shit at the moment, you know, and focus on the bigger problem.
Yeah.
You know? And
That's what I've done from the beginning, and the reason I brought this up tonight. And you've just recently mentioned about the views and that. The thing is, it's not because of other lives going on and things like that. I appreciate that. That's been going on for a long time. And I've done Fridays very regular, religiously, if you like. I've cancelled one. But tonight has definitely been different. And I brought that up because I know it's been different. I do live streams. Some people don't. So they have their own different criticisms on other people's live streams. But when you hold a live stream, it's completely different to people's views who either go on a live stream or whatever. Okay? Now, tonight's definitely been different. That's why I brought it up. But I know the reasons why it has been. And that's why I brought it up. So I'm just saying, tonight's been different compared to others, despite how many live streams go on. Leah put a comment up earlier on. I always advertise other lives as well. So if I get a notification coming up while I'm on live saying Gypsy's live, Bustex is live, whoever, I will say, guys, this person's gone live. I feel no disrespect, whatever. I always say that. And I've said that for weeks. But what I'm saying is over these weeks, these last few weeks, since I've had Fluke on regular, especially, I've had Merck, I've had Bastion, and it's becoming a regular kind of Friday, if you like. I've got Biker, Plod, quite a few others. So that's why it goes on for a long time as well. But tonight's definitely been different, and I know why. That's the difference. It's not like, oh, this is a one-off, this is something that happens. Tonight's been different, and I know that from being someone who does a live stream every Friday and things like that. So I know you're trying to justify, you know, other people go live and things like that, but in between what you know and what you see on YouTube and things like that, I get loads of other different types of information. So you've got to remember things like that. For instance, tonight, disregarding what I've just been talking about in a way, I've been in touch with Plod, Fluke. I talk to people before I go live because I want my live to be all right. And I want a good debate, a good bit of banter at the beginning. I kind of schedule it in a way, you know, the first 2 hours and blah, blah, blah. And I'll phone Fluke and say, what time do you think? What do you reckon? And see how it goes. And I don't plan it, but I just want it to go all right. And when I get in contact with people in private before a live, they can say, yeah, I'll come on at this time and that. That's fantastic. Do you know what I mean? But tonight's been very different.
Myself, Dino, I would say to you, yeah, is look, maybe it's just taking a slump at the moment. If people want to be stupid and take sides of anything that's going on, bollocks. It's all bollocks. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean?
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it because I know what my Fridays are about. As soon as I come off a live, Master On, you won't believe it, right? I either get a phone call straight away. I've already had stuff I can't read. I've not got the time on a live to go through what people are saying to me in a live. In other words, they're not in the chat, they're not speaking on the panel, but they're doing it another way while I'm live, which is private messaging. I have a lot to cope with on a live, especially a long one. Do you know what I mean? But if you just read Leah's comment there on screen.
Well, that shows you then. I can just about see it. What fickle people are like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? But you said minutes ago that you will say yourself, "Oh, BuzzText has just gone live," or this person. You said it yourself only a few minutes ago. So you even admitted yourself that you would direct people to another live stream.
I say that every week. This is what I've said before. I say it every week. But what I'm saying is tonight is different. And it's different tonight, and I know the reasons why.
There's two you talking just then.
And then Dino says it in a positive way. He says, look, if you such and such has gone live, and if you want to pop over there, pop over there. He's not saying, oh, go over there and dislike the video. He's not saying that. He's not doing it in a negative way. He's doing it in a positive way, you know.
But that's what I mean by fickle.
And this is the thing that people need to understand is the psychologically of it, because the psychology of this is these people are there to infiltrate these types of fucking streams, right? And try to Dino look bad, or me look bad, or Shillis look bad, or whoever it is look bad. You know what I mean? Unless they seem to agree with the narrative that the government want you to have. You know, if you go against that narrative, then all of a sudden you get 20 dislikes, 30 dislikes, etc., 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 because they want to, disrespect your channel or disrespect the person that's hosting that live stream or whatever it is. It's so simple. It's the most easiest piece of psychological shit that can be pulled on people, and especially easy in the age of the internet, because it's that simple. All you need is a load of trolls to go and fucking troll somebody's fucking website, troll somebody's Facebook page, troll somebody's Twitter account. This is what happens. This is what Unit 8200's all about. This is what 77th Brigade's all about. I mean, I can go on.
Flew. Just before we go on to that, Master On.
But also I would say that if people are listening to other, like the trolls, I totally agree with you with the trolls and saying, oh, leave this, dislike, whatever. It just goes to show what these people are really like, Dino. This is what I mean. Listen. If a troll can come onto your channel, a very well-known channel, and put up a message saying, I'll leave here, hit the dislike button and go somewhere else. It just goes to show how easily led and what have you, and how much, you know what I mean? Them themselves are bad. Like if I was on here and all you was talking about was audits and I know nothing about audits, and somebody said, oh, there's so-and-so over there and they're talking about like Mike's channel or something like that with Fluke, and they're talking about debates of what's going on in the world today, then yes, I would more likely leave, and I'd more likely say, right, I'll catch you later, and I'd go off. But I do understand the trolls if they turn around and say, hit the dislike, hit this and everything. You know what I mean? And if all these people leave, then they're just as bad as the trolls saying it.
Right,
Because
hang on.
the
Yeah.
dislike, no need to hit the
We
dislike.
never mentioned trolls. Okay, that's a right. You did. It's a different thing. I'm talking. If you think about it, when we go back, I was talking about just before you come on. That's why you come on. It's like people who trying to cause drama, right? You've got no content. They try and cause drama. I could say a few things about certain people. I know what's happened tonight. I know why. Okay, I do live streams every week. I'm very experienced in what goes on in a live stream, especially when you're hosting one for 8 hours. Plus, you're going on Sunday night for 4 or 5 hours, and then you do a joint live on a Wednesday night for 2, maybe 3 hours, and things. I'm very experienced. That's why I've noticed a difference tonight. And that's why I've gone on a bit of a rant. And that just after I finished my rant, that's when you came on. And then no disrespect, Mr. Ron. I've got no disrespect. It's just you've mentioned other people have gone live, and maybe that's why. And it's not. The fact is, it's not. That's not the reason.
I've been on for ages. I've been on when you're talking to Carl Foster and everything. I've been on for ages. It's just that I ain't been able to focus and everything. I really didn't want to type anything down. I really didn't feel like coming on. So I have been here quite a while, sitting in the background, mate. All because I haven't been typing and what have you. It's just that, like I said, I might not be moving around, but the room is definitely moving around constantly for me. So I didn't want to go typing, but obviously when you went into that side of things, I thought, right, you know, I've got something to say, and I told you if I've got something to say, I'll always come up and say it.
No, that's fine. You kind of, to me, you kind of impartial. I've not got anything bad about you, really. I just think you're a nice guy who tries to help each side, if you like, because there is a divide. Let's face it.
Can I just say,
that is down to people who cause drama and things like that.
Just quickly before, because I'm on limited battery here, I'm going to go shortly. But one thing I did want to say just before my battery probably dies, and that is what I've noticed. You know, I'm talking about like you get these live streamers at these protests and things. You know, they're filming, they're doing the live streams, and at the moment, what I've noticed is not one of them has no trolls or people saying, "Oh, you're the police" or "You're an informer." Every single one of these, like, you know, you've got like Tyrant Finder, you've got GB Resist, every single name you can think of. Especially the you know, the bigger they are, the worse they're being attacked, and everybody is saying, "Oh, they are, you know, shills or whatever you call it. They're corrupt," and it's just nonsense. You know, everybody here, and this is what I'm trying to say. We're all fighting. We're all on the same side, and there's certain things, you know, we won't all agree on. And it's just remembering that, and that was my point, you know. And
we agree with that for sure. But it's words you go
it's
from
a good
that
point in the
point.
sense that these people are getting a lot of reach. I mean, I've watched Subject Access's live streams. I mean, this guy's getting 4,000 people watching his channel on a live stream at a demonstration. Why do you think he's getting that many people on his live stream telling him that he's a copper and that he's doing this because he's a shill? What he's going out there is that at the expense of his own pocket because he's a copper or a shill. That's bullshit. You know it's bullshit.
Just tell me now, who is the live streamer that doesn't get these comments? Because at the minute there isn't one.
I could mention all of them if you want. There's GB Resistance, there's Tyrant Finder, Actual Interview, I mean, the list goes on. I mean, it really does. There's
Yeah,
more and more coming.
which one doesn't get any flack?
Well, I can't watch every live stream for 7 hours at a time on
No,
7 different
I mean,
screens.
to be fair, as
What
you know, we
I'm
don't have
saying
to watch them all. But we
what I'm
know
saying is,
they all get flack.
My point. That's my point. Everybody's getting flack. Everybody.
The reason they're getting the flack is because there are people out there who work for the government whose job it is to spam the fucking shit out of their channels. That's what their job is. That's called Unit 8200. And I won't mention the name, Dino, because I know we've got to be careful about what we say on this channel. And if it was my channel, it'd be fucking different, trust me. But there's certain units in certain countries that do certain things, employ certain people to do certain jobs. And some of those certain jobs are to invade live streamers like Tyrant Finder and like Subjects Access and like GB Resistance to spam the shit out of their channel. That's their fucking job. And they work for the government. They don't work for you or me. We pay for them. Don't get me wrong. We pay for these people, but they don't work for us. Yeah,
No.
They take our money and they work against us. That's what needs to be exposed, because that's what's happening in all these live streams and YouTube videos and the chat tonight probably. And I won't say his name, person of this world who wasn't allowed on this live stream tonight. Those sort of people. That's who they are. You know, that's who they are. They're knocking on our doorstep. It's us. It's down to us to identify them and expose them for who they are, because they need to be exposed. And you can save the round of applause for a minute, Dino, because I'm going to come back with an even better one in a minute. No, I was only joking. But yeah, that needs to be exposed. And the way this is done needs to be exposed. The way the government are using your own money to go against your fundamental human rights, to make you look like the bad person and make them look like the good person. And you're paying for it. And that's what people need to wake the fuck up to. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. There's lots of different ways to do this, because and what we did was we was on Mike's live stream a few weeks back. It was probably about 4 weeks ago. And I said to someone, look, it's really difficult. And someone was asking me about solutions to this problem. How do we get this message out? And I said to them, look, I'll tell you what, if there's anybody in the chat that wants to do this, right, the best way to do it is if you can take the whole live stream and chop it up into 10-minute chunks, right, and publish it to BitChute or publish it to Odyssey or publish it anywhere other than YouTube, right? And so that people can go there and access those 10-minute chunks, and then it's something easy to share. Because if you share a 10-minute video with someone on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, they're more likely to watch it. You share a 5-hour live stream, no one's going to fucking watch it. I guarantee you. No one's going to fucking watch it. Simple as that.
100%.
So this guy, Leah's still in the chat, aren't you, Leah? I know you're there, cheeky little moo. Leah's there, right? 1984 AD at BitChute. Could you sling up his BitChute channel for us? This guy has gone in, downloaded all of mine and Mike's live streams over the past 4 to 5, 6 weeks, and he has literally downloaded them, chopped them up into 10-minute chunks. So say we talk, for argument's sake, about I don't know, Boris Johnson for 10 minutes, for argument's sake. He'll just chop off that 10-minute chunk and sling it on BitChute. And we promote his channel every week, you know, because and that way people have got access to something that they can share really, really easily, and something that's going to be viewable. And something that you can share with us. That's how you spread the message. It's all well and good, me, all of us five on here discussing what we already know. You know, we can discuss the intricacies of it and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, as a general rule of thumb, we kind of agree with each other. So we're not really sharing a message per se. We're having a discussion about what we already agree with to a certain degree. So that's what needs to be done. That's it, Leah. You're an absolute superstar. Thank you, darling. That's the type of channel you need to go and see, because this guy works his nuts off. This guy is literally working 4 to 6 hours.
He caught me 2 copyright strikes last week before. Bastian, where are you? And no wonder you're frigging hiding, mate. 2 copyrights I got. Alan Partridge, and anyway, it was all to do with Crinkle, and I didn't want to mention that name, but it was fucking worth it, mate. So no worries about that. I just thought I'd bring it up, but it was absolute class. Alan Partridge and some other clip got me a copyright, but I don't care. So Bastian, massive respect. No worries.
Bastian, I didn't see him in the chat. Is he in the chat?
No, his link's been put up there by Leah.
Oh, right, okay.
But, well, his name
And the
came
other
up.
thing
I
is,
just thought I'd mention that, you know. So last week, even though I get paid thousands of pounds a week, guys,
No,
like
that's
some of you
Bastian
think.
Pike. That's the guy that's doing that's
Yeah.
AB 1984 that's been doing the chopped up versions of our live streams and putting them out there.
Yeah.
That's
So I've been
great.
demonetized for that last Friday. I did. Okay. So I'm not loaded. All those people who think I get paid frigging hundreds of pounds a week, for God's sake. There you go. Thanks, mate. 2 copyrights. Brilliant.
Thank you, Leah, for doing that. I really do appreciate it. You're an absolute sweetheart. You do it every week. I'm going to mod you on my channel, I think, for the next live stream.
Just going to what Flute was saying about, you know, chopping and editing sort of like live streams and that. I think, you know, whoever's live stream it is, they need, it's a bit of coordination's probably needed. You know, they've got to sort of like discuss with somebody, because there's a lot of people, you know, they've got a lot of followers, and people are going to be willing to do that for them if they just say, look, could you just pull me some highlights out? I bet there'll be, it's like on this live stream now, I bet there'll be, you know, a few people here that will say, yeah, I'll chop and edit you, you know, I'll go through this stream and, you know, I'll cherry pick a few choice moments and sort of like.
I think what you need to do is you need to. There's two things you can do here. What you can do is you can invite people to do that, and then you judge them on what content they put out. Because if they were going out there and editing the videos in such a way, they could edit a video, a 5-hour live stream between me and Mike. They could edit a 20-minute chunk that makes us sound like we completely agree with everything the government says.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They could do that and publish it. So they're held to not a higher standard, but they're held to the same standard, or the standard that we ask people to do the videos. Because if they're going to put up shit like that, I ain't going to start promoting their fucking channel, am I? So so what this guy did is at the time he only had a certain piece of software that he could only record in 10-minute segments. So he couldn't put up every 10-minute segment of a 5-hour live stream. So what he did was he recorded all of the 5-hour live stream and then took the 10-minute segments that were relevant to the subject and put them up. Because it's pointless him say we have a discussion with someone else about, you know, they're looking for COVID in the toilets and all that sort of nonsense, you know. I mean, might not be relevant to the main conversation. So, but what he did and what he actually posted was fucking brilliant. He posted the relevant sections of the relevant conversation in a relevant order, and it took a long time to do it as well. And that speaks to me like someone who's doing it for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. And so only when he started publishing it that he sent me an email, I sent him an email back, I then sent him my phone number, then he's contacted me via text message. We've had calls, he's spoken to Mike, I've spoken to Mike about it. Mike's happy with it because it's his stuff that he's sharing, not mine per se at the moment. And they're only as good. When you ask somebody to do something like that, they're only as good as yourself. They're only as credible as you are, you know. Because if he started putting up Mickey Mouse bullshitted edited stuff, mate, there's no way I'll be promoting his fucking channel, not by a long shot.
Nice
but
one.
I agree with what you're saying. Someone could chop up and edit a 5-hour video to make it look like I completely agree with the government, which would be great because I'd get 1 million views, you know. But because obviously, if you agree with the government, you'll get a gazillion views. If you disagree with the government, you get booted off of YouTube. That's how it works these days. That's your freedom of speech, ladies and gentlemen.
I got contacted by a local newspaper lately.
Oh,
it's not MSN. but they saw a video of mine. It was a abandoned theme park. Can I use it? I said, yeah. I don't mind, with permission.
You know, it's kind. Oh, I think shit. It says batteries died.
This is the thing,
Nabil is
it's like-
saying, I'm not really sure about you, Nabil. Okay? Just carry on. Not by bullshit, Mickey Mouse. How you doing, Mickey Mouse? Thanks for having my back, my friend.
Yeah,
yeah, Fluke, I've got Leah's email if you need it, mate. Just get in touch.
Just chuck me an email with her link.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
There is a guy, that goes
Well,
on a
I
lot.
really need a bathroom break, so I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation. But
No
I'll
worries,
take my
Fluke.
mobile with me, and if I can try and have a Jimmy Riddle while I'm on the phone, I will do.
Oh, good luck to you on that one, mate. I'll see you in a minute. I'll tell you what, it's a pleasure, innit? It's Fluke.
Fluke is dead.
Sorry, Master On, you were, yeah, going to say
I was
something.
going to say, there is a guy I've seen on a lot of live streams and what have you, and he also is a wealth of information, isn't he, SG? Except sometimes he sits there.
Absolutely, Master On.
Yeah, hello, mate.
Yeah.
I tell you, this guy, SG, has a wealth of information.
I know he's honestly quite regular, like yourself. Like comes on, like you said, sits there. He's very, very patient. Listens. I like a listener. Listening just as much as talking.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. I just his mellow voice and everything contributed tonight, and I love it. Superb. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And lots of information.
Yeah, I was on a long time ago, mate. I've been here. I've just been sitting in the background, so I've been on here quite a while. Especially with that Carl guy, I really want to get more in depth into the directions where he's going to do with the music side and everything. And definitely am interested in when he gets it fully up and running. And hopefully soon, really up and running.
I'll tell you what, Master On, right, on Wednesday, that'd be better. If you want to pop on Wednesday, because that's where Carl, it's different tonight, but I invited him on and but Wednesday, I reckon you'd enjoy a chat with him better on Wednesday than...
Yeah, I meant to have come on Wednesday, but Wednesday I had my MRI scan on my neck and what have you.
Right.
And I just didn't really feel like doing nothing when I come back. Like I said, it's chronic neck pain all the time. Everything's moving all the time. And like, I thought, no.
It's no worries. I mean, really, on Wednesdays, Carl will take like more control of Wednesday than like Friday when, it's different. But Wednesday, I think you'll get the chance to talk to him a lot better.
Yeah, I was going to be doing something with you and Plod on Wednesday, Plodology, from the Sunday night stream, because you didn't have a Friday night stream, but on Plod's Sunday night stream, I know it is mentioned, but I really didn't want to have the TV. I just didn't want to watch. It's just one of those days where
that's it. Yeah,
I went on a live earlier on in that day, and really I shouldn't have gone on a live and what have you. And I thought, no, my head just weren't around it, and I wasn't going to come on tonight. But I can understand what you're saying and everything. It's just it did hit a nerve when you said about people that haven't got a channel and everything. So I thought, well, I'm just going to state my case. I am one of these people.
I wasn't aiming that at everyone. It was just people could read into what I was saying or meaning. So we'll just leave it at that. I am aiming it at one or two. Not the whole, thing.
Yeah, no, I
You
totally
know what I
understand.
mean? I've just had enough. I'm sick of it, and
I can
all
understand
I've
it.
done is try and carry on. And these people are still trying to. And these people are not people, like I said before, who are content creators who I deserve criticism from and things like that. These are people who are nothing, and they're trying to. Anyway, I'm not. You know, a lot of people will understand what I'm talking about, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's been different tonight, but it's also been super, really, as always.
Well, you've
Friday,
had
love it.
you had Mike earlier on and what have you. You know what I mean? So I have been here. I have been
Yeah.
watching. I've been listening, mate. Because I'm not chatting. You know, in the frame of mind to go type and everything because it hurts my head even more when I'm looking
No,
at me.
I don't mind whatsoever. I mean, I think I get the right people on. There's been a couple of people backstage. I've just ignored them. That was the plan. I've been like that for the last 6 weeks or whatever. Ignore them. Then we can just get on with a bloody good chat and some good banter at the beginning. And then when we get Fluke on, it goes a bit deep, guys, and things like that. But I love that kind of thing, and so do other people. So I just like a mixed thing on a Friday. I love it. But on Wednesday, it's different. So when you're talking about Carl, if you want a good chat with him, just come on Wednesday and have a good chat with him.
Yeah, definitely. And
Yeah.
Leah, hello, girl. Hello,
Leah.
Leah. Yeah. So yeah. But SG, he's quiet at times, but he blows my mind a lot of times with stuff that he comes out with. I thought, wow, such a wealth of information. I've bigged him up now.
No, you're right. He's so patient. And Shillets, he's been on, reminds me, I don't know, a bit similar, like just sits back, listens, texts it in, and just calms things down and just like, you know, a bit impartial, says it as it is, and is just like honesty.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're wrong.
No, Shillets, yeah.
I like Shillets too.
I've noticed Shillets quite a while now. Really decent guy. Really,
Shillets is more into, he'll forgive me if I'm wrong, but Shillets is more into the protest type thing. And he's like the bigger picture type of guy. And a lot of people who come on here and other lives, it's like auditing or whatever and things like that. But the reason I get people like Fluke on and Mark and sometimes Bastian, you know, if he's in the mood and that busy guy, is because I believe in let's call it the bigger picture or the agenda or whatever. And that's why I like to have people like that on. Because I'm not what you see on my channel with videos, okay, that's me. That is me. That's what I do, blah, blah, blah. But it's not just me. I am into the bigger picture as well. Okay. It's not easy to go out there and video situations that are part of the bigger picture because the bigger picture involves top secrecy, MI6, you name it, underground stuff, black market, etc., etc. That's almost impossible for someone like me, who I am, for what I do. So I do what I do the best I can, exposure, tyranny, and all that. Pleasant videos, if you like, abandoned buildings and antique shops. Okay, I love filming and photography. Okay, but my main aim is to expose tyranny, etc. But the main thing is the bigger picture. It's the big thing. It's the agenda, and that's why I have Fluke on for one reason.
Oh, there is someone I wanted to talk to you. Sorry if anybody else wanted to come in. Just something while it's in my head at the moment. You know, we were talking about what happened at that train station. Where on the stairs and everything. Do you know? Remember where they blocked?
Yeah.
I saw another video, and do you know they didn't cut? This is how evil those people are. Right, I saw them fist bumping and everything, with the police being all happy, and what have you, down on the platform and what have you. At the other stairs, they didn't block it off at the bottom. They had about 15 of them block it off at the bottom of the stairs.
Right.
And you saw people, women and what have you, with children, prams and what have you, buggies, and they wouldn't let them go through. So they were directing them up the stairs where they blocked them off at the top. That's how bad. I thought, by what Mark Kelly was saying, was that they actually did exactly the same thing at the other stairs. No, they actually stopped them before. So they literally fed them into a funnel. That's makes it even
I can
more.
believe I can believe that happened. But just before Fluke comes in, right? Is there film footage of that?
Yes.
There is, right? Fair enough. I saw that. Fluke, did you see that footage? I don't know if you did. It was
we were talking about the freedom protest in London.
Yeah, with the stairs and they lined it off and all that.
This is what they police do. Is this again is when the police become politicized. You know you've gone down. You've left being a free country because your police become politicized. This is what they do. A demonstration like that, if that was involving, Extinction Rebellion or Black Lives Matter or whatever, then it's allowed to go ahead, But if it's an anti-lockdown demonstration, they treat it in a different manner. And the reason they treat it in a different manner is to entice a reaction. What they did in that demonstration at the underground station on the stairs was they pushed people into such a fucking small area that they could only be able to do one of two things. They could either comply, right, which is completely against what they're there to demonstrate for, or that they would not comply and try to push through that barrier that the police put up. And that's what the police wanted, because I guarantee you the mainstream media are only there when the protesters start kicking off against the police and say, no, we're not going to comply. And that's what they then produce and publish on the BBC News at 10 o'clock at night is, and far right-wing anti-vaxxers hurt police officers. That's the story that they put out.
See, to me,
this is typical propaganda. This is propaganda at the highest order. That's what they do. The police force you into that situation, force a reaction from you because you've got nowhere else to go, because they literally cajole you into a position where you can only do one thing: stay where you are or fight to get out of that situation. As soon as you fight to get out of that situation, that's when, where do you think all those police cameras come from? Why do you think all those police are holding those cameras up, and filming on miniature HD cameras? Because they can send all that shit to the BBC the next day and they'll publish it on their website, and the BBC editors will edit it in such a way to make it look like it's the demonstrators' fault. Make it look like the demonstrators are attacking the police. They don't actually include the video prior to that where the police blockade people, try to kettle them into a situation where they've got nowhere to go and actually put people's lives in danger. They don't show that.
Yeah.
They show the reaction to it. And the reaction is there as a purpose.
That's how I saw it. That's how I saw it. It was like they didn't care if somebody, all you needed was a couple of people to slip, and it could have caused a domino effect going down the stairs. People falling backwards, falling on top of people, falling on top of people. And I thought, you really don't care about the public lives. You know that there isn't just protesters there. You know they're going to be normal commuters there. People are out for the day with their babies and everything, which there were, and everything. And you really did not care if doing that sort of tactic, all you needed was a couple of people to slip up them steps, fall backwards, making those people behind them fall backwards, and it's just a domino effect. You don't care. It showed
is,
that they do not give a shit if
and
you're
this
a
is the thing. This
protester
is
or not a protester.
This is the thing with this type of situation, is if you can manage the news in such a way, you can make it work both your ways. Because if the police kettled those people to such a degree that people end up being injured or being hurt or fell down the stairs or got crushed, then they can blame the protesters. Yeah. And
This is what they've been trying to do all through the lockdowns and the protests, though, isn't it?
Exactly. And this is the same thing. The same thing happens if the protesters try to break through the police cordon, then the protests are being violent and anti-vaxxers and attacking the police. So they can use it both ways. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck how you react. They just want to make sure there's a reaction of one way or the other. Because either way, they can stitch it or twist it and use the mainstream media for the benefit of the government's narrative. That's the point.
I don't think that how that was done, that they could have actually twisted it, because you had Subject Access, who was filming because he was in the stairway. You had Resistance GB, he was in the stairway. You had Tyrant Finder was in the stairway, and you had Media Consumer 912. He was in the stairway. Yeah, he actually gave the shot of the other stairway where they blocked it off at the bottom. So you had.
I agree with what you're saying, but let me just make it clear to you. Are they going to use Tyrant Finder's footage and voiceover? No. Are they going to use GB's Resistance footage and voiceover? No. Are they going to use Subject Access's video and footage? No. Right? What they're going to use is the police's footage, right? And then whatever narrative the BBC, for argument's sake, wants to overlay onto the images that people see in the mainstream media, right? Because the average Joe goes onto the internet Monday morning and the narrative is conducted by the mainstream media. A load of anti-vaxxers squash their own fucking protesters on the stairs, right? For argument's sake. And then they can use whatever footage they want, right? Or they'll just use the police's footage and go, anti-vaxxers break through police lines and, hurt government, hurt police officers, and 6 police officers were injured, and and all this nonsense. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't, the thing is, what I'm saying to you is, when Subject Access puts up a video like that, and even if he's got 4,000 people on a live stream, right? Even if another 4,000 people watch that video the next day, the whole lot of it, right, they're still not going to get the full narrative, right?
They can basically ignore
the
reality.
Basically, the mainstream media can ignore the real narrative, overimpose their narrative or the government's narrative, and twist the footage to the mainstream, because there's going to be 2.4 million people watching the BBC next morning. And who are they going to believe? Subject Access, or are they going to believe the BBC?
Well,
and because those people are lazy, they'll want to watch that 1.5 minute video that the mainstream media make.
Exactly. That's all they need to do. That's called propaganda.
But
right? Which bit of that do you not understand?
There was a Russian news crew there, and if
the beloved RT that was set up by a Jewish consortium. I'm sure they've got nothing to hide.
Go on, Master on. Go on.
You don't know that there was a Russian news crew. Let's face it, though, Flu. A Russian news crew would love anything that would portray this country as, because we're all saying, the communist state and this, that, and the rest of it. Don't you think that they would like a story like that? If that had actually happened and it had gone terribly wrong, the Russian news crew would have been on that like a dose of salts, and they'd have gone, right, yes, we would like to have that footage. And if that hit Russian news crew, you're looking at it to hit Chinese news crew. You're gonna hit every single communist country or whatever. It would definitely hit those countries, and it would filter its
No,
way
it won't.
to
It won't.
everywhere else.
I'll tell you why it won't. I'll tell
You
you
don't
why.
know. You don't know.
Who,
I do not
who
know.
at the
I do
BBC,
not know.
ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, and everybody else around the world been criticising and speaking out against? It's always the Russian hackers, it's the Chinese hackers, it's the Chinese Wuhan lab, it's the Chinese this, it's the Russian that, it's the Russian this, Russian that. Why do you think that the people of the UK have been so indoctrinated to hate China and hate Russia are suddenly going to believe a Russian news agency putting out a positive message about lockdown demonstrators? Get a grip.
I think it may have
No, that's
filtered.
what you
It may
suggest.
have filtered
That's
down
what
to
you're suggesting.
No, I'm
It's not
saying
going to
that
filter anywhere because the
I'm not. I'm
mainstream
saying
media.
it
Right,
may have.
Fluke. Hang on, Fluke. Go on, Master. Go on.
Right. It may have filtered down to Rebel News. It may have filtered down to all these independent news channels which are in America. It may have done. I'm not saying it would have done because, you know, we're talking in the world of maybes. I'm just saying that you never know, that it might have filtered down one way or another, and then it may have got to where the BBC and everything had no option but to put it onto mainstream media.
Right.
Because
okay. I'll give you a straight answer to that. Not in a million fucking years, right? There's not in a million years that anything that was filmed by any Russian TV agency, whether it be RT or anybody else, right, would ever filter down to the BBC. Are you serious? You think that somebody from RT is going to film an anti-lockdown demonstration and show the police battering the crap out of peaceful protesters, and the BBC are going to pick it up and air it? Are you serious? And don't even get me started on flipping Rebel News.
Right, Fluke, at this point in time, I know what you like. Master Ron, do you want to carry on from where you left off? Because Fluke made a good point there. He interrupted you in a good way. So go on, you carry on there.
Also, you've got Australia Sky News, which are filtering stuff through as well. This is what I'm saying. Just maybe. Now, I didn't want anything to happen to those people in the stairwell and everything. What I'm saying, though, is that if one film crew may have, from another country, have picked that up and shown it, then maybe in another country like Australian News, which Sky Australian News this is, which are actually giving out some sort of report and what have you, may have got hold of that footage and shown it in Australia, which then may have filtered into America, which may have filtered to Canada, which may have filtered then and basically said to the British Broadcasting Company, one may have picked it up and thought, hang on a minute, they're showing it in America now. Fox News might have shown it because Fox is now showing news from Australian News and what have you. So just maybe that might have tipped the edge. I'm not saying BBC, but you know.
Okay, no, I'll give you one point there because you make a very good point there. How Sky News Australia get away with publishing what they do publish, right? And the Australian people still don't wake up just goes to show how indoctrinated these people are. When their own fucking TV mainstream media channel go on Sky Australia's YouTube channel and watch some of the stuff they put out over the last year. You know, it's been quite enlightening as far as I'm concerned because they're the only ones actually slagging off their own government.
That's what I'm saying.
Over the last year, when has any other affiliated piece of Sky News has literally taken what they've done in Sky News Australia, and God knows how they got away with it, and actually said, no, this is what's going on in Australia. This is from Sky News Australia. Here we're going to go put it on mainstream CNN, ITV, whatever network it is. It's irrelevant. Have they ever done it? No, they haven't. Right?
No, they haven't.
You want to get me? Do you want to get me started? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a little story about Rebel News. Right? Rebel News is completely controlled. Alt media, right? Who remembers what was the his name is RV Yemeni. Everyone remember this guy? RV Yemeni from Australia, right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a correspondent, right, for Rebel News in Australia. He's had various arrests. Strange this, because he gets arrested and the police drive him down 200 yards down the road and release him. They never take him to a police station. Strange that, isn't it? Wonder why that happens. Because RV Yemeni is an ex-Israeli Defense Forces soldier. He works for the Israeli government. He was the one that was firing bullets at fucking unarmed fucking Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. That's your fucking reporter, is it? Is that what you want to tell me about? Rebel News? Rebel News my arse.
Okay, Flu. Right, Master.
Well, like I said,
do your homework.
It would have filtered down to Australian Sky News, which more than likely would have filtered over to Fox News, which may have filtered to CNN News, which is free on TV in this country. Like I said, maybe, just a maybe. I'm glad. Well, nothing happened. Thankfully, people didn't get crushed. But I'm not talking about
the point. Hang on, guys, please. One at a time.
All I'm saying, Master Ron, all I'm saying is you're saying it might have, it may do. Did it? Did it filter down?
No,
did it get to the
you're not listening. You're not listening to me.
The reason Fluke, please, Fluke, at this moment, mate, please, when you get it. Master, right, you did say may have many times, okay? So Fluke's just brought that up, so please go ahead, mate. You have your say.
But there wasn't a trample. That's the point. If it would have gone into a disaster, which would have been a PI disaster with people being crushed underneath at the bottom of the stairs and what have you, it may have taken off. That's what I'm. But the footage of them pushing through, no. That wouldn't be. But if you had people which were rushed to hospital and children and what have you, which have actually got crushed underneath all that, that may have filtered down. That's what I'm saying. But that didn't happen. So no, thank God that didn't happen. But it would have been a complete PR disaster.
Right.
That's all
Can
I'm
I
saying.
respond to that? Or can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course you can,
I'll
mate.
give you an example, right? Here's an example. 27 years ago, 96 people were crushed to death at a football match, right? Including women and children, right? The very next day, the government denounced the football supporters. The very next day, the media denounced the football supporters. The very next day, the police denounced the football supporters. And they carried on that lie for 27 years. The media, the police, and the government tried to lie their way through for 27 years, blaming the football supporters. What happened after 27 years? Eventually, they got a court decision that said it wasn't their fault, and it was the fault of the police. And do you know how many police officers so far been convicted of that? How many government officials have been convicted of that? How many fucking mainstream media who was involved in that conspiracy got convicted? Zero. None.
That's my point.
So that's what I'm saying about your narrative. Is you believe that there was some way that this story is going to leak out because
Hang on, guys. Come on, guys.
Dino,
that is not my point.
Let me finish, Dino. What you're saying,
guys. Come on, guys. Come on.
Can I finish
It's all right.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
That's my point.
Because the whole point of you cutting across me, Master, is
guys, please. I don't want to mute anyone, especially remove, but please, one at a time.
Can I finish?
Of course you can, and don't treat me like Crinkle though, Flip. There's no.
Hang on, Master on. Please calm down. We're not Luke. Fluke. Please finish off, mate.
Right. So What I'm saying to you is, if what happened in that train station ended up in a crush, who do you think they would have blamed? Do you think the government would have blamed the police? Do you think the police would have held their hands up and says, no, we were full of shit, we shouldn't have done what we did? You know, and do you think the mainstream media would turn around and say, oh, the police and the government are well out of order here, they should have let the protesters freely demonstrate? Never going to happen. That was never going to happen.
Master.
Right,
there you go. That's the point made, right?
Yeah.
And Luke could go on about the same point with many other aspects to it. So what do you say about that?
The public knew, well, you're talking about the football ground and everything, the public knew who was to blame and everything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much the media want to afterwards, how they want to treat it. It doesn't matter how the government wanted to treat it afterwards. It doesn't matter how the police and court system wanted to treat it afterwards. The public decided that it should not have happened. It doesn't matter what how the police and how these and them wanted to treat it. I saw it. You saw it. Dino saw it. SG more than likely saw it, and so did millions of other people see it. You know, so we'd already come to the conclusion who was at fault there. We already know. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what the media say and everything. What if you see it, you come to your own judgment after you've seen it. It doesn't matter what the media and the politicians want to say about it. If you've seen it, that image is there in your head. You make your own decision.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying to you is you're conflating the two things, right? So what I'm saying about the whole narrative around Hillsborough was literally the next day in the press. You know, the press were on the side of the police and the government. The government were on the side of the police and the press was on the side. You know, they all came together and shared their narrative, and they did it for 27 years. They lied in court after inquiry after inquiry for 27
That
years.
can't be denied, guys. By the way, that cannot be denied. By the way,
still nobody's been held accountable for that, right? And the only one person, I think it was a police commissioner, has been well, kind of in the court of, you know, public opinion, they pointed the finger. They had to throw somebody under the bus, and they threw this guy, and he still hasn't been through court, and he still hasn't been convicted of any crime whatsoever, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, and I don't know how many times I have to reiterate this, is regardless of what if I can see what happened on Subject Access's video and Tyrant Finder's video and GB's Residence video, we all saw that. I saw that. You saw that. SG saw it. I was going to call him 5G again there. Sorry, 5G. SG. Dino saw it, and thousands of other people saw it, right? What I'm saying to you, which you don't seem to understand, is this shit will never be filtered down through the mainstream media, because their narrative is the government's narrative. It's the police's narrative, just like it was at Hillsborough. If anything happened in that tube station that went pear-shaped, the protesters would have been blamed for it. Not the police, not the government, and the mainstream media would have done their bit to make sure that the mainstream narrative went out to the vast majority of the people in this country, would have made the protesters look bad and everybody else looks good. That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, and the Hillsborough thing, I mean, the Hillsborough thing, no one ever thought at the beginning, even though a lot of people could see what went on at the beginning, and then as time went on, even shortly, people could see more. After 27 years, there's many more people who can see a lot more. But at the beginning, it was kind of, no one questioned it, because the mainstream said, look, there's the pictures, this is what happened. People forget there were cages up there. People were caged in at football matches. And it weren't like it is today, health and safety and things like that, capacity, and that's your limit and things like that. It was cram them in. They were terracing. It weren't all seated. And they knew it were dangerous back then. And
I think the important
it
thing
was
to remember,
it was all visual. It was there on camera. right from the start. But the MSM manipulate things so powerfully, if you like, it didn't look that way. And it took 27 years, and still to this day, people can't see that.
This is another thing with going back to Hillsborough just briefly, but here's a couple of examples of the way the mainstream media
The police's fault, guys.
Tries to push the police narrative, right? They said that literally the next day in the mainstream media, this was in the Sun, the Mirror, the Daily Star, and all the other shit newspapers you wouldn't even wipe your ass on. Football hooligans urinate on our brave police officers. Sorry, at which point did anybody get a photograph of somebody urinating on a police officer? It never happened. It was bullshit. It was spread by the mainstream media.
People will believe. I'll just shortly cut in before Fluke carries on. It's just people will believe without a photograph or an image or a short piece of film footage, a tiny column in a newspaper, just a bit of writing, 2 paragraphs maybe, and people will go automatically believe that. Even if they see a picture of something happen, they will automatically believe it. And they can manipulate pictures and words and things like that. But you don't even have to show people a picture. And they'll just believe some writing, like a novel or a made-up story or a fairy tale or some other kind of propaganda, whatever you want to call it.
This is how dumb people are. The majority of the people in any country have been manipulated mentally into such a position where they believe shit like that, right? There was no evidence of football supporters urinating on the police.
Yeah.
What there was evidence is people ripping down the advertising boardings to take people on makeshift stretchers to ambulances that never arrived. Nobody mentioned that in the mainstream media the next day, did they? No, they didn't. Right? Here's another one for you. They said that Liverpool supporters were getting into the pockets of unconscious people that were struggling in the Pending area and stealing their wallets. Really? Where's the evidence of that? There's none. You just made it up because the majority of people will believe whatever the bullshit media's got to say. And we're still in that situation today. Very much so. Nobody's doing the fucking research that I do. It's 2 fucking A4 pages of research into the people that are behind the stage. This is the very bunch of people under the first lockdown that the government didn't want to release their names. Why? Because nobody wanted to investigate these people and find out who they were and who they were linked with, right? And who bitched and moaned about the fact that these people's names weren't released, right? The mainstream media, they bitched and moaned. Why don't you? Eventually, what happened? The government released their names. Did the BBC do the research and expose who these people are and who they're linked to? They're all linked to financial companies, pharmaceutical companies, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations, the Rockefeller, and you never will. If you want me, I'll take you through it now if you like. 10 minutes will take me to take you through that. It will scare the shit out of you, and it should scare the shit out of you. It should scare the shit out of everybody in this country. Because it
I can't help grinning. I'm sorry, guys. It's just when it comes to wavelengths, you know, I can't help grinning and things like that. But I know exactly where Fluke's coming from. The thing is, we're talking about the big thing, and there's so much detail in between. But we want to fly to the big headline, if you like. It won't happen, guys, that way. But you do need to start to research and stop believing in bloody mainstream media.
I'm actually going to do a video, and I'll probably post it to BitChute and my Odyssey channel as well, which takes you through the basic ding-dongs of how to do this type of research, because a lot of people think it's really difficult, and it's not really difficult, you know, because these people have no shame. They have no shame. They even advertise the fact that they have no shame on their own websites. And I've been through all of this stuff, and I've done so many deep dives that I've done with Mike on his YouTube channel, and I've done hours and hours of research. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy. Some places it's really easy to find information on, and some places you have to dig so deep into. Some of these websites have even hidden a sitemap. They don't have a sitemap anymore. You know, even if you click on their search bar and put in the word donations or donors or partners or whatever, nothing comes up. You have to literally dig and dig and dig and dig. I had to dig so far into the Rockefeller's own website to find out who they've been donating money to, because they made it so hard for you to find out who they've been donating money to. But eventually I found it, you know, and it's not until then that you have to then start digging, and they make it so hard for you to search who they've been donating money to, because you've got to put in this fucking filter and that filter and this filter and that. They make it so hard. But eventually, if you keep your head buried in it and keep fighting for the truth and fighting to find out what these connections are, eventually you'll find them. And I shouldn't be doing this. The fucking BBC should be doing it. ITV,
exactly.
Channel 4 should be doing it. You know, everybody else should be doing it. The Sun, the Times, the Guardian, the Telegraph. Who's doing it?
Panorama.
Yeah, because
it won't happen that way, Fluke. We know money and things like that. But
$56 million donated by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to the BBC. Why do you think the BBC ain't looking into the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? Because they got their fucking finger in the pie as well. They got some fucking moolah out of it. You know, that's the point I'm trying to make to people. And that's the point that Master, I'm not knocking at you personally, Master, on, because you're not the only one, but you know, there's a lot of people that need to realize that all that information's out there and you can do it for yourself. You don't have to rely on.
Do you know what? It's going back. Sorry, Fluke.
I'll do a video showing you how to do this.
Yeah, same thing. Going back to what Fluke said before about, you know, you got the government, the puppets and things like that. They passed all this bullshit and propaganda down to us and that. There's the guys above them. And it's the same with MSM and things like that. Do you know what I mean? It's that high up. Don't take things for granted, you know. It comes from way above. You
should know me better than that, Fluke. I know that you know everything about all the shit that's going on. I do not disbelieve one word that you have said in any live stream, not once. All I'm saying is that if that incident had have gone disastrously, it's on. My partner's put it on Facebook and everything, so it's reached people beyond this country. It has gone viral of what happened at that, and they're all saying exactly the same thing, that, you know, that was a disaster waiting to happen. So people do know already around the world of that incident. She has made sure it's being shown and what have you, and she will.
And that's a good thing.
Do you know what, right? How many people react to that? How will they react to that? What will they do about it?
Well, they've reacted.
Not only is it important that that's shared and that you have shared it, and that's important, you know. What do you
think we should do about it? What do you think we should do about it? So people watch it.
What you're saying is,
Luke, I'm sorry, man.
If it went pear-shaped, right, what would have happened? If it went pear-shaped, they would have blamed the protesters, not the police, not the government, and the press would have backed the police and the government. If you've been watching audits or anything like that, and your brain still can't think that no matter which way that went at that protest, if it went pear-shaped, they'd have blamed the protesters, not the police. Simple as, straightforward as. It is exactly what happened at Hillsborough 27, 28 years ago, and they would have done exactly the same thing today. Propaganda is propaganda. It doesn't make a difference what day of the week it is, what you're protesting about. If you go against the government, they'll use the press, the media, and the police against you. That's the end of the story. It doesn't matter what would have happened after, before. What if it had happened if the people went up the stairs, down the stairs, got squashed, fell over, everyone got a headache?
Please, you've done it. Right, so Hillsborough, your cage is in at that time, the 1980s. It's all caged off, you're caged in. The stairwell in London, you're caged in. Same thing, different tactic, things like that. But what coulda, shoulda, woulda, fair enough. But the thing is, the point is, what coulda, woulda, shoulda is irrelevant to the fact that they're doing the same tactics, the same thing.
Yes.
It's caging people in, it's causing frustration, it's causing fear, it's definitely control. It's the same tactic, but by doing a different thing.
And that's
in the same way. Do you know what I mean? An underground station, on flat ground, in a football stadium, whatever. It's the same tactic.
We know how the media treated that in the 80s, right? In this country. But internet wasn't around, so I haven't got a clue how American news viewed it. I haven't got a clue how Australian news saw it and everything. That's the point which I'm making, is that it may have filtered down to other countries, and
But
they
it's the
see
same for Luke. Every major country, for want of a better word, the powerful countries, like, they're all in coercion. It's all the same thing. It comes down to deeper stuff like bloodlines and royalties and things like that. They own the frigging land. Do you know what I mean? They all have the same tactics, but they all have their own culture. So their tactics have to adapt to that country's culture. And most of these powerful countries nowadays were adapted by I believe, our royal family, i.e. America and things like that, the British Empire. So we're going into bloodlines and things like that. But yeah, it all evolves, and it comes around the same kind of tactics, like when they said the Western style of the Western world and the third world and things like that. We've all got it's the same structure, but you've got to adapt to that in your own country, to whatever culture you're dealing with or whatever rules and laws you're dealing with as well. But it's the same similarity, it's the same thing if you notice about it.
And this is
money, powerful countries.
I think the thing that might just solidify this in people's minds to a certain degree. Take Hillsborough for argument's sake, and we've compared that to this train station that we had the other week. Let's go back to the first anti-lockdown demonstration in London, right? That was, what, 6 weeks, 7 weeks after the first lockdown that happened? And
if that, yeah.
If that, right. Now, on top of that, what happened there, right? Let's think about this seriously, Master On. Think about it, right? You had 50,000 people in Trafalgar Square, and there were old people, young people, children holding signs up saying, I want to go back to school, right? There was the LGBT community there. There was Asian people, black people, Sikhs, Hindus, Muslims. There was a complete cross-section of British society at that demonstration. 50,000 people, right, at that demonstration at Trafalgar Square. What happened? The police waged in there and started whacking people over the head with batons, right? What was the next day? What was the headline on the BBC's website? 5,000 far right-wing anti-vaxxers demonstrate at Trafalgar Square. That's your media. You expecting those people to report on what? Bearing in mind that the BBC's offices are an 11-minute taxi ride from their head office to Trafalgar Square. Did the BBC go down there and interview any of the demonstrators? No. Did the BBC go down and even film it? No. Did the BBC go down and even report on it? No. Did the BBC even mention it? No. When it was happening live on TV, nobody was reporting it. But the very next day, they said 5,000 far right-wing anti-vaxxers demonstrate at Trafalgar Square. Police are injured. When the police turned up with riot gear on, started smacking people over, there's claret everywhere. Do you know what I mean? But that's, you think anything's changed in the last 27 fucking years since Hillsborough? No, because the same thing happens. The government spin the narrative. The police act on a political manner. And then the propaganda wing of the government, the BBC and whatever other fucking mainstream media's out there, fucking publish whatever they're fucking told to publish, or publish what they know is going to go down as the narrative. Exactly the same thing happened, right? Because how is a 6-year-old holding a sign saying, I want to go back to school, a far right-wing anti-vaxxer? That's the narrative. They sell the narrative. They sell the propaganda. The BBC and the mainstream media and every other fucking outlet in this country, name any fucking newspaper in this country, said pretty much mouth for mouth the same fucking thing the very next day in the newspapers. But they didn't say that about Black Lives Matter, did they? No, the police turned up in their pristine white shirts and their black ties, doing the knee with their fists in the air. Didn't they? Didn't do that at fucking the Freedom Rally. No. Extinction Rebellion fucking glued themselves to fucking bank windows. Not that I'm a fan of banks, but glued themselves to other people's private property to the point, smashed windows, overturned fucking, started fucking fires, blocked off streets, fucking, you know, put boats in the middle of fucking town centres and all sorts of shit, ripped down statues and threw them in the fucking nearest river. You know, police do nothing. Hello?
Right, Luke, give me 1 sec, mate. Carl's back on, backstage, so I just want to break this up a bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to drop off, mate, because it's well late for me, mate. I've got to drop off, but I don't want to...
Luke.
I'm not chickening out of any... I think I've said my
Yeah,
piece.
we know that, mate. Just
You know,
no
if
worries.
you-
Listen,
if you
I'll
don't-
speak to you soon.
If you don't get it after everything I've said, then you need to sort of take a big, long, hard look in the mirror, mate. I'm telling you. Because
All
this
right.
ain't going to change, and it doesn't matter what the debate's about. If it doesn't go along with the government narrative, the police will back the government, and the BBC and whatever other mainstream media outlet will go along with that propaganda. And it's been proved time and time and time again, and it was proved 27 years ago at Hillsborough, and it was proven last year at the first anti-lockdown demonstration in Trafalgar Square.
Well, one thing we can all be thankful for, that it didn't end up being a fucking disaster. That's one thing we can be thankful for.
Okay, this is 2 different viewpoints. I get you.
Actually, I'll stay on and just listen for a bit, but I won't interject anymore. But yeah, go on.
Luke, I've got total respect for you. You know I have. I listen to everything that you have ever said and what have you. You know I'm on your side and everything. You know I hate the system and what have you. So we are on the same page. A little bit of disagreement on this one. I would have hoped, well, I am fucking glad that the worst didn't happen and everything. It's just that I would hope that somebody would have picked it up and say, this is fucking enough. If not, hopefully, well, I don't want to use that word hopefully, but it's I don't know, because it's like maybe that might have sparked Australia off. It may have sparked New Zealand off. It may have sparked these other places off in the Commonwealth and everything to say, we've seen this, fuck it, we are going to fight back like we are trying to do.
Right, listen, guys, fair play.
Could I say
Good
7
debate.
words?
Can I just let SG come in just for 1 more minute, because I've got Carl Foster backstage as well, who I know has stayed up a lot later than he should have done. I hope you don't get in trouble, Carl, but SG just wants to say something. Then I'll bring you on, Carl, and let's end this. Let's end this thing. Listen, I get totally, just before SG, I get totally where Fluke comes from, and I don't care what you think or what you say about you and Fluke and all this, which I've had. It's as simple as this, right? The mainstream media control everything. So despite what you see at a protest, an audit, or whatever you want to call it, okay, whatever happens in that reality, okay, whether you're filming independently or whatever, okay, that can get demolished, or it will never get shown on mainstream. Either way, it will never get shown if you keep that footage. They will show the footage that you need to know in order for them to keep you in that same frame of mind, which they've always done for a long time, through propaganda and the agenda altogether. It's a big overview, this, and it's all about understanding the details of it. And all Fluke wants to say is the main thing is you're being fooled, and it's mainstream media what are doing it, and what you're seeing from their pictures and their narrative is not completely, but they kind of mix the truth with lies, so it becomes kind of believable. But guys, it's not reality. And I think Fluke will correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's my kind of point as an overview of please do not trust mainstream media one iota. That is it, guys. It's propaganda. It's been going on for so long. There's that much evidence. For God's sake, let's wake the fuck up. Okay? SG, please, Master On, you've said, Fluke, nice one. Stay on just for a minute, because the SG's been there for a while, so patient. Go for it, mate. Go on. You end this part because I want to bring Kyle on.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Dino. I really respect everything everyone has said, and everything everyone has said in the chat as well. And I'm just going to say this about the whole point of what you've just been talking to us about. It's time for a change now. Because if it's not time for a change, it is exactly what Fluke says it is. That will become real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Dino? Because fake becomes real when people believe it.
Yeah.
Time for the change is now. If it isn't now, it'll never be.
That's it. They're forcing us through, propaganda and the list, if you like, into believing their narrative and this world or system or whatever word you want to put to it. So we will believe in that lie, which has been continuous, to be fair. And it's like saying, what does it take at this moment in time? What the hell does it take? Whether it's from mainstream or you're going out there yourself and seeing it for yourself and experiencing that, what the hell does it take? In fact, it's more obvious to see things that are not true and ridiculous and propagandist by mainstream media. How the hell people can't see through that more than actually being there? If you know what I mean, I've been there, and then when I've seen what mainstream put through, I think, hang on a minute, it's more ridiculous from their point of view than from mine. But you're more willing to watch the TV than the real footage. And what mainstream show some real footage because they like to mix truth with lies, so it makes it look believable. It's just beyond. It's just beyond me, as people can't see through.
Can I just say a couple of things, Dino, and then we can move on to Carl, because I know you're probably more important.
SG, I'm sorry. Just give us a moment, and then.
All right, Dino.
I've said before on multiple live streams for the last 18 months, I've never bullshitted, I've never lied, and I've always said to people, one, if you can prove me wrong, right? And nobody's ever tried to prove me wrong. I've given out my email address, my phone number. People have got my YouTube channel. Nobody's sent me anything that disproves what I'm saying, right?
Right, guys, there is a challenge right now. You can
take that challenge?
Live, you can do whatever. If you can prove Fluke wrong, if you can prove him wrong, you can either put it in a comment on any video I've done in a live, or you can message me privately. If you can prove me wrong, I will pass anything on what you say about Fluke to Fluke, and then we'll see who's wrong and who's right. I'm just saying.
On top of that, I was just wanting to say that when I've done these deep dives that I did and we produced on Mike's channel, in Radiant's channel, you know, we have gone through every website, every link, every bit of information that I've researched, that when I get to talk to Mike about the stuff that I've been researching, it's there. We publish it literally in your face. It's on the screen. It's not that me and Mike just talk about it. He puts it up on the screen. We go through their websites. We go through all the links. We've got all the links here. We've got everything listed. I don't piss about when I do this research, because I know that if people are going to come after me, they're going to come after me big time. So I either better do my research fucking well or not do it at all. And that's the point. And still nobody's got back to me and questioned any one of those links, because I've produced them all. You can go and look. Don't trust me. Look into it for yourself. I do this just to publish it. If
Guys, do not believe a word Fluke says.
No. Don't ever do that. Don't ever believe anything I say.
Yeah, nothing.
I will always produce the links, and I will always produce everything I do. All the research I do, I'm published everywhere. It's published on Mike's channel. All this stuff we did the other week on Sage is published on Mike's channel. If you want to go back and watch that video, go back and watch the video. We literally publish everything, every website, every news article, every bit of information, whether it be a Wikipedia page, a LinkedIn page. We join the dots to everything. And I do all that research myself. So, you know, trust me. No, actually, don't trust me. That's the point. Trust yourself. Yeah. Go and get the information. Trust yourself. Go and do the research yourself. Don't trust.
That's it. Yeah. Cheers, Nige. I mean, there you go, guys. I mean, it's all like don't believe him. That's the first place to start. Just say, hang on, what's he said? Right, I'll look into it. That should force you to looking into what he's saying, rather than just judging what he's saying and saying, nah, I don't agree with that. Why? Look into it, guys. It's all out there. Believe it or not, it is. SG, I'm sorry. Curl Forster, if you want to come back on, I'm sorry about that. But SG, you were talking as well. So I'd like you to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Basically, all I've got to say is we are on the precipice as a race right now, humans. We're on the precipice of the pit, aren't we? And if we don't change things now, and that's what we're all here to try and do, aren't we?
Yeah, but the thing is, yes. What do we do? How do we go about it? I want to know that.
Well, I mean, we are doing it. We are providing a small.
I really want to do this, but what do we do?
Just like was said just a few weeks ago, that, like, you know, at the start of the World War II, before it was a world war, it was just a movement, and there was a very small rebellion against that movement. And then that small rebellion grew and grew and grew and grew. And then that small rebellion was a big rebellion. And then they won the war against that fascist dictatorship, didn't it? That's World War II. And that's where we kind of are now in a World War III.
Yeah. See, but do you know, something worries me about that. And just before Fluke comes in, because I kind of think he will kind of agree with me.
We didn't win.
Behind
we
all
didn't win. No, that was my point of the week.
We didn't win.
Sorry.
There was already a massive agenda before that rebellion. And it's
my audio clicked out.
It's that kind of thing we have to conquer. Hang on, we're going into. But do you know what? It will never be simple, even if we try, obviously. and so we get somewhere. I don't think it'll get that far, because behind everything we do and the puppet the guys who control us, there's something behind that. And I think there's something behind the guys who control the guys who control us. And that, I think it goes quite deep. So to say, what do we do next? How do we go about it? And yeah, we can cause a rebellion, a group, a liaison.
I'm basically just talking about public opinion, though, Dino.
Yeah, I know. No, I know, but it's so hard, guys. I know.
Or else we are all doomed to hell, aren't we?
I find a lot of people, and they've said it in live streams before on my channel, on Civil's channel, on
Thanks, SG.
channel,
Thank you.
back when he was doing channels, and yourself and other live streams I've been on. I've been on live streams in the States. I've been on live streams in New Zealand, Australia, and blah, blah, blah. That's not the point. The point is there's always somebody asking for like a silver bullet answer. So what are we going to do to solve the problem? As if I can just go, I'll tell you what we need to do. It's X, Y, Z. That's all you have to do.
I'll tell you what,
I'll email you the details, you know.
Fluke, I'll tell you what then, right? We don't know that silver bullet. I totally agree. Well, I'll tell you what. How do we start? We have to have a starting point. We've got enough to go on. So we've got to have a starting point. We've got to at least think about the starting point.
Well,
we can go on about it for time immemorial.
All right, okay. I think we've already proved the starting point. We've proved the starting point by knowing your government are a bunch of lying cunts, right?
Yeah, we know. All right, then. Stage
Secondly,
two. Next step.
The mainstream media are there to back the government up. That's their job. And thirdly, you've got a gang of fucking criminal called the TSG, the Tyranny Support Gang, and they're there to be the enforcement arm of your government, okay? So we need to address those three people. Start fucking emailing the BBC and telling them that we know they're a bunch of liars. Start emailing your government, telling them you know you're a bunch of liars, and start emailing the police and say we've lost all fucking confidence in you as a fucking public service.
But we've been doing this for a long time, Fluke. I'll grant it. We have been doing this for a while, but not enough. And let's say there was enough, and there was like 50% of the population what are saying, hang on, we're doing this, we're emailing, we're saying this, and we know it's right, we're growing into this shit, we're learning, in fact, we know enough. And what happens then? So
I'll give you a good example.
We're at the starting point now, so let's say, what's stage two? What's next
I'll give people a good example of this, right? Go back to the MP's expenses scandal, right? Was that 2008, 2009, if I remember rightly? I'm not too good with dates, but the MP's expenses scandal. So it was exposed by, I believe it was the Telegraph at the time, or the Times. No, it was the Telegraph or the Guardian. I can't remember which one, the Telegraph or the Guardian. I'm sure someone will Google it. What they did with the MP's expenses scandal is they looked into all these expenses and they started exposing the bullshit. You remember the duck houses and all this other stuff and the extra houses, and you know they were spending money on someone to come around and trim their hedges and charging them 10 grand and all this sort of nonsense. And they're taxpayer funded subsidized bars, and their taxpayer funded subsidized restaurants, and the House of Lords that would turn up and just sign in, take their £300 a day and then fuck off back home again. All that sort of nonsense. As soon as that came up, do you know what happened when they started exposing that? I'll tell you something that very, very significant that happened when people started being exposed by the newspapers over this expenses scandal. The MPs started ringing up the newspaper and saying, "Oh, I think I made a mistake on my expenses. Can I tell you what the problem was and how I've rectified it?" And they suddenly all came out of the fucking shithole together because they knew they were going to be exposed one way or the other. So what they were doing was damage limitation by trying to go to the fucking newspaper and say, "Please forgive me," in the eyes of public opinion.
I remember that happening like that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they did. They went to the newspaper and said, "Oh, I think I made a mistake on my expenses and I shouldn't have claimed for this and I shouldn't have claimed for that and I apologize," and da-da-da-da. All this in the newspaper. That's what we need to do is force them to do it. Force them to do it. But because we don't have a media like we did back then, that's our problem. Because we don't have a media with any bollocks in this country anymore.
Yeah, we've got a media that's a Mickey Mouse fucking
We've got a
little
media
guy
that's
chicken shit outfit.
compliant. We've got a media that's compliant to the government, compliant to the banks, compliant to the corporations, compliant to the police. And we've got a bunch of idiot police officers that will just do whatever they're fucking told to do, like nasty fucking order followers they are. And they're the people you really need to be worried about, is the people that just don't question anything and just follow orders. Just like
they're the Nazi foot soldiers.
Yeah, just like the Nazis did.
And the thing is, we do have a media. We have our own media.
And this is
we have got a media, and that's the type of stuff they're trying to shut down.
And
like we said earlier, so we do have a media already. It's a good starting point.
And just to end that thing, I just wanted to say, people want an answer to this problem, right? All I can do is present people with the problem. It's only when more and more people understand what the problem is that we can come together and find a solution. I don't have a silver bullet for this. Dino doesn't. I was going to call him 5G again. Then SG doesn't have a solution, a silver bullet to this problem. Nobody has a silver bullet to this problem, because we as a people need to come together and fight all of the media, the police and the government. And I'm not saying fight the police in the sense that the police need to be beaten up or anything like that. What I'm saying is fight the fact that they need to realize that even they're being manipulated. You know, they're a public service there to serve us, and they're not doing it anymore. 65 million people in this country turn around tomorrow and say, fuck you. What are they going to do about it? Nothing. They won't be able to do fuck all. That's what we need. It's the power of the word no. I will not comply. No, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. If 65 million people in this country turn around tomorrow and say, not doing social distancing, not wearing masks, not doing that, open my business, I'm going to go back to normal, fuck you. What can they do? Nothing. That's what
is stopping people from doing that. Fear.
Global non-compliance with these assholes.
Well, it's not only just fear, it's just the fact they're so indoctrinated in the whole status mentality. Oh, the government must be right, and Dr. fucking Whitty must be right, and Sir Patrick.
I was going to go on to that, and it goes back for many years, guys. So, like SG said, now is the time. It's now. It's now, guys. It's now and never. And I'm saying that because I'm going off the like since the scam-demic plan. What's it called? Since then, everything has changed, guys, and we can see where it's going. It's nothing to do with a V thing.
This is why they're using the internet. This is why, because they know that the only place that we've got left to exchange ideas, exchange information, is via the internet. And what's Cyber Polygon all about? This is another Klaus Schwab World Economic Forum bullshit. You know, even said in his own words, this is how despicable this guy is. He said that the next major hack on the internet will be worse, would make COVID-19 look like a major, minor inconvenience.
Yep, he did.
That's what they're going after next. Because if we can't get this message out now, that's the end of it. You can forget it.
Right, quick interruption because
on mainstream media, a front to say that this guy is a despicable piece of shit, and if he got the front to say that in front of
give me a minute, Fluke, give me a minute, 1 minute, mate. Sorry, it's been going on quite a while. Superb, very interesting. No arguments, brilliant debate, but I don't want to forget anyone in the chat. So anyone who's joined from about 17 hours ago, since we've not stopped. I'm joking, but thanks for joining. Thanks for all your pleasant comments and everything like that. I've not seen no slagging off. Everyone on the panel who's been on has been respectful to each other. That is massive. Thanks so much, guys, everyone. Maria Moon especially. Thanks so much for coming in. And others.
Maria.
So, quite a few names as well, new names. That happens every week now. So it's been brilliant. I'm going to cap it, guys, at it's almost 3 a.m. English time. I've been on since 8. So what's that now? 7?
3 a.m. is KLM.
Right. So yeah, 3:30 latest, guys.
Right,
So
I've
we
got to
can
go to the
carry
toilet.
on,
I'm
change
sorry,
the
guys.
subject, whatever you want to do.
I'm just going to go to the toilet, so I'll be back in a bit.
Right, you were doing that half an hour ago. But the thing is
I
with
know,
Fluke,
I've
while
been
he goes off,
drinking water all night, that's why.
I'll wait till he's gone.
Thanks for letting us
Right.
come back on thing.
He's gone. The thing is, listen, guys, listen, Fluke, we all know what Fluke's like, right? I don't want anyone to think that he's some kind of fucking demon or something who's trying to change people's frame of mind. He might be trying to change people's perspectives on life, but he will never try and change someone as a person. So just bear with him. He's done so much research into things, and he will admit himself, I've not got everything right. Yeah, I come out with that, whatever, 3 weeks ago, and totally wrong. He's a guy who will always hold his hand up and say I'm wrong. He's also a guy who's just trying to get his frigging message out. He's a guy who's very passionate, who goes over the top sometimes. But I'm sick of hearing from people. I'm sick of people slagging him off. I don't want that on my life. Okay? So thanks for being respectful to Fluke tonight, because a couple of weeks ago when Fluke was on, we had an idiot in and then loads of trolls, and he got over passionate and it got to him, and he won't mind me saying this, and then I had complaints after that. So I spoke to Fluke tonight saying, come on tonight, let's have a good debate, and that's exactly what's happened. And that's down to Master on SG, who's just so patient, and Ben and everyone else who's been on, very, very patient with each other. Everyone's allowed each other's say, and it's been respectful. And I think no one's really talked over each other either that much, but you can expect people to do that during a debate. So for me, I know I'm being biased because it's my live, but I think it's gone brilliantly, guys. So that's the panel and the chat. Leah M, that's enough said. Leah M.
Yeah, thanks for letting us
That's
back
it,
on.
Leah M. Because I've run out of, and I say it all the time. So, and everyone else and the other mods and everything. It's just been superb. Master on, thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't switch off. My phone decided to have a brain fart for some reason.
No worries. Can I just give one last name, Master? I'm sorry. Carl Forster as well. Thank you immensely. And Wednesday, I'll see you then, and then next Friday as well. But Carl, thank you so much, because I know for a fact Fluke was very involved in your chat, and whoever else was on at that time. I'm sorry, guys, if I forget who was on 6 hours ago or whatever, but it's just been brilliant. Carl, thanks for being a newcomer with a new project, and we've learned a lot from you on Wednesday and tonight. Cheers, Carl. No, honestly, mate, massive. So,
yeah, Carl,
while Fluke's gone off, I've managed to get a fucking word in under breath. I know he's listening.
Yeah, Carl's been talking to Maria Moon about my situation. I didn't know if he's going to come on to explain it, or did he explain everything to you?
He said he was trying.
Oh, right, he was trying to get on earlier.
Yeah,
talk to me about my situation, but
Yeah,
but he will on Wednesday.
He was on early for a couple of hours, about 10:30 for about, I don't know, 11:30, midnight, whatever. Brilliant guy. And people couldn't wait to give Curl advice because Curl said, kind of, I'm just starting out and it's this and it's that. And Fluke and whoever else was on were like giving him advice, plod, and things like that. And he was like, wow, do you know what I mean? And he'll carry on doing what he's doing and get better. And he's always welcome on. And he said, I can't wait to come on again because, I love this advice and shit like that. So what I'm saying is it's just been brilliant, guys, tonight. So much positivity. And when things have got not even heated, just debated, everyone's kept the calm and cool. And I really respect that very much, guys. So I've had half the numbers tonight that I would normally have. Slightly disappointing for me, I must admit, but I'm not bothered. Slightly, I am. But I just want to thank everyone who's been in. So I just wanted to put that in. We've got 20 minutes left. So I just want to let SG talk for a minute because I feel guilty for like letting him in and then we get cut out and then he comes in and Fluke goes on a bit and then I cut Fluke out and then I go on and then SG, I'm sorry, mate. It's all yours. Well, it's all yours.
Thanks, Dino. Well, the only thing really I have to add to everything, I don't disagree with much of anything anyone has said, except I think it's a little bit defeatist to admit that we're not going to win. I was told by somebody last week that we won't win against the government. And I think it's just defeatist.
Absolutely.
I think even if none of us get to see each other at the other side of this, that we can still win. For truth, honesty, and a decent way of life, and for treatment of our other human beings.
You're right. You're right. And you know what? It won't happen overnight. I have hope. Nothing's impossible at this moment in time to most people through MSM and all that, the system, whatever you want to call it, describe it. We're already defeated in a sense, but the very few, and it is the very few, like us, we still believe. We wouldn't be here now talking about it. We'd be watching fucking Coronation Street or whatever. So, in other words, we do believe there is a way. I do. I wouldn't do what I do if I didn't believe that.
Reverence
just because I do what, even those who don't go out and kind of do what other people do and have her expose and try and go, look, guys, there you go. Luke, you watched the news last night, but Luke, look at this scenario instead. What they won't show you. Look at this. How different's that to your eyes? How different is that to you, the way you think? You've seen something totally different. You'll never see that on your TV with your regular programming. Think about it. So, like myself and us on here now, there is SG, you're right, mate. But it won't happen overnight. So, I've just recently got my father watching what I've done, and for the first time in his long years, kind of coming over to this way of thinking. And that's nice for me. You know what I mean?
Funnily enough, Dino, can I just add to what you just said there? You just said you got your father into your way of thinking. I actually spoke to my parents earlier and I said, I've been going on lives on YouTube, and funnily enough, you may not agree with my opinion, But there are some people that maybe not agree with my opinion, but they respect my opinion.
Yeah.
And I felt that was so important, and it actually made them sit there and think for the first time. Maybe some of my words have meaning. I could see it in their faces.
Do you know when you said we can win? Okay,
We
and I
will
said,
win.
well, we will win. That's even better. I don't believe in my lifetime, but we can. It might take whatever amount of time, whatever. But to get someone thinking up to date, if you like, with what's going on now compared to what they were brought up with and what they was brainwashed into, indoctrinated into through that school system at their time, that curriculum and what they want them to know to fit in with this world and all that, to get them guys who were brainwashed in a similar way to what we are now, even though we've progressed through technological changes, etc. It's still the same agenda. It's still the same thing. To get someone who's gone from the negative end to the positive end is immense, which means, yes, we can win. We can actually change a mind, which means it's got to be someone who can think and is kind of open-minded in a way, but maybe one of them proud people like my father who is, but would never admit it, if you know what I mean. But he's used that open and kind of admitted it in a kind of proud way, if you like, from his generation. And he supports everything I do now. And for me, that's kind of a shock because we've always clashed and we've been completely different, opposite. And I would have never predicted this. And I've only been on YouTube for 6 months. And I think I've done enough to open at least one pair of eyes. And to have my father to do that, who's been someone who's, I don't want to say this, but someone who's been a sheep. To actually get hold of a sheep and say, excuse me, listen to this, watch this, and the sheep's gone, right, I'm off. I'm over this fence. I'm with you now. I don't know nothing, but you've sparked something and I'm now willing to listen. This is the beginning for me now. And I feel a bit proud, really, to do that. And I don't brag or anything like that, but...
Well, that's something to be proud of. Changing someone from a sheep into a wolf.
And from a different generation, because it's all about generations as well, how they do it. They do it like that, in a way, with details attached. But if you knew me and my dad, because I've been a bit like this from quite a young age, some people have their eyes open quite young. And I've grown up now into a different generation where I've had children, and my eldest child has had grandchildren. I've got 2 granddaughters, 5 and 2. I've seen them twice in my life because of circumstances. And I said to my dad, and he's saying, what's all this about? Why are you doing this? Okay, I'll watch and all that. And I said, it's because my granddaughter's dad, it's not about me anymore. It's about what they grow up into. I don't want them to be involved in what I think's going to happen, which is you're not going to be a person anymore, type of thing. You're not going to be natural. You're not going to be what you're meant to be. I think we need to get back what we're meant to be and things. And they've completely took all that away from us. for so long.
They are destroying our humanity, aren't they? These
But
people
our
that
natural
are the
senses
sheep.
are still telling us we need to get back to what we are. You know,
These people that are the sheep have had something, some kernel of humanity stolen for a bit, even if it's just for a bit.
it's crazy. And then, I mean, this might sound ridiculous, really, but I think most, like my dad, right? He's not watching or anything, but the saying that you can live to work or work to live. My dad's always lived to work. Okay, I don't like work. I don't like 9 to 5. I don't like 6 to 210 fucking night shift and all that crap. Because I've done that and I've felt that I've had no life. Because I've kept with my own senses. I haven't lost them. I haven't had anyone take them away from me. But yeah, I've had to fall in with the system and the way things work to have what? To survive. Money. Another man-made piece of shit. Control, fear, all that comes into it. So a lot of my life, forget the illness I've had and things like that, which have stopped me from working and things like that. I've just rather done my own thing, really, all the time. And I bet you any money I've felt more free up here than these people who just have the same routine day in, day out, right? Think that when they get paid, that's a good thing. It's not. It's horrible when someone gets a wage. Horrible. When I got a wage, I felt horrible. I felt worthless because I'd done so much hard work and I've got so much little shit to survive in what the system provides for me at my level of income. All I've done is put a man-made piece of shit in my hand and give it straight back out. And then what I do is I get 2 days off. First day off I get is I'm so knackered from being a slave. I'll take the first day off and take it off. That's me. And then on the next day off, it's like the morning after, I'm going back to fucking work. And that's it. I don't like that. I've never liked it. And throughout all that, I've had family, so-called friends, people. It's the same thing. Even YouTube now, you go out filming. Have you got a job? Do you work? And things like that.
Haven't you got anything
so
better
everyone's
to do?
judged on, have you got a job? And I've been put down that many times. Are you working? What do you do? And that's the only topic of conversation. Not what's life about. You said that the other day. That made me think. What do you mean by that? No, forget about it. I'm at work tomorrow. Start at 8, early night. Pathetic. That's not
slavery.
life. It is slavery.
Yeah.
Indoctrinate. It starts at 4 years old. 4. And then your parents are young. And they go, yeah, that's right. That's right. I had my vaxes. So you must do. Because it's polio, it's TB, it's this, it's that. Who the fuck do you know what it is? It's a liquid in a piece of plastic or glass fucking cylinder with a piece of paper that has writing on it that you don't understand. But because a medical person, who's just a person, shows you that piece of paper and it's got that long word on it, and you go, oh, wow, that's scientific. That's fucking, whoa, that's must be right. Thinking back, it's a load of bollocks, all of it. Your vaccinations, in my point of view, are to depopulate, cut your lifespan down, cause illnesses, which causes profit. There's loads of things to it from day one. And then when you're 4, you are educated into what you have to be in the system to become a slave and with man-made shit to earn a few people, corporations, bankers, all the money in the world and power. and we have no life and they can do what they want. It's ridiculous. You've no life. You haven't got one. You've got to create one. And so I don't conform. I don't do any of that shit. I get called to pieces because people think life's all about work. You live to work. No. When I have worked, I've worked to live. And what you've got to live for is not much. So what's the point of fucking working and paying tax and shit like that? I'm not a dull dosser. I get up every morning. I charge my gimbal up. I do research. I look for different projects. I think, what can I film next? Where can I go? I travel hundreds of miles on no budget to get half an hour of film, which might take me 5 hours to do, and things like that. That's work. And if I can expose tyranny, a bit of truth, talk to people like Fluke, put content on a live or whatever, that is work to me. So I'm sorry for going off on one a little bit, but I'm sick of people who base life on work and slavery and tax and money and man-made shit and just living life to buy things and just work all their life and feel tired and ill, which they make money out of. And all you get out of it maybe is a 2-week holiday or a few Christmas presents or I don't know, man-made shit.
What do you think? What do you think on this? I mentioned it in a live stream, but then another Reverend Simon Sideways said it. He did a video on it, and he turned around and said that protests at the moment, in their current form, aren't working, which I do agree with. He said maybe we should be protesting outside their houses. You know, hundreds of people turning up outside their houses and do it there, because they're never at Parliament. Let's face it, they're never at Parliament. They're always working from home.
Don't work.
No, but if you
but
if you targeted themselves at their own homes, maybe that might have a bit more influence, because the protests how they're going at the moment, you know, Dino, Fluke does, SG does, and everybody else does. At the moment, current state of walking around London and everything, ain't worth standing outside Parliament. Nobody's there. They're all at home. So maybe we should go and protest outside their home.
Do you know what worries me about protests, right? I've been to that many now. But when I went to London, in fact, I've been to Bradford, Manchester, Liverpool, London, wherever else, right? Loads. And someone brought a video out. Hang on, this guy's familiar, that guy's familiar. And when I'd been, right, no matter where I've been at a protest, I keep seeing these same guys and they do the same things. And I know there are people there who are instigators, plainclothes, actors, crisis actors, and they do the same thing. I have seen things do not add up at protests for me, right? First time round, yeah, it's great, yeah, come on, freedom and all that. Next time you go, being serious-minded like I am, not stupid, notice, right? I saw him a month ago at Bradford or whatever, doing the same thing. For one example, one guy who I've seen at nearly every protest, don't forget sometimes there's hundreds or maybe a few thousand there, so you might not spot them every time. But I know they're there at every protest and they do the same thing. And for one example, the same guy who I've seen, what they do, they dress like a protester. Like you can see a stereotype, if you like. And I've seen a protester, same guy, go to a real protester, you can tell the difference, believe me, to tell him to go away. In other words, don't protest. And I stood there and I thought, what? All this guy wants to do is say his freedom of speech and give the police a piece of his mind at a distance, being respectful and saying, this is what I believe in, and you bastards and all that, you're out of order. What's wrong with that? And these other protesters are like going, nah, don't bother, go away. In other words, don't protest. And I've seen that a lot. And I've seen guys go right up to the police like that, inches away like that, and just completely get away with it. And I've seen guys do the same thing who are like, I can tell the difference, and they get arrested or whatever, are beat up.
So what do you think?
I saw at London Parliament Square, I'll finish this one off, right? I were there, I live streamed, it got took down under medical misinformation, right? And I were right there at the front, there was a line of police, it was a square, imagine a square, so you got one line there and you got another line there, imagine a right angle. And the ones in front of where I were, they all took their helmets off, and then many people in the protest crowd were clapping. And I were thinking, what's going on? What are these guys clapping for? Why have all these police took their helmets off at near enough the same time? It looked staged. It was staged because about 5 minutes before that happened, mainstream media turned up and turned the cameras on. So when they filmed that part, it was staged. They were told, take your helmets off right now. Okay. And then these actors and idiots like that in the protest crowd, right, started clapping. What kind of protester would clap at anything the cops do? Just because they take the fucking helmets off, why would they clap at that? Well, it was an automatic response. Right, they took their helmets off. What? Is that like they're standing down? No way. Because at that same time, that same point, because I were there, they were still edging forward inch by inch like they do at every protest, where they start to kettle you in or confine you until the point where they move you on. Strategy, I've seen it. It was all staged. So in other words, say you get 10,000 protesters, in my view, I think out of those 10,000 so-called protesters, you might get 1,000 real ones. I'm sorry, but that
What I turned around
protests are pointless.
What I turned around and said then about instead of targeting London all the time when nobody's there,
don't work.
Do it outside their houses, their own property, instead of going around when they
it doesn't
ain't there.
work. Protests
we haven't
don't
done it
work.
yet. We haven't done it yet. The public haven't gone to, you can't get into Downing Street, but not all MPs live in Downing Street. They have their own homes where they go back to. So if you start protesting outside their premises, maybe that will put more force onto them.
They would still draft these same people in who disrupt the real protesters. They would still draft them in. There's that much intel. Protests do not work. Protests have been going on since day one. Nothing's
you're not
worked
just
in protest.
affecting them, are you? You're affecting the neighbourhood itself.
And then
you're
what?
affecting their neighbours. So if you start protesting outside their houses and you're taking up their streets and what have you, it isn't London. You're not walking
I want
past.
protests to work. I want them to work. I believed in them. I went to them because I believed in them. And then the more I went to, I thought, hang on a minute. Nah, they're one step ahead.
Yeah, but this is
not 100% protesters. It's like, there's very few. The rest are cops. The guys above them, the actors and all that, when you work it all out, the real protesters are the few, not the many. And a real protest for me is the many and not the few, because they are the few and we are the many. But that does not happen in a protest. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And they've gone on from time immemorial. I'd love them to carry on and to inspire more people to protest. That ain't happening, because the more people that get inspired and to go out there and do it, which you can inspire 1 million people, out there, 1 million people before a protest, maybe 500 turn up, 1,000, 4,000 out of 1 million. So if you're going to do a protest, it's got to be millions, not thousands, not a few hundred in that town. Not this for that, not a protest where it's like Free Palestine, Black Lives Matter, which I've seen, a mixture of different subjects in one protest. For me, that doesn't work, because all these different protesters in one protest even go against each other.
Yeah,
and
but
even that situation's instigated by these actors and infiltrators and plainclothes pigs and things like that. Protests will not work.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a major big protest in one place and one place only. I'm talking about targeting them individually instead of just targeting Parliament when they ain't there.
Like Cressida Dick.
A vigil. That may have
auditors specifically could target Cressida Dick or something, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Target themselves individually.
Fluke just put his finger up, which I really think he wants to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Fluke.
Go on, Fluke. I'm sorry, mate. You've been so patient, mate. I'm sorry. I'll take a quick break while Fluke butts in, even though he's not butted in for ages. Fluke, mate, just take that away. I know I ranted on for a bit, but I'm sure you'll correct my mistakes and what I've said, and I'll leave you to it for a couple of minutes.
There's no right or wrong in any of this, and this is what people need to kind of get their heads around. There's no, is it right to demonstrate? Is it wrong to demonstrate? Are demonstrations infiltrated? Yes, they are. Are they a good thing? Well, yeah, because it does make people. Let's take the current lockdown demonstrations in of themselves. When you've got a bunch of people standing on the side of the street or looking out the windows of their houses in central London wearing their masks, and they've been social distanced for like 18 months now, and they can't go to work, and they're relying on the government for fucking peanuts, do you know what I mean? And suddenly they see 1 million fucking people walk past their house singing and dancing, playing guitars and enjoying themselves. That's going to make people think. Even if they don't respond to it, it's going to make them think, hang on a minute, why aren't these people all dead? Because apparently there's a really weird respiratory airborne virus kicking about that's killing millions of people. But all these people just walk past my house and they're all having a good time. You know? That, in of itself, even if it only wakes up one person, it's fucking worth doing. Because one by one, that's how you get people to wake the fuck up. You know, it's not about, you know, having 60, 70, 100 people on a live stream tonight that all agree with each other in a general scheme of things. Generally, you know, that's not going to wake anybody up. Do you know what I mean? It isn't. You know, and you know, we'd have more. I think to a certain degree, I think we'd probably have more joy if all 60 of us got together and went out and had leaflets and flyers and links to YouTube channels,
V-sites,
you know, and did something, you know, physically positive,
educate at V-sites.
Yeah, exactly, and do something like that. It's like, you know, there's a million things we could do. We could sit here and discuss it all night till we're blue in the face, you know. I mean, SG, you said earlier something about if people were just truthful and honest and people were civil to each other and, you know, but what we've got to remember is the government isn't truthful, the media isn't truthful, and the police are not truthful, right? Honesty, the government isn't honest, the media isn't honest. The
But that'll work in a negative way for them eventually, won't it?
Well, let's hope so. You know, but
Usually does.
acting in a civil manner. The government doesn't act in a civil manner. The police don't act in a civil manner, and the press certainly don't act in a civil manner. So we can't fight them at their own game in that sense, because they've got like the monopoly on force, violence, and coercion. That's all they've got the monopoly on, is force, violence, and coercion, because everything the government's done over the last 18 months has been force. If you don't do what we say, we're going to force you to do it. Coercion, they're going to use the media to coerce you into doing it. And violence is if you don't do what we say, we can enact violence against you. We can't go and violently attack Boris Johnson and sling him in handcuffs, chuck him in the back of a van and take him to the local dungeon. That's kidnapping. But when the government does it, it's an arrest. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, that's what people need to get their head round in a certain degree. Maybe lots of people in this chat and people on this live stream understand where I'm coming from and what I'm talking about, because it's okay to use the threat of force, violence, and coercion if you're in power, but if you're a member of the public, you can't use force, violence, and coercion to get your way, right? So that's just one thing. I'll leave it at that for now. But the other thing I was going to say was sowing seeds, right? Again, something that demonstrations do, it does sow seeds in people's mind. People think, hang on a minute, why aren't all these million people now dead the next day if there was this really major respiratory virus, deadly disease that's going to kill everybody? There's 1 million people just walk past my house and none of them wearing masks, and they're all
You are so right.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying they work. I'm not saying they're not infiltrated, because they are. What I'm saying is people see that it's a physical thing. Because if that 1 million people that didn't march in London that day stayed at home, what would people have seen? An empty street in the middle of London, and everyone would just been sitting there watching their telly, listening to the BBC or reading the local newspaper or whatever it is. You know, it's things like that, you know, and even now it still beggars my mind that people watch scenes like that and still don't wake up to it. Now we've got full stadiums in the Premier League, you know, and all the football stadiums around the country. There's 60,000 people in there, jumping up and down, singing and dancing and screaming and shouting and blah, blah, blah. And then you've got 2 idiots on the sidelines wearing masks. What the fuck is that all? When are people going to wake the fuck up? They're being fucking lied to. How stupid do you have to be to realise that this is bollocks? Do you know what I mean? And this is the problem, is because people have been brought up into such a way of, and I'll get to not maybe a solution to this, but, you know, people have been brought up and indoctrinated in the government school system, where you learn what the government tells you to listen to and what the government teaches you. Yeah, that's why they don't teach you about the monetary system at school. Strange how they don't teach you about that. The other thing they teach you at school, which is an absolute definite, is you come out of school learning that the word anarchy is throwing petrol bombs and smashing windows. Bollocks. The word anarchy simply means to live without rulers. That's the definition of the word.
Agreed.
Anarchy.
It's very difficult for most people to get that.
Exactly, because you've been conditioned. People have been conditioned to think this way. They've been conditioned not to think about the things the governments and the banking system don't want you to talk about. They want to talk about the financial system. They don't want you to talk about their mini Mickey Mouse printing machines and the interest rates and all that bollocks. They don't want you thinking about that shit. That's why they don't teach you that shit in school, right? And the same thing goes with the word anarchy. You know, I've had mates of mine say to me, yeah, but if we didn't have the government, it would all be anarchy. No, yeah, it would take a generation to change that mentality. Don't get me wrong; it's not going to change overnight. You know, I've had email exchanges with Max Egan where we've spoken about this, And he said, that's the thing. The problem is it's not going to change overnight. It's going to take a generation for you to now teach these kids in schools for the next 10 years or the next 15 years to change a generation into realizing that they need to live in a reputation-based society whereby their actions and their reputation, you know, the old saying, your reputation precedes you. That's where it comes from. The saying of that word comes, or that phrase comes from living in a reputation-based society. You know, you act and treat other people as you would like to be treated yourself, and you wouldn't do something to somebody else that you wouldn't want done to you. Now, the vast majority of the people in any country are genuinely decent people, you know, because if they weren't genuinely decent people, we'd all be in prison, wouldn't we? Because we'd all have committed some sort of crime, you know, but we're not. Generally, we're all decent people. We like to respect each other and apart from having ding dongs on live streams. Apart from that, we're fine. And that's what I'm saying to people. And that's what we need to get across to people, the simplicity of life without government, you know, because what you need is a police force that are peace officers. They're there to keep the peace and respond to any criminal offence that occurs. That's your job. You're not there to harass photographers and talk bullshit and follow whatever the government says. Oh, that guy's not wearing a mask. Go and arrest him and beat him up for the benefit
and imprison journalists.
Yeah, and imprison journalists and all that type of stuff. Do you know what I mean? That's not your job. You're a peace officer and you're here to fight crime. When crime happens, you respond to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is it's so simple, you know.
When crime happens, yeah. 14 guys.
Get rid of the fucking government.
14 for one guy with a camera. 14.
Yeah.
On me.
I had the same thing at the
walking around our building, a police station. It's our building.
Yeah.
And I had 14 guys on me.
And this was the other thing.
I'm suing them.
Yeah.
So
this is the other thing I wanted to mention was the other thing I wanted to mention is the fact that I've had people that I've spoken to on this type of subject, and some of them are really, I'm not saying they have to be bright, but I'm saying they've cottoned onto it pretty fucking quickly and gone, do you know what? Fucking hell, I've never thought of it like that, because they've been conditioned not to think like that.
Yeah.
So when you say something like what I've just said, you know, those bullet points that I just mentioned, and you express that to somebody, they've never heard that type of opinion before, right? Because they've been conditioned into a way of thinking. So now when you say, if I said that to 100 people, maybe 10 of them might take it on board, and the other 90% go, oh, he's a fucking anarchist. Do you know what I mean? Or do you know what I mean? They're going to have that type of a reaction. So don't concentrate on people that aren't going to even challenge you. They're going to just call you a name, a conspiracy theorist. You're an anarchist. Oh, you're a fucking this or you're that, and just call you a name. How fucking dumb do you have to be to not be able to engage in a conversation with somebody about something so fundamental without calling them a name? How lame is that? And if somebody does do that to you when you try to confront them about this fucking shit, don't waste your time. Move on to someone else. Let them go and get their fucking vaccine. Hopefully they'll be dead in a couple of years and we don't have to worry about them sort of fucking people anymore, right? Because the more of us there is, the better, you know? Because that's what's that. Don't waste your time on people. And I've done it. Don't be wrong, I've made this mistake. I've bashed my head against a brick wall with the same person over and over again on Facebook or Twitter or this, that, and the other. And here we are 2 years later, and he still thinks I'm a mad conspiracy theorist. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what is the point talking to this person? You've probably wasted hours on this person. You could have spent that hours talking to someone that you could have spoken to that might have had at least a liberal, open brain to think, well, okay, you know.
Fluke, do you know what I said to somebody who said that to me last week? They said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I goes, you don't believe in conspiracy theories, do you? And he looked at me like, shit, I think I did.
So as I was trying to say, right? So if you targeted protests outside these people's, outside their own doorstep, instead of disrupting the general public, the bus system, the taxi system, the underground system and everything in the major cities and what have you, and you protested outside their doorstep, so then it disrupts their neighborhood streets and what have you, instead of disrupting this one place every week, 2 weeks or whatever. Do you think, all three of you, that may be the way to go down, instead of disrupting London week after week after week, because they're never there?
Well, what difference would it make if you had 1 million people turn up outside of pick your MP's house, right? And they demonstrated outside his house and pissed off all his neighbours. You know what? All his neighbours that are, you know, kowtowing to the government, sitting inside their houses with their windows locked, socially distanced and wearing masks.
So no
Do you think
protest works?
Do you know what I mean? What, those people are already fucking deranged. You know, they're already going along with whatever the government says. It doesn't matter if 1 million people turn up outside their house. That's irrelevant.
Protests don't work.
You know, it doesn't matter if 1
I think
million
they
people
can
walk
work.
down. No, but what I'm saying is,
that's
it doesn't
what I'm
matter.
saying,
It doesn't
is
matter
true.
if 1 million people walk down my street or walk through central London or walk through the middle of Brighton or Manchester or this or that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. The fact that at least you're doing something, because your only other option is to do what the government says and stay at home, wear your fucking mask and do what you're fucking told. Because those are your two options. And
Well,
I'd rather
no,
be
I
out.
just
I'd
give a
rather be
third
out.
option.
I'd rather be out demonstrating. To be honest with you,
I just give a third option. I just give a third option, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving a third option.
Well, then on our
instead
way
of-
to London, we can stop at every MP's house on the way and demonstrate there as well. How's that? We've solved the problem.
Well,
there you
no,
go.
well,
On the
no.
way
How
to
about we
London,
hold hands
You're not
outside
thinking of it.
the V centres and stop people going in and getting V'd?
You see, you're talking about, say, the whole of this area going all the way to London and what have you, from all these areas, yeah, where MPs are not going to be. So what I'm saying is, instead of
well,
taking
if they're
it
all
to
at home on
the
a
city,
Saturday, then you start a march in Manchester, a march in Nottingham, a march in Brighton, and on the way, you all stop at every MP's house on the way to London, right? Demonstrate on the way past every MP's house, and then just converge in London. There you go. You've covered both things. You've done your
Is that
London
what you mean,
demonstration.
Master Ron? I mean,
you don't have
let
to. You don't.
him
That's what
speak.
I'm saying.
Let him
You've
speak.
covered,
Let him speak.
People can't. People
covered that
can't get
problem.
to London. Not everybody
hang
can
on
get
there.
to. Not everybody can get to London, right?
Maybe.
So if you're not able to get to London, instead of going, everybody converges into one place and what have you, because you're
I'm
unable
just throwing
to get
out
there.
ideas. I'm not saying you have to do this or you have to do that. I'm just saying that what you're saying is, yeah, maybe we should demonstrate outside of MP's houses. I'm just saying, okay, I'll tell you what, if everyone's on their way to London, while you're on the way to London, right, stop at your local MP's house, 500 of you, or whatever it is, 1,000 of you, 1 billion of you, and just demonstrate outside your local MP's house before you go to London. You know, there you go. You've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. There you've done your local MP, and now you're on your way to London. Brilliant. That covers all our problems, doesn't it? I'd rather do something than nothing, because the only other option for not demonstrating
And
is
writing
sitting
and
at home,
complaining to
wearing your
those
mask,
MPs as well.
watching the BBC.
Exactly. I'm coming up with something else, but it seems like, you know, I'm just saying, well, there are other alternatives of
And we
doing
can
it
bring
one
those
way.
alternatives together. And there we go.
Exactly.
If the whole of the UK was on their way to London one day from whichever part of the UK you're from to demonstrate in London, then we could say to everybody, look, on your way to your local, on your way to the train station, stop at your local MP's house and give him the fucking bird and tell him you're not going to do what he tells you to fucking do. We know you're a liar. The PCR tests are a fucking fraud. Your COVID death certificates are a fraud. You're committing treason and you're committing misconduct in public office, and you're going to be held accountable for it, right? they'll all start shitting themselves. They will all start shitting themselves. Trust me, just like they did over the MP's expenses scandal. As soon as they start...
I want to bring this, guys, I want to bring this down because it's almost 10 to 4 a.m. our time, and
I've definitely got to go
it's
now.
gone. Yeah,
We
it could
are
go on
almost
all night.
inciting
But
freedom, you know.
I just want to have
8 hours
SG
research
to have the last word, really, and then I just want to thank everyone and things like that. But SG, thanks for listening. Fluke, honestly, massive, mate. Master Ron, brilliant. SG, can you finish this off for us?
Yeah. You know, there's something an old comedian I used to watch. I don't have to mention his name or anything, but he used to say pro-lifers, what they should really do is hold hands, outside the cemeteries and say no more comes in. I mean, you get the analogy, don't you? Well, that's kind of what we need to be doing at, say, the vac centres and saying, look, no, you really shouldn't go in. You shouldn't get this thing. You've got your choice. Go to a different vac centre this time, because we're making a point here, because it's not just you, it's the other people as well. It's us, it's everyone that we're doing this for. Here's the information. We've got it on a leaflet. Do your vax another day. And if the police come, every single person has to have a phone and they're live streaming it.
Right, guys.
Just another option, like Ron was saying. That's all I'm going to add.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Luke, guys, honestly, it could go on forever. Next Friday, hopefully Fluke will be back on, no doubt he will. It's been superb tonight, despite, less viewers and things like that. Okay, fair enough. I had a rant or two earlier. But you know what? It's been overall superb. Great guest, Carl Foster. Plod went on too long. I think he's got complications going on. Steve O's been on, quite a few others. But Leah M, without you, no live would be as good as it is when you're in. Yeah, absolutely. So, Luke, guys, thanks so much. I'll see you next Friday, I hope. We can carry this on because it's been so well debated. Manners, all that has been around and it's been superb. Fluke, thanks so much, mate. You've been brilliant.
No, thanks for having me on, Dino. You're very kind, so I appreciate it.
It's an absolute pleasure, and thanks for all your respect and the guys in the chat. Leah, love you very much. Guys, I'll see you next week, and don't forget Wednesday as well, and Plod's on Sunday. So big love, everyone. Thank you, massive.
Absolutely. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Master Ron. Thanks, Dino. Thanks, everyone.
One last word.
Yeah,
SG,
to all.
nice
Big
to speak
respect.
to you. Master Ron, I know we've had a couple of differences tonight, but I do have a lot of respect for you. So,
Oh, don't worry about it, mate. We're
Don't
not
take
going to
it
always
personally.
agree with.
No, exactly.
No, mate.
I think your
No,
differences aren't worth arguing about.
No,
Do you know
no.
what, guys? How about that? It's turned out into a real debate and not an argument. Everyone's settled on things. That is superb. That's the way we need to go.
I think the other thing is we could spend a million hours arguing about all sorts of shit, but let's just spend 10 minutes trying to solve the problem.
Yeah. No, Fluke, you ain't got no.
Absolutely.
Do you know what,
People are
guys?
not
Well
gonna
done,
agree
lads.
with everything.
Absolutely superb, guys, tonight. Brilliant. You've stood your ground, each and every one of us, and we've debated. It's turned out. We've said thank you to each other. Luke, good night. God bless you all. You've been absolutely
Thanks, Leah
superb.
M.
Leah M.
Thanks to everyone in the chat as well. Sorry, I couldn't
love
comment
you.
on all your chats. So I do apologise, but it's so hard to keep up with the chat and talk at the same time.
Tell me about it.
I'm not that clever.
I love it.
Right?
I thrive on pressure. So do you. So do we all. Guys,
Thanks
thank you so
SG,
much. One last
Cheers,
time.
Dino.
Love you all. Ryan, forget it. See you soon, guys. Massive.
Respect to everybody.
Freedom.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
bye,
freedom.
guys.